और हमने बातचीत करी गोवा के चीफ मिनिस्टर से और उन्होंने बताया किस तरीके से यहाँ पर एआई का यूज़ जो है वो दिखाया जा रहा है और आने वाले समय में भी टूरिज़्म को किस तरीके से एआई से जोड़ा जाएगा और उसका प्रभाव जो है और उसका लाभ जो है वो आने वाले दिनों में देखने को मिलेगा, वो भी बहुत ज़्यादा महत्वपूर्ण रहने वाला है। मैं आरजू सेठ, कैमरा पर्सन दिनेश के साथ, इंडिया न्यूज़ दिल्ली।
So we are joined by Asta, who is again the engineer of Method AI. So we have this structure here, robotic kind of structure that we see. If you can tell us something about this. We've spoken to Dipansh about the entire methodology and the actions that is doing, the theatrics that is doing, how it is picking the object and bringing it together. How do you see this evolving and what does it do specifically?
So specifically, Dipansh told you about the vision language action models that we use to do the manipulation task. For the working and all things, we use reinforcement learning and another tech stack of AI and machine learning part. So we are using that to make it work, to balance into everything else.
And also, Dipansh also told about transforming to humanoid. What do you see that? How do you see that? And do you see it as an nascent stage? And we can also go walk with this also.
Yeah, so basically transforming it into humanoid is a bit difficult task, but yes, it's not impossible. So what we are planning on into deploying in the factories, as Dipansh told you earlier. So in the future only we are like humanoids, it will do exactly human actions, what the human actually does. Like if you can ask him to pick up a book and give me and read it, or to give me an apple or anything or any fruit that you would like to give it from the kitchen or something. So we can make the humanoid work from its own, like it would reduce the labor, it would help the elderly as well, like the people who cannot work or who have some issues.
Also, I've seen in the screen there was the entire humanoid, the robot was also doing these aerobatics and all of that.
Yeah.
So what is that?
So basically those are some theatrics for fancy purposes. Like we use the mimic and imitation policies for that. If we go into tech details, like a person is there who is teaching the bot how to do things, what all we can do. So that's the part of imitation learning that we use.
Thank you, Asta, for speaking to us. So yes, viewers, what you see is the humanoid, again, to the very advanced stages at that point of time that we are showing you here itself. So clearly what you can see is also this entire humanoid that is working here. It's walking, it's picking objects, it's even putting it there. So what we have is this very substance here, this humanoid that is walking, that even showing off their hands itself. So what they are also talking about, how evolution is working itself, and again clapping itself. I think they like the reporting that I've been doing. So clearly this has been there itself, what we are trying to show you from our end. And again, this is our attempt to show all these models that are here to ensure that you get a perspective of what happens at the AI Impact Summit. This is me, Brian Anthony Thomas, signing off, camera person Dinesh for Newsx. Well, we are covering the AI Summit and we are joined by a very special little guest here. We're joined by Advait here. Advait, welcome to Newsx.
Thank you.
So Advait, tell me about your role in the designing of the cars itself and that it even features for the F1 that is happening.
So basically, my name is Advait Bharadwaj. I study in Amity International School, Push Bihar. So basically in our school there is this initiative known as the F1 in Schools program. So you build your own car using CAD softwares. You bring it to life through 3D printing and then you race it on a 1 meter track. Now this sounds very, very small, but it's quite a big initiative because it consists of many other factors such as pit displays, verbal presentations, sponsorships, etc., etc. And as you grow, as you qualify, you go to the international level. So this is my first time participating in the regional level. So I came to the AI Summit because basically when you design the car, you use lots of AI in it. So I came to the AI Summit to learn more about AI, meet people, get some exposure, learn about F1 if I can. And yeah, that was the main objective, which is why I came to the AI Summit. And I think kids should really learn about AI at this age because they're the future, right? They're tomorrow's future leaders. So if they start learning about AI at this age, it would be great.
How do you see this AI Impact Summit happening?
It's great exposure and people are meeting each other, I'm meeting each other, and I would like to thank our PM Narendra Modi ji for this amazing opportunity for startups, companies, corporates who are budding companies who are introducing their AI. Yeah, it's great.
For speaking to us. So clearly a very special guest that we spoke to, and what knowledge that he has to share to the people. And clearly India is also positioning itself as a global AI hub at this juncture that we are trying to show you. We are doing many such interviews, many such reports, so that you get an understanding what the action is happening on ground zero. This is me, Brian Anthony Thomas, signing off. Camera person Dinesh for Newsx, Delhi.
की देगी मिर्च,
देगी मिर्च का तड़का, अंग अंग फड़का।
MDH की देगी मिर्च।
दिल्ली सपनों का शहर, जहां मेहनत कभी नहीं रुकती, लेकिन मेहनत के बीच 2 वक्त का भरपेट और सम्मानजनक भोजन हर किसी का हक है। इस सोच के साथ प्रधानमंत्री श्री नरेंद्र मोदी के कुशल नेतृत्व में दिल्ली की रेखा गुप्ता सरकार लेकर आई है 100 करोड़ रुपए की बजट के साथ अटल कैंटीन। सिर्फ 5 रुपए में पौष्टिक, स्वच्छ और भरपेट भोजन।
किसी के स्वाभिमान को ठेस न आए कि मैं फ्री में कुछ भोजन खा रहा हूँ। वो 5 रुपए दे के भी भोजन खाएगा तो सम्मान के साथ खाएगा।
गरीब भाई बेचारा खाना खा के चैन से सो जाता है रात को, और सुबह उसको पता है कि मुझे टाइम पे खाना मिलेगा।
अटल कैंटीन, सम्मान के साथ सस्ता और सेहतमंद भोजन।
अगर आप बनना चाहते हैं एंकर, या फिर आप में है जुनून एक तेज तर्रार न्यूज रिपोर्टर बनने का, तो आप ज्वाइन करें ITV और इंडिया न्यूज न्यूज़ का मीडिया स्कूल। ITV नेक्स्ट मीडिया इंटरनेशनल स्कूल का कोर्स आपको मौका देता है देश के दिग्गज एंकर्स के साथ काम करने का। ITV नेक्स्ट मीडिया इंटरनेशनल स्कूल में आप बेहद नजदीकी से देख पाएंगे किस तरह से ITV नेटवर्क के दिग्गज पत्रकारों की टीम दिन रात खबरों पर काम करती है। इस कोर्स के दौरान आप सीखेंगे एंकरिंग की एक एक बारीकी उन एंकर्स के साथ जो देश को रखते हैं हर खबर से बाखबर। ITV नेक्स्ट मीडिया इंटरनेशनल स्कूल का ये कोर्स आपके एंकरिंग स्किल्स को करेगा इतना सशक्त, मजबूत, जिससे आप बनेंगे पत्रकारिता की दुनिया का वो चमकता चेहरा जो दुनिया देखेगी और पसंद करेगी।
समान नागरिक संहिता हमारी बेटियां, माता और बहनों के गरिमापूर्ण जीवन का आधार बने। यूनिफॉर्म सिविल कोड से लोकतंत्र की स्पिरिट को मजबूती मिलेगी, संविधान की भावना मजबूत होगी, किसी से भेदभाव नहीं, हर कोई बराबर।
प्रधानमंत्री श्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी की दूरदर्शी प्रेरणा और मुख्यमंत्री श्री पुष्कर सिंह धामी जी के सशक्त नेतृत्व में उत्तराखंड ने इतिहास रचते हुए देश का पहला राज्य बनने का गौरव प्राप्त किया, जहां समान नागरिक संहिता यानी यूनिफॉर्म सिविल कोड को प्रभावी रूप से लागू किया गया है। ये पहल राज्य में संवैधानिक मूल्यों को सुदृढ़ करते हुए समानता, सामाजिक समरसता और महिला सशक्तिकरण की दिशा में एक दूरदर्शी और प्रभावी कदम के रूप में स्थापित हुई है। इस ऐतिहासिक कानून के सफल क्रियान्वयन का 1 वर्ष पूर्ण होने पर उत्तराखंड सुशासन, समान अधिकार और जन विश्वास की उस यात्रा का उत्सव मना रहा है जो एक संकल्प से शुरू होकर अब एक व्यवस्था में परिवर्तित हो गई है। इस पहल की नींव मुख्यमंत्री श्री पुष्कर सिंह धामी जी द्वारा 12 फरवरी 2022 के राज्य विधानसभा चुनावों में जनता से किए गए उस ऐतिहासिक संकल्प से प्रारंभ हुई, जिसे पूरा करने की दिशा में 24 मार्च 2022 को नवगठित सरकार की प्रथम कैबिनेट बैठक में विशेषज्ञ समिति के गठन का निर्णय लिया गया। समिति ने प्रदेश भर में व्यापक संवाद करते हुए नागरिकों से लाखों सुझाव प्राप्त किए और 2 फरवरी 2024 को अपनी विस्तृत रिपोर्ट सरकार को प्रस्तुत की। इसके आधार पर 12 मार्च 2024 को UCC उत्तराखंड अधिनियम 2024 को विधिक स्वीकृति प्रदान की गई और 27 जनवरी 2025 को नियमावली के प्रभावी होने के साथ ये कानून प्रशासनिक और डिजिटल दोनों स्तरों पर पूर्णतः लागू हुआ। इस अधिनियम के अंतर्गत विवाह, वसीयत, तलाक, लिव इन रिलेशनशिप तथा विधिक उत्तराधिकारी घोषणाओं से संबंधित प्रावधानों में सभी नागरिकों के लिए समान और न्याय संगत व्यवस्था सुनिश्चित की गई है। साथ ही महिलाओं के अधिकारों और वरिष्ठ नागरिकों के हितों के संरक्षण पर विशेष ध्यान दिया गया है, जिससे इसकी सार्वभौमिक स्वीकार्यता, प्रशासनिक दक्षता और जन विश्वास को नई मजबूती मिली है। कानून के सफल क्रियान्वयन हेतु 10 दिनों से भी कम समय में 8,500 से अधिक अधिकारियों तथा 7,500 से अधिक कॉमन सर्विस सेंटर संचालकों को प्रशिक्षित किया गया है। इसके साथ ही सहायता एवं तकनीकी परामर्श के लिए राज्यव्यापी मॉक ड्रिल का सफल आयोजन किया गया। इसके परिणाम स्वरूप एक वर्ष में राज्य पोर्टल पर लगभग 5 लाख आवेदन प्राप्त हुए, जिनमें से 96% का औसतन 5 दिनों से भी कम समय में निस्तारण हुआ। पंजीकरण की गति में उल्लेखनीय वृद्धि हुई है, जहां प्रतिदिन औसतन 1400 से अधिक पंजीकरण दर्ज किए जा रहे हैं। संवेदनशील एवं उत्तरदायी शासन का परिचय देते हुए सरकार ने जनता की आवश्यकताओं के अनुरूप नियमों में समय समय पर आवश्यक संशोधन भी किए, जिससे यूसीसी कानून को और अधिक समावेशी, व्यवहारिक तथा जनहितकारी स्वरूप प्रदान किया जा सके। विकसित भारत 2047 के विजन के अनुरूप विकसित उत्तराखंड की दिशा में समान नागरिक संहिता एक महत्वपूर्ण पहल है, जो समानता और न्याय को प्रशासनिक प्रक्रियाओं में व्यवस्थित रूप से समाहित कर रही है। समान नागरिक संहिता, समानता द्वारा समरसता।
Welcome, you're watching Newsx and I'm Shivani Singh. In major news coming in from the United Kingdom, Prince Andrew Mountbatten Windsor has been arrested on suspicion of misconduct in public office. Photographs of unmarked police cars and plainclothes officers at Wood Farm on the Sandringham estate came just after 8 a.m. Now, in fact, joining us on the broadcast is my colleague Aditya Vadavan for more on this. Aditya, we are learning of reports that Prince Andrew has now been arrested.
Well, absolutely, Prince Andrew has been arrested, on definitely, this arrest comes at a time, that his name has been mentioned in the Epstein files, that has been a classified document pertaining to Epstein files that have been, released by the U.S. Justice Department, and definitely you could be in definitely a big trouble, going forward. So completely at this juncture, Shivani, there are several, many illustrious personalities' names have come up in these Epstein files, and it is a global, this Epstein file was a very serious criminal, on a global level as to how he was running a global, sex scandal. So completely at this juncture, it needs to be seen what kind of punishment will be meted out to Prince Andrews, considering the fact, some of the heinous crimes were committed, and as per some reports, even U.S. President Donald Trump's name is also there in the Epstein files. However, that particular record, which contains the name of U.S. President Donald Trump, hasn't been released by the U.S. Justice Department. So clearly, at this juncture, it needs to be seen how things are going to be seen.
All right, thank you so much, Aditya, for all those updates. Now, Prime Minister Narendra Modi, while addressing the India AI Impact Summit 2026, emphasized on the need to democratize artificial intelligence and called for a transparent approach to data sharing. Speaking at the opening of the India AI Impact Summit 2026 at Bharat Mandapam, Prime Minister Narendra Modi unveiled India's Manav vision for AI, which he described as a framework to advance humanity's welfare. He stressed that humans should not be treated as mere data points and that AI must serve as a tool for inclusion and empowerment, particularly for countries in the global south. His address was followed by a family photograph. This is something that has been the talk of the town throughout this morning. Let me in fact go across to Mr. Harish Bijur, who's the founder of Harish Bijur Consults INC. Thank you so much, sir, for joining us on the broadcast. We appreciate your time. So when we're looking at this AI summit, obviously it's something very historic that India is witnessing, but your first key takeaways from the Prime Minister's speech. He's introduced the Manav vision. He's introducing this concept of humanity in something like artificial intelligence, sir.
Yes, firstly, I think this AI summit has been a big one. It's a march for India, and I think the leadership that's been taken on this has been excellent. So most certainly heartiest compliments to the Prime Minister of this country, Mr. Narendra Modi, who has led this entire summit. Now, when it comes to what he has just spoken, I do believe the time has come for talking about human beings. All of us are moving, in the words of bits and bytes. It's time to really talk about intelligence, which is more real, and therefore real intelligence versus artificial intelligence is what is being addressed. AI is meant to take care of people, and I think AI is meant to be subservient to our people. And I do believe the vision of Manav in this entire thing, and I would actually dub it Manav AI, is really a great thing, because at the end of the day, if you don't look after the human being, who do you look after?
Absolutely. And sir, if I can also get your observations regarding, there have been major announcements at this summit, especially from, global tech leaders who are looking at the global south. They're looking at more investment regarding this AI sector, and in fact in India as well. So how are you looking at those investments that are coming in, that infrastructure that will be pulled into India in AI?
The biggies have all committed a big amount of money. And more important than money, it's the attitude to say that India is a very important center. But the key point I'd like to make on investments is that, the AI cluster is going to be divided into two. It already is. There's one cluster, which is the United States of America, and the other cluster is China. So to an extent, it is, DeepSeek at one end, if you really look at China, and OpenAI at another, which if you really look at the United States of America. Therefore, in terms of the production clusters, they're clearly divided. The production cluster is in the United States of America. And if you take a look at NVIDIA and its entire valuation, it stems from what it does humongously in the United States of America. NVIDIA at a point of time last year touched a $5 trillion valuation at one end. And simultaneously, DeepSeek in China was a biggie, which made waves. So what's really happening is the world is getting cleaved into two. And in the bargain, my key question is, and my key point is, that India must find its footing. India cannot be only an AI consumption market. We need to be an AI production market. And if you want to be a production market, we need to be talking about being in manufacturing in a big, big way. We need to be very big in the data center market. And I think, unless we invest heavily and deeply there, we are going to be a part of either the American cluster or the China cluster. But I don't think that should occur. We should have an India cluster on its own. And to do that, we need proprietary assets created by us and which take us forward. There's a little bit of India in all of AI, but I don't want that little bit. I want a lot more of India within the AI context. And I think that is the dream, that is my fantasy, my personal fantasy for sure.
Absolutely. I think that, sir, that is something that even the Prime Minister is looking forward to, because he's spoken about how the Global South should not just be looked at as data points or data bits just for consumption of AI. So before, sir, we let you go off, I want your final observation on democratization of AI, what the Prime Minister spoke about, and also the framework about ethical use of AI.
Democratization of AI is very, very important because it's a dream, but I don't think it's a reality at all. Because AI is congealed into two. And what's really happening in the world today is the world is dividing into the haves and the have-nots. And the haves are those who have AI, and the have-nots are those who are AI illiterate. So this cleaving is actually going to happen. And therefore, my question is, where is the democratization of AI when the world cleaves into two? The world cannot cleave into two. We once again cannot get into the haves and the have-nots kind of a situation. AI, unfortunately, has that tendency to do that. And therefore, we need a larger vision. We need a vision where promoters within AI companies need to say that I need to be a bigger part. We can't be an India inside. We need to be an India outside. India is inside a lot of AI. In fact, every AI development firm has somebody with an Indian surname out there. But that's not enough. Every AI development firm needs to have proprietorship and ownership based out of India. And I think, it should not be a relationship of repatriation of profits. It should be a relationship of owning profits. And that would be true blue democratization of AI.
Absolutely. Thank you so much, sir, for joining us on the broadcast and speaking to Newsx. Let me also introduce some other guests who are joining us on the panel today. Ankit Kedia, founder and lead investor, Capital A, and Celia Dash, who is the founder of Without AI. Thank you so much, sirs, for joining us on the broadcast. We appreciate your time. Let me first go across to Ankit on this. Ankit, we are seeing, sir, this, a new phase of AI growth in India. Obviously, this summit is just, something that is going to boost this forward, but we are looking at a larger vision here. The Prime Minister has laid out a vision. There are tech leaders from across the globe who have also come to this platform and given out their vision for what AI may look like in the future. How are you seeing this sector grow, sir?
Thank you so much for having me. One of the things as we keep seeing as investors is that around all the noise that AI today is generating, it's another form of technology, a wave of technology which is cyclic every decade or every 10-15 years. It was commerce about 15 years ago with the advent of Flipkart and Amazon, and then we had the post 2023 era of chat GPT. As soon as folks started to see the consumer aspect of AI is when the widespread applications started to surface. For example, we keep seeing in manufacturing the use of artificial intelligence. Now, there were always ways and means to throw out data, but outcomes were never ever available for that data to actually translate into something meaningful. And with that happening, I think it can just augment a lot of human intelligence, if not replace human intelligence, but it can actually augment a lot of it. And as investors, sometimes we keep having bias about what kind of what kind of landscape it will create for new age entrepreneurs, startups building in hardware sector. For example, there is migration of a firmware from one chip to another chip. Now, all of that was done manually until 5 years ago. And this actually doesn't need to be done manually. if we are able to do this using AI or using a copilot, the human intelligence can actually be put to some other very different application altogether. So we are seeing this wave of AI coming in, a lot of noise, but I think the enablers, the application layers will come up one by one, and we are truly excited about it.
Absolutely. In fact, let me also rope in Mr. Dash on this. Sir, how are you as well looking at this entire speech by the Prime Minister? Because you are a founder yourself, and the Prime Minister has spoken about, sovereignty of data. He's spoken about jiska data, uska hak. He's said that this should be something that we all should work towards.
Well, firstly, thank you for having me on board. I completely, agree with the Honorable Prime Minister there, because today, if you look at the world scenario, there's a lot of AI development going on, a lot of AI product that is getting creations, and a lot of images, a lot of NCII disputes going on. Now, there is no regulation which is very clearly demarcating who is the owner of this data or who is to be held responsible for this. With sovereign AI and where whose data, the person whose data it is, the person has the right. Things like this make it very stringent. And if you see the latest IT amendment rules which are getting notified tomorrow, which are getting in fact coming to force tomorrow, these make it very clear, and they're in line with what the Prime Minister has said. The whole Manav framework also supports this. And these guidelines will make it very clear what are the obligations of creators, the social media platforms, how AI content has to be specifically self-declared, there has to be specific tagging, and what happens if these are not complied with, how there is a safe harbor status that gets lost, and how the regulations will adjudicate the issues. So a lot of new things have come up, and I think we are in the right direction. In fact, I would actually say that we are moving from being a global back office for tech to a global AI playground. We are actually focusing more on equity, human-centric approach, which is where we will be able to make a difference for ourselves as a country. The whole comparison between China and US, India will make a separate mark with human-centric approach, being able to make context-aware AI products. So I think we are moving in that direction.
Absolutely. Thank you so much, sir, for joining us on the broadcast. I thank both our guests for joining us and speaking to Newsx on the AI Summit. Now we have to shift our focus to some major breaking news that is coming in. A statement from the Thames Valley Police, and I'm reading it out now. We have today arrested a man in his 60s from Norfolk on suspicion of misconduct in public office, and are carrying out searches at addresses in Berkshire and Norfolk. Now the man remains in police custody at this time. Police have been assessing allegations that Mountbatten Windsor, formerly known as Prince Andrew, shared sensitive information with the billionaire child sex offender Jeffrey Epstein when he was a UK trade envoy. Joining us on this discussion is Ambassador Gauri Shankar Gupta, former diplomat, and Sanjeev Srivastav, who is a foreign affairs expert. Thank you for joining us, sirs, on this broadcast. Let me first rope in Ambassador Gupta into this discussion. Sir, how are you looking at this development that is coming in?
Shivani, this Jeffrey Epstein files have created ripples all over the world. You can find some of the biggest names in the history are all found on those files. Millions of the files have been made public under the instruction of the US government. Some of them are still not published, but that is an issue which is going on with the US Congress, whether all the files are out or not yet. And you can see many former US presidents are also named there, including actually the what you call Bill Gates are supposed to have come today for AI Summit in Delhi, but he also decided not to come because his name also figures in those files. So the name of the Andrew Mountbatten Windsor, who is actually the brother of King Charles, is very much there. He has been under controversy for the last several weeks. It has been alleged that he released some of the confidential secret information in the process of sex offenses which he was involved at Epstein's different locations, including the island which was owned by Jeffrey Epstein. And those informations which he has released obviously are detrimental to the United Kingdom, and the pressure was mounting on the US government for the last several weeks that he should be asked what he has done. And finally the police has reached his home today. He has been taken into custody. He is now being questioned. So this is one of the net which has spread. Some of the big offenders, including Clinton and Clinton's wife, they are also appearing in that list. So this is it's a very sad story to see some of the high profile, powerful and rich people involved in these kind of very heinous crimes involving young children, involving young people in various parts of the world, and they brought to these islands and they are misused by the powerful and the rich. So this is a very, very sad story. It's a saga. I'm sure some serials will be made out of this saga, but for the time being we can see how this whole clandestine operation has been in place for years, and with the blessings of the mighty people in US and other parts of the world, because this man Jeffrey Epstein was able to rope in many of these people. He could give them allurement for sex, and as a result all these people were trapped. It is fortunate that these files have come out, otherwise they would have been buried in the history. Nobody would ever know that this happened. But this is a good thing that this man has been arrested from the royal family. This shows to some extent the integrity of the British system, that they do not hesitate in taking into custody the person who is connected to the highest office, the King's office in the US.
Absolutely, Ambassador. In fact, Andrew Mountbatten Windsor has been arrested and police are conducting searches at addresses in Berkshire and Norfolk. Now, Thames Valley police have confirmed that the suspect was arrested following a thorough assessment, and an investigation has now been launched. If I can also rope in Sanjeev Srivastava into this discussion, sir. So when we are looking at this entire scandal, obviously it's something that even the ambassador spoke about. This is a person who was related. He was called His Royal Highness for a point of time when this file was in fact first officially when this charge had actually come out. And now obviously he does not hold the title or the position now, but still it's something, the optics that we are talking about. Prince Andrew, who is formerly known as, he's now been arrested. How are you looking at these developments coming in?
Well, I think this is a right action in the right direction, and by the British authorities, the British police, and obviously such offenders and those who have been a part of this kind of a very serious misconduct must be held to account. And that is what precisely British system is doing. And this clearly shows that the British system is quite healthy, and they do not hesitate to take prompt action against someone who has such kind of allegations. So this must be appreciated, that British system is a very, very proactive and a healthy justice system they have, and that's why they have been able to take this kind of step. And I believe that similar kind of step must also be taken wherever such names have appeared, those offenders, those who are under serious, those who are facing serious allegations and the kind of evidences, if it has come in those Epstein files, then such people must be held to account wherever they are. I also would like to say that those evidences which are appearing in the Epstein files must be thoroughly investigated, and obviously this formerly Prince Andrew and now known as just a person, Andrew Windsor Mountbatten, he has now treated simple as a British citizen, and now he has been taken into custody on the suspicion that he did a lot of misconduct while being in a public office when he was a UK trade envoy, and he shared some very sensitive information to Jeffrey Epstein for having some kind of such favors which are quite heinous. So I believe that this is a very right step the British authorities have taken, and this will, I think, also encourage other authorities, other countries, particularly in the United States of America, to take similar action, and pressure will mount on the other countries too, wherever such people are there who are under serious questions, and those who are facing serious allegations. So I think it is a very good step which the British authorities have taken, and I believe that this should also encourage other countries and other authorities to take similar actions wherever such offenders are there, and those who are facing serious allegations, and against those wherever the evidences are of serious nature, they all must be held to account.
Absolutely. In fact, there's some more information coming in. UK's Prime Minister Keir Starmer has urged Andrew Mountbatten Windsor to cooperate with UK and US authorities regarding the Jeffrey Epstein scandal. Keir has emphasized that nobody is above the law, and anyone with relevant information, including Andrew, has a duty to testify. Ambassador, if I can get your observations regarding this. So we are looking at an investigation by the UK, but obviously the Epstein files is something that the US authorities and the US Department of Justice is also investigating. So this seems to be an investigation that can happen in the US, in the UK as well. This is a former prince that we are talking about, Ambassador, and this is something that is obviously unprecedented, but how do you look at the investigation proceeding going forward?
Shivani, you see, I feel that the investigation will go ahead because already the king has taken a measure. He was known as Prince Andrew, and his title was taken away a few weeks ago, soon after these files were out. So first step was all his privileges were taken away and his title was taken away. That was already a big blow to him. And now the British government has actually practically arrested him, and he is being questioned. As I know the Western system is quite straightforward in most cases. They do not go by the power and wealth of the person. If the person is guilty, normally he is punished, which is not the case in India. In India, the people are able to manipulate the system quite a bit, but in Western society, it becomes extremely difficult to manipulate once the offences are known and the culprit is caught. But still, there is a chance that they might, somehow, what you call, mitigate the whole process and reduce the gravity. That is a possibility because the person is directly connected with the king. He is the younger brother of King Charles, and therefore, in order to prevent the what you call a blemish of the royal house in UK, they might like to mitigate the whole process. But definitely, he will go through some sort of sentence once the investigation is over, because more or less it is clear that he has been guilty. But how much imprisonment or how much punishment will be given, That is one thing which I feel they will try to minimize it to the extent possible, given the royal status, the former royal status of this person. In UK, in US also, I've seen, the names of, including the name of current President Donald Trump, also figures, though he has not appeared in the so-called adverse context in the files, but his name has appeared on so many mails over there. And people are questioning that some of the files have been hidden where allegations have been raised against him. So, there are many big names are there. And I don't think that all of these people will be caught and punished fully. But some of them will definitely be caught. I don't think Clinton family would be caught. I don't think, for example, Bill Gates family would be caught. I have a feeling that they would be interrogated and finally they would be, given some sort of mercy to go ahead and move in the normal way.
Right.
So, but in UK, I think this man will have to suffer because the crime committed by him, I believe, is at the root of the British system itself, and therefore they want to show that yes, we have taken action to the person who even comes from the royal family.
Absolutely.
So I feel that I think we should follow this example, and in any country, if they have people well connected, powerful and rich, they should be brought to justice. I think this is the lesson we should also learn from these kind of episodes.
Absolutely.
Over
in
to you,
fact,
Siva.
in fact, some more information is coming in. The arrest of Andrew Mountbatten Windsor comes on the same day that the former prince has turns 66 years old. So not a very good day for him. But Sanjeev Srivastav, if I can rope you back into this discussion, when we are talking about the charges that he has against him of misconduct in public office, he has been charged with sharing sensitive information with Jeffrey Epstein when he was a UK trade envoy. How are we looking at those charges, framing up what kind of punishment do we look at if this investigation goes forward, sir?
Well, I think if the charges are proven to be true, he will be certainly given some sort of sentence, and he will be behind bars for a certain period of time, and the British justice system will ensure that the quantum of punishment. But as of today, the kind of arrest he is facing, and on the suspicion of misconduct in public office, and the allegations are that he shared some very sensitive information to this racketeer Jeffrey Epstein. It's a very serious matter, and what kind of information he has shared, all those I think issues will be investigated, and the courts will seriously look at it, and what kind of a damage it has caused to the British system and British government. All those issues will be seriously examined by the British courts, and accordingly, based on the kind of crime he has committed, the punishment will be decided. So let's see that what kind of trials go on, and what kind of judgment comes up from British court system. But certainly the kind of crime he has committed, it's a serious crime, and he was holding a very high office, a UK trade envoy, and when he has shared secret information, sensitive information, and it is being reported, then I think it's a very serious matter, and he will be given certainly some punishment. But what kind of a punishment it will be, we'll have to wait and see.
Right. In fact, according to a BBC report, a royal correspondent has said that this arrest should not be seen as any indication of guilt, and there are no charges yet. Now, Andrew has consistently denied any wrongdoing. If I can get Ambassador Gupta on this. Ambassador Gupta, obviously we have seen the former prince denying all the charges, any wrongdoing as well on previous occasions as well, but now after the arrest, this seems to have taken a very serious turn.
Shivani, there are two variety of allegations here. Not only allegation, but two types of crimes involved. One is the sharing of information which is confidential to the British system. He was in an official position as a trade representative, and in that position he shared certain documents which he should not have done. That is one part which the police is investigating, and they will try to establish whether he did so or not. But there's another part which is, in fact, in my view, even more important. They do not call it a crime, but it is a involvement into sexual conduct with minor children. Now that is a crime which obviously happened. The police is not investigating that because that is considered to be a personal life of the person, but it is not entirely the personal life of a person, because this is a conduct which is totally unbecoming of any individual, and more so of a person who comes from a royal family. So that crime has so far not figured in the police investigation. I personally feel that that crime should take, in fact, primacy over the crime regarding sharing of documents. So this is what the systems do in Western countries to some extent. Like in US, I know what they can do is they can also negotiate a out of court settlement, that you pay so much dollars and you will be absolved from all the charges. Now that is not the case in India. In India, the crime is separate, and the punishment is given according to the crime in the penal code, not according to the out of court settlement. Out of court settlement is a different issue, and the crime for punishment for the crime is a different issue. But here I feel it is not good. The British system should investigate whether he indulged into sexual misconduct with children. If he did so, I think that must be taken into account, and he should be punished for that as well.
Absolutely, Ambassador. In fact, some more information is coming in. I'd like to introduce that to our viewers. The Assistant Chief Constable, Oliver Wright, has said in a statement, and I quote here, "We understand the significant public interest in this case, and we will provide updates at the appropriate time." Thames Valley Police have said that they are executing 2 searches on properties in Berkshire and Norfolk, and the latest Jeffrey Epstein files to be released appear to show the former prince forwarded sensitive information to the convicted sex offender. Mountbatten Windsor has always denied any wrongdoing. Alright, so this is the latest that we are getting from the police over there. Sanjeev Srivastav sir, if I can understand what's next for Prince Andrew, because this is something, obviously the royal family has tried to cut off all ties. They removed His Royal Highness title in 2022, I believe, and after that now he is now no longer a prince as well. That title has been taken off. But the royal family taking such a big hit, he's a former prince who has now been arrested, sir.
Well, I think in my assessment, this kind of step which the British police has taken, certainly this entire issue and this entire controversy and the kind of crimes he was involved in was raising a lot of questions on the British royal family too. And as you have mentioned that it has been going on for several years. His name has appeared on these files for quite consider quite long time, and certainly after this kind of release of Epstein files through the intervention of the U.S. Congress, I believe that the entire entire evidences are out in open. So I think this to save British royal family from further criticism, I think the British establishment have decided to go ahead with this kind of arrest so that they can tell to the people of Britain, who are very deeply have a faith in the royal family and the entire British system, that any kind of a wrongdoing, even from a member of a British family, if it is done, then the British royal family will take action and that person will be punished. So it was a question about the credibility of royal family too. And with this kind of action which the British authorities have taken, they have tried to address and tried to save the credibility of the royal family. And in my assessment, that will remain intact, though this formerly Prince Andrew, now just a private person, has done a very serious crime. And obviously, this may be unforgivable. And I totally echo with Ambassador Gupta that he should also be tried for the kind of sexual misconduct he did with minors. And that's a very serious charges, even the more serious it is than the kind of for the previous allegation about which he has been arrested. So I believe that all those charges, wherever he is facing the kind of misconduct or the criminal offenses he did, he should be tried and he should be punished. And if it is done, then I think it will further, restore the credibility, and wherever the questions are being raised with regard to the credibility of the royal family, that will be addressed. So in my assessment, they will go ahead with this trial, and they will try to do everything to bring formerly Prince Andrew and Ryan Windsor Mountbatten to justice, and he might face some imprisonment, as you said, asked about what is his future. His future is quite dark in my assessment, and he's going to be putting behind bars after entire trial and justice is delivered. So I think he's going to have a very dark future, no doubt on that. But he deserves that kind of a dark future, and he deserves that kind of a punishment, because this information about him has been coming out time and again from in last several years. We have been discussing it in even previous times too, that what kind of misconduct he did and what kind of a context he has had with this racketeer, criminal, sex offender Jeffrey Epstein. So in my assessment, he is going to be punished. But as far as the credibility of the British royal family, I think that will remain intact. And Prince Charles III, I think, and the entire British system and British this royal family's credibility will remain intact even after this kind of episode which has come up from a member of a British royal family.
Absolutely. In fact, please do stay on with us, sir. Regarding that, we have some latest updates that are coming in from the UK, where Chancellor Rachel Reeves has also called for former Prince Andrew Mountbatten Windsor to speak out, stating that he owes it to the victims to share what he knows. Ambassador Gupta, if I can get you on this, you have been speaking about how this is something of more importance, a moral crime that has been committed. We have the Chancellor over here also saying that this is something that the victims demand too. He needs to come out, he needs to speak about it too, even though all of this while he has been saying that he has committed no wrongdoing.
Shivani, he might say, but the evidence is very contrary. If you are associated with a person who is committing this kind of crime in such a scale, where thousands of people are involved, thousands of young children are involved, I don't think your denial has any truth in it. Because association with a person like this obviously will lead you to those kind of issues. But the royal family in the recent years has been having a lot of problems. You see the circumstances under which Princess Diana died. Actually, I happened to be in Paris those days. And see, it is often said that the accident was made up. It was not an accident, but she was killed. Now, we don't know how far it is true, but obviously she had an affair with an Egyptian guy, and the royal family did not want that. And some people even say that she had conceived a child and that was the reason she was killed. So that was one issue involved there. The two children of Princess Diana, they have also been facing, the Prince William and Prince Harry. You know, they have also been facing all kinds of issues. I don't want to go into the details, those are all in the public domain. But these issues have tarnished the image of the royal house. The conduct of the king and the royal family are supposed to be impeccable, not to be questioned by the public, so that their authority remains intact. But obviously their authority has been tarnished considerably, and this arrest is an attempt to retrieve it to some extent, because this would be another blow to the credibility of royal family. So, and that is why, in order to prevent that, further decline in the respect for the royal family, I think the British government has taken this step, which is the right step and which is the correct step. But I don't.
All right, I apologize for interrupting you, Ambassador Gupta, but I'll come back to you. Joining us in the studio is Keith Was, who's the former UK Minister. Thank you so much, sir, for speaking to Newsx. We appreciate your time. Sir, this is unprecedented news that is coming in. We are seeing a former prince being arrested. What are your first observations regarding this arrest? Because this comes with reports stating that the charges might be misconduct in public office.
Good afternoon, Shivani. This is a huge bombshell. It is a great shock that the son of the late Queen and the brother of the current King has been arrested for this kind of offence. So this is massive news in terms of what is happening in Britain, and obviously because Prince Andrew and the royal family are known throughout the world, this is going to be quite a bombshell. I would have imagined before this happened they would have warned Andrew Mountbatten, as he is called now. He's no longer a prince, as we know, because King Charles removed his title, that this was going to happen. He would not have been going about his daily business without knowing. They would have almost certainly informed the King that this was going to happen, and also the Prime Minister, because Andrew Mountbatten Windsor remains in the line of succession, a long way down of course, but he is in the line of succession to be the King of England. The offence, Shivani, is a very strict one. It's not necessarily to do with the detail of what we've heard as far as the allegations in the Epstein files are concerned. It is, while holding public office, you have done something willfully. So it's a very strict offence, carrying, in the end, if a person is convicted, a life imprisonment sentence. So there is a lot between arrest and indictment and trial and then subsequently a sentence. There is a great deal between the two. And the only way the police can actually interview someone is if they arrest them. Then there's an obligation for them to participate. He will of course get legal representation. I would imagine he would get the best possible legal representation, and that then is a matter for the police to decide how they want to proceed. If they have found a case, it will then go to an independent body called the Crown Prosecution Service, which bizarrely is headed by the King, because it is in the name of the Crown, though the King of course has absolutely nothing to do with it. It is the Crown Prosecution Service that will eventually decide whether charges will be able to be taken to trial. So that is a long way off, but the mere fact of the arrest in this way is absolutely massive.
Absolutely, sir. And in fact, you just mentioned that this does not happen in one day or in an instant. You have to inform the Prime Minister, you have to inform the royal family that something like this is going to happen. The fact that it happened on his 66th birthday, sir, do you think, what are the optics behind this? Because this is obviously a huge setback to the royal family as well. Even though he is now no longer a prince, he does not hold that his Royal Highness title, but still, like you mentioned, in a long line of succession, he does still hold a role, sir.
Well, it is, in my lifetime, I've been in public life for 40 years till I retired. I don't think I could ever imagine something like this happening. There have been newspaper articles, of course, about other members of the royal family, but this is part of now the legal process, and therefore people need to be very careful what they say about the case. We don't know what the misconduct actually is. It's a very, very narrow offence. It might have nothing to do with the salacious information around Epstein, which is clearly there and has engulfed a number of other people. It is specifically about what he did in his role as trade envoy, possibly the passing of information. These are the kinds of things they will be looking at. They will not be looking at the allegations that have been made concerning various individuals who are underage and who, the so-called photographs. That, I think, is not part of this. Misconduct in public office is when you go against people who have been in public office.
So, like you mentioned, that even though this might not be related to the entire Jeffrey Epstein scandal that is taking place in the United States, we have the Department of Justice investigating that as well. But do you believe that such offences can be expanded? Like you mentioned, that this is a very narrow charge that we are looking at. Do you think that this this investigation can be expanded and we can look at an involvement of US authorities as well going forward? Because he has been accused of, I apologize, he has, in fact, those charges that are coming in, it's stated that he is supplying this sensitive information to Jeffrey Epstein.
Shivani, we need to be really careful, I think, in trying to draw any conclusions, and I note the fact that you've been very careful in how you put it. This is what we think this is about. We know from the statement that's been made it's about misconduct in public office, and therefore we need to know what that involves. The Court of Appeal recently made a judgment on this and issued a code of practice, because it actually does affect public officials, which includes someone who is acting on behalf of the government as trade envoy. So this relates, I think, to the recent release of documents. There are still many, many more documents that have not been released by the State Department, which might affect other people in public office, not necessarily in the UK, but also in the United States, and therefore people will be waiting for all that information. But this sets a precedent, Shivani. It's an absolutely massive precedent, and I would imagine that this is going to be a top news story all over the world for many, many days to come. At the moment, there's other news happening in Britain. There's a crucial parliamentary by-election going on today, and they're in the UK, and there are other issues. But this is going to be something that is going to have to be followed very carefully. I would think there's probably going to be radio silence from Buckingham Palace, because, as I said, prosecutions are brought in the name of the King. So we have a situation where the Crown Prosecution Service, which exists to prosecute on behalf of the King, is looking at whether or not to prosecute the King's brother. I mean, completely bizarre. This
Absolutely.
is completely bizarre, Shivani.
Absolutely, sir. Thank you for speaking to Newsx and taking out your time. I also thank Ambassador Gupta and Mr. Srivastava for joining us on this broadcast. We are moving on to some news coming in from the AI Summit. Prime Minister Narendra Modi, while addressing the India AI Impact Summit 2026, emphasized the need to democratize artificial intelligence and called for a transparent approach to data sharing. Prime Minister Narendra Modi unveiled India's Manav vision for AI, which he described as a framework to advance humanity's welfare. He stressed that humans should not be treated as mere data points and that AI must serve as a tool for inclusion and empowerment, particularly for countries in the global south. Let me in fact go across to TV Mohandas Pai, who's the chairman of RN Capital. Thank you so much, sir, for joining us on the broadcast and speaking to Newsx. We appreciate your time. Sir, your first key takeaway from this AI summit. We heard the Prime Minister's speech. He spoke about Manav vision, something that brings in a humanity into something like artificial intelligence, sir.
No, the Prime Minister has clearly said that AI is one of the biggest disruption right now happening around the world. It's going to transform the way every individual live their lives. It can harm humanity, it can help humanity, and all of us have a duty to work together to make sure that AI is used for the benefit of everybody on the planet, and that is humanity. And to do that, we need 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. It's a fantastic grand vision. And I think that's very important for us to understand, because that should be the ultimate objective of any new technology and any political leader in any other country. And he has done that on a grand scale. But we need to remember there are two aspects of AI. One, the hard aspect, and other one is the impact aspect, which Prime Minister Modi has clearly articulated. On the hard aspect, we must make sure that we have the data centers here where data is done, data is stored. We have the GPUs here where we can train our own AI models. We build the large foundational models that are required to help everybody. And we make sure that too many jobs are not lost and more jobs are created. And we have to make sure that we become the global provider of AI services to the whole world, like Nandan Nilekani said in the Infosys Investor Day, and like Yan Chandra said today morning in the AI Summit. So all these things have to be done simultaneously. That requires much more investment by government and other people. That requires many more government grants to be given for making AI much more inclusive. That includes changes in education policy, etc. And the investment side, we saw Mukesh Ambani commit $110 billion, Adani $100 billion, Chandra possibly $100 billion, Google 15-20 billion. I think between all of them would have come close to $400 billion of investment commitment in all these areas that will require more power plants, much more telecommunication, much more GPUs, many more jobs. I think both aspects have to be done, and being the statesman that he is articulated the impact part of it, but he also has in mind, I'm sure, the harder aspect of it, because we saw today that the AI advisor to the White House, Sriram, say very clearly, America is going to have the largest hyper data centers in the world. They're going to have the largest number of models in the world, and their AI first companies are going to create the apps which others are going to use, and they're going to dominate the world. He said that very clearly. So we've got to be careful we don't get taken over by any other company and we don't become a digital colony, and that also has to be done. And fortunately, we have the human capital and the thinking and the ability to do that.
In fact, sir, that's something that the Prime Minister has also spoken about. He does not want the global south to just become mere data points. He has said that we need to make sure that we innovate, that we become leaders, that we are seeing a lot of obviously investments coming in as well. So we saw announcements from Microsoft, we saw Google, which is planning to build this massive, duct with India, join India for data and AI. So we're looking at a lot of investments, sir. But when we talk about democratization of AI, that's something that India has to obviously work towards.
That is true. Democratization means that every individual in this country will be able to use AI. AI will be used in administration to better our lives. AI will be used in doing many things to make us much more productive. How do you make sure that AI apps are used by everybody in this country, right? Now we got to tag it to Jio, we got to tag it to Airtel to make sure it comes as apps. How do you make sure that the AI used by people doesn't cost them too much? We got to come with a subscription model, and Mukesh Ambani has said Jio will provide the kind of costing to be done, and for that we need a back-end hyper server activity to be done. If we don't build the server capacity, how can millions and crores of people start using it? I think a lot of work has to be done, a lot of use cases have to be done, a lot of startups have to come to democratize, a lot of investment has to happen. And that's where government investment comes in. Last year, China spent $135 billion on AI, $39 billion in the government. And America is spending about $700 billion among the top 5 companies who are building their own data centers and hyper cloud and doing many things. Google is spending $175 billion, and government of India is spending $1.5 billion spread over 5 years. Every year, government of India, state government should spend 40 to 50,000 crores on innovation. Right now, they're spending very much less. My state of Karnataka is hardly spending anything, with the chief minister abusing all of us, saying that, what happened there is not make in India, fake in India, abusing those people who have gone there from Karnataka, who are a large part of the AI crowd in the summit. Right? We need better thinking from our political leaders. And the government of India, state government spend 10 lakh crores in subsidies every single year. Government of India, 4 lakh crores. Why can't they spend 40, 50,000 crores led by state, government of India, states like Karnataka, states like Telangana, states like Delhi and Haryana, Maharashtra. We got to spend that kind of money. Otherwise, empty rhetoric will not be of any use. So I would request the Prime Minister's office to seriously put apart money. Now that you have said AI for Manav, you got to really spend money to give Manav what the Manav needs.
In fact, sir, before I let you go and before I take in your concluding remarks regarding this AI summit, because India has set the stage, what's next? What's the first step of action that we need to take? And also your thoughts on developing an ethical governance AI, or something that actually, a framework that actually looks at AI moving forward, sir?
What we need to do is make large investments for making this happen, to democratize the AI and make the Manav get the Manav AI. It's not going to happen without giving money, without investing money. And government of India must put up the money, state government must put up the money. They must give it to a lot of startups to create those kind of apps, and they must help hyperscalers come up and make sure it's available to everybody. Otherwise, it's just going to be another thought, another great statement by a Prime Minister. So we need the kind of money, we need an action plan. And right now, what government of India has got is very timid. It's not going to achieve what the Prime Minister wants to achieve. The second thing, what needs to be done is to make sure that we retain our digital sovereignty. I'm very worried that all our data will be controlled by the global monopolies, especially looking at what the AI advisor to the White House, Sehri, made a statement today morning, which I read, to say that everything is going to happen in America. America is going to be the hegemon, the greatest country in the world, and the rest of the world are going to be useless. That's not what we want. We want to be the creators. How to become creators? You've got to put money to work. So I'm happy to see Mukesh Ambani make the commitment and Adani make the commitment, $210 billion, Chandra make the commitment, and others, $400 to $500 billion a commitment. We must make sure they all work together, they all finish it very fast, and we need the power. It's going to be power intensive, get the power lines, transmission lines, everything. All that has to come together. And we have to invest 40, 50,000 a year on innovation. Maybe in the budget, we got to put more money. The existing budget does not have enough money to achieve this in a short period of time, because the world is going very fast. And as for bringing in ethical AI and all the nice stuff that Prime Minister spoke about, we need a global compact. In 1948, we had the Universal Declaration of Human Rights. Now with the UN, we need the Universal Declaration of Digital Rights. What are the digital rights of every individual on this planet? How do you protect the digital rights of all individuals? And how do you make sure that government becomes the guarantor of protection? How do you make sure that we are not thrown to the wolves at the mercy of global monopolies who are going to control us by agreement? And how do you make sure there's no great centralization and we are protected? All the things have to be answered, and it's a global problem. Like the Prime Minister spoke about the Global South. Who in the Global South? There hardly any company in the Global South which had the capability at scale like America, China have. Which are the countries which can do things like India does? Name those countries. I don't see them. The Global South will only remain India and a few other countries. I think it's important to understand that to define what is ethical AI, we need a global compact. If it's a global compact, people will know what it is. People will know what to compare with, and governments can use that to protect people. All of us need protection. For example, today we saw Australia, some time ago we saw Australia ban the use of social media and other digital media by young people. President Macron spoke about the need to protect children and said it's a civilization issue, and said he's sure Prime Minister Modi will do it. So we got to work to protect our young children from all these digital onslaught and all the fakes and things that are going on, because they're very vulnerable. And the studies and people saying that the current generation will have less cognitive ability than the earlier generation, and that will be the first time in human history in the past so many centuries that it happens. Because every generation was smarter than the earlier generation, had more cognitive ability. Now they're seeing a reversal. And why they're seeing the reversal, which is dangerous for the future of humanity, because they're all becoming zombies, consuming too much of digital media and being subject to social media, AI, and much fakes. So I think we got to carefully, the issues are all clear before us. We got to take decisions, enforce the decisions, and work towards them.
Absolutely. Thank you so much, sir, for joining us on Newsx with that valuable perspective. Always a pleasure to speak to you. With that, we are slipping into a short commercial.
प्रधानमंत्री श्री नरेंद्र मोदी के नेतृत्व में दिल्ली की रेखा गुप्ता सरकार ने राजधानी में नए आयुष्मान आरोग्य मंदिर लॉन्च किए। अच्छी सेहत के लिए दिल्ली वालों को मिली एक और बड़ी सौगात। इलाज की सुविधा मिलेगी घरों के ही पास।
लगभग हर विधानसभा में हम 12 से 15 आरोग्य मंदिर खोलें ताकि छोटे मोटे ट्रीटमेंट के लिए आपको दूर ना दौड़ना पड़े।
दिल्ली में अब आरोग्य मंदिरों की संख्या हुई 319। आरोग्य मंदिरों में करीब 80 टेस्ट होते हैं फ्री में मिलती हैं जरूरी दवाएं, मैटरनिटी केयर और वैक्सीनेशन की भी सुविधा। 1100 आयुष्मान आरोग्य मंदिर खोलने का है दिल्ली सरकार का इरादा। पूरा होगा दिल्ली को सेहतमंद बनाने का वादा।
Prime Minister Narendra Modi, while addressing the India AI Impact Summit 2026, emphasized the need to democratize artificial intelligence and called for a transparent approach to data sharing. Speaking at the opening of the India AI Impact Summit 2026 at Bharat Mandapam, Prime Minister Narendra Modi unveiled India's Manav vision for AI, which he described as a framework to advance humanity's welfare. He stressed that humans should not be treated as mere data points and that AI must serve as a tool for inclusion and empowerment, particularly for countries in the global south. His address was followed by a family photograph. Let me in fact introduce the guests who are joining us on the broadcast to take this discussion forward. Parth Amin, who is the co-founder and CEO of Decode Age. Ritesh, let me introduce some piece of information right now that is coming in. Prime Minister Narendra Modi has met the Prime Minister of Greece and on the sidelines of the AI Summit in New Delhi. Both the leaders have held a bilateral meeting as well. All right, so we saw an earlier bilateral as well with the Crown Prince of Abu Dhabi, and now we are seeing that Prime Minister Narendra Modi has in fact held bilateral talks with the Prime Minister of Greece as well. You have those visuals on your screens. Let me in fact introduce the other guests who are on the panel with us. Ritesh Bhatia, cybersecurity expert, Ronita Sen Gupta, AI ethics and governance expert, Gautam Mukherjee, senior journalist, and Nilesh Bhojani, who's the Vice President of Product Engineering, Seclor. Thank you so much all for joining us on the broadcast. We appreciate your time. If I can first go across to Parth on this, how are you looking at the India AI Summit? We are seeing a lot of announcements being made. We saw the Prime Minister's vision, the Manav vision for AI going forward. He's spoken about a lot of talking points. What's the most important takeaway for you?
Yes, I think at this particular time in India, when all of us are looking into AI and how and what can be done in AI, the largest revolution India can have in this particular time period would be replacing doctors and consultations with AI consultations. And this is something what we have seen with a lot of AI startups in this AI summit, which has also been promoted. In this, the major concern which I see is how are we going to set up policies around it? The opportunities are immense, and we see there is a good support which has been provided, which has started been provided from the government and the institutes around. But what would be the policy to control the set of data within India? Because currently all this particular AI platforms are majorly using US or China data centers, and how do we bring it to India? That's something what we are looking into. But yes, I think at the current particular position, we will be seeing a lot of innovations in healthcare platforms.
Absolutely. In fact, Mr. Bhatia, if I can also get your first reactions to this entire AI summit. You're a cybersecurity expert. Everyone has been talking about AI as a double-edged sword. How are you looking at this going forward? The Prime Minister has in fact spoken about, developing a framework that governs AI, so that going forward these deep fakes do not create a disturbance in this sector.
Well, the deepfakes have already been creating a lot of disturbance all across, and especially whenever it is the election period. And now even we are going to go through an election period in West Bengal. So I'm pretty sure a lot of fake news and misinformation, disinformation is going to be propagated. But the center has taken a good stand by saying that within 3 hours they are supposed to bring down whenever anything like this happens. Now coming back to the AI summit, not very impressed with it because it could have been handled much better. There could have been a lot more policy decisions that could have been taken. But yet I appreciate, the Honorable Prime Minister talking about Manav and, very clearly spoken about governance. He's also spoken about the morality of it. And my major concern is this going to reach to the masses or not? That is something that we really have to see. As Parth was also saying that, the most of the models, we all know it's from the West, and especially from the US and from the China. So yes, we need to develop it indigenously as such, but by the time that stack is built up, wherein we can say, okay, this is something, we can proudly say that this entire stack is ours, we don't have to worry about it. Till then, we have to be very cautious as far as the cyber crimes are concerned. You're already seeing the voice clones. I mean, they are increasing day by day. Deep fakes that are there, we are not able to distinguish it. And whether it's the authentic original video or whether it is a deep fake. Like even if you look at the Epstein files, now what happened over there? You saw a lot of people eating the flesh of the babies, and most of them were deep fake. They were not the real ones. But then I wouldn't blame the users as such. I would. It was the responsibility of the intermediaries to detect it. See, today naked eye cannot detect whether it's a deep fake or whether it's an original video. So why I'm a little bit tad disappointed about the AI summit, because what happens about the accountability? Like in Manav, the A stands for the accountability. What happens about the accountability? Who's going to take up that particular accountability? I think we need and even when Prime Minister Modi ji has spoken about governance, I think regulation and governance is extremely important, and not just only at the India level, but at the global level. Because we've done the same mistakes earlier also in cyberspace. We tried to regulate it, we tried to govern it, but it was too little and too late. But now is the time that they really need to walk the talk and act on it. Over to you.
Absolutely. In fact, let me introduce some piece of information that is coming in. Prime Minister Narendra Modi held bilateral talks with the Dutch Prime Minister as well on the sidelines of the India AI Impact Summit. Now, the leaders in fact discussed harnessing artificial intelligence for economic and social growth, and noted the conclusion of the India-EU FTA negotiations and agreed to strengthen cooperation in technology, in innovation and economic partnership. They also reaffirmed their commitment to a global fight against terrorism. Let me in fact rope in Ronita Sen Gupta, who's an AI ethics and governance expert onto this. Ma'am, when we're looking at governance as a whole, the Prime Minister also spoke about this during his address. He's spoken about ethical governance. He's spoken about India leading this charge, showing the world how you can implement AI in governance. And we saw his meeting with the Dutch Prime Minister. They were in fact also looking at more cooperation in this sector. They're looking at how we can harness artificial intelligence for social growth as well. How are you looking at this sector growing?
Let me, thank you for the question. And I would like to also, put this point forward that while I'm not a tech expert and I'm focusing more on AI ethics and governance, but I run a foundation called Realize, where sometime back we started with AI Elevation Labs, where we've been focusing on AI ethics and governance and figuring out the biases that we see present in the existing AI platforms. And I think it's not only us, there are other organizations who are also into this particular segment who are doing that. So for today, definitely, while we are having this massive summit at a global scale, okay, and there are a whole lot of, obviously thoughts and perspective about it, but there is a need to have our indigenous and sovereign AI models. I definitely believe in that. And even if we are building those, AI governance should be the most crucial part of the development phase. So when Honorable Prime Minister spoke about Manav, where he has emphasized on the moral and ethical systems, about accountability, about national sovereignty, accessibility, inclusiveness, legitimacy, I definitely feel that these should be the 5 pillars of AI tools, and this is what exactly the AI governance stands for. So, needless to say, that doesn't matter what we are building in our country or what we are adapting from other countries, our platforms should be used ethically with no misuse and should be free from all kind of biases, because we have to look at a lot of communities. We have to look at the vulnerable, population as well. And I keep on saying that whether it's women, it's children, it's senior citizens, they're all vulnerable to a lot of AI biases and, crimes or misuse of AI that we've seen that's been happening. So yes, definitely AI governance, AI ethics will form an extremely critical part of whatever new policies or whatever new AI tools and technology we bring about. Over to you.
Absolutely. In fact, I will come back to that discussion, but let me introduce some more information that is coming in. Prime Minister Narendra Modi also held a bilateral meeting with the Swiss President Guy Parmelin on the sidelines of the India AI Impact Summit being held in the national capital till February 21st now. Now, Parmelin is among the 20 world leaders invited to participate in the summit. The meeting took place amid growing engagement between India and Switzerland in the areas of artificial intelligence, innovation and digital governance. Let me rope in Gautam Mukherjee into this discussion. Sir, obviously when we are looking at the Manav vision, what are your first thoughts regarding this outline, this framework that the Prime Minister has set?
Well, I think the best way to take it forward in a reasonable period of time is to ally as much artificial intelligence in the pursuit of governance. Now, governance in a country like India is a large task. There are many union ministers, there are many states and their cabinets, and there are 3 lots of areas according to our constitution: the central area, the joint state and central area, and purely state areas. Now, all of this suffers from a good deal of red tape. In some cases, massive corruption as well, and implementation leaks implementation misdirections. That means money meant for a particular purpose diverted to another. So there's a lot of work to be done. The ethical aspects are embedded in modernizing all of this. Now, if we get on with it, I think we will be benefiting the maximum number of our people. It's obvious in places like education, agriculture, health, general administration, disbursement of welfare. In all of these areas, quite apart from help to the manufacturing sector, both large and small and medium, the services sector, there is, if I see this huge jamboree that has been extended now for 2 extra days, and all the heads of state and all the governments and ministers and all the different companies that have come in, they may have their models ready, but they don't have a market like this. They do not have a market like this, one which is not passive, which is quite capable of creative AI work and is in need of large investment because the data centers cost a lot of money. We are setting some of them up. We are being helped by some of the biggest like Google, but we could do with a lot of investment to have our own data centers. And that is the one way to keep control of our data, which otherwise is likely to be hosted abroad. It's like the internet, except far bigger and far wider in scope. So that's the way to go. I wouldn't, as I've said time and again on these discussions over the last 2 or 3 days, I wouldn't overemphasize fear and control at the early stages. That is why most of the countries who have developed AI to a greater extent than ourselves do not over-regulate in the beginning. There will come issues that will emerge and we will have to deal with them. But right now it's a matter of implementation and progress.
Absolutely. In fact, there's some more information coming in. Let me introduce that. At the AI Summit, the Gates Foundation Chief Strategy Officer, Ankur Vora, has announced the launch of Advantage India for AI, an initiative aimed at bringing together innovators and philanthropists from India and the Global South to advance AI for social good. Let me, in fact, rope in another guest of ours who is with us on the broadcast, Nilesh Bhojani, who is the Vice President of Product Engineering of Seclor. Thank you so much, sir. Sir, when we are looking at such developments, when we are looking at the entire AI summit, obviously this is an opportunity for all kinds of startups, for all kinds of people looking at AI being the next big thing in the future.
Definitely, I think it is an opportunity, for startups, but also, large enterprises and organizations across the country. And I think, as Gautam ji said, it's time for implementation, it's time for excitement, and organizations are kind of in a tight spot in some way because you want to take advantage of this new technology and the opportunity that exists. But at the same time, there's a risk, right, that you will lose control of your data. There's a fear that what will happen to my data, and that fear is only become more real now with acts like DPDP, which has a real penalty attached to when your personal identifying information of your customers might leak, and there is also the intellectual property that might get leaked and be used by the AI models if you share data. So what is really important is for organizations to have visibility over what is happening, where the data is being used, how it is being used. And the sovereignty of AI models is definitely one big aspect in that regard, and I'm glad to see that there is advancement in that area, and India is making progress. But the reality is that there's a lot to catch up, right? And a lot of the advanced models are not in India, and at least for the short term, they will not be in India. So we do need to have control over where the data is going, and we hear this very often from our customers, and that's why we as a company also recently launched Secure. We pivoted and launched our Secure Armor, which provides data security intelligence, helping companies have the visibility and control over their data. And in general, we have seen that the whole traditional security model about securing the perimeter, right? And that's no longer valid because you cannot really keep data within a specific container. Data needs to move, and that's why data security, securing the data wherever it goes is really important. So moving from AI risk to AI readiness is something that is a need of the time, need of the hour, and we are hearing that a lot of organizations are still not sure of how to do that. Over the next 6 months, 1 year, I think that's going to be a really important aspect for us as a nation to grow and take advantage of this opportunity. It's going to be important that government as well as private organizations take this very seriously and invest the resources both in terms of you know developing the tools and techniques and processes, and also upskilling people so that we take advantage of these opportunities and do not get left behind.
Absolutely. In fact, there's some more information coming in. The Mistral AI CEO Arthur Mentz, speaking at the AI Impact Summit 2026 in New Delhi, has said that the future belongs to those who build, deploy and take ownership of artificial intelligence. He stressed on the importance of giving users full control over their AI workloads, ensuring business continuity and avoiding dependency on external providers who could restrict access. He also emphasized that in a future where openness and autonomy are considered fundamental, countries and regions must have the ability to chart their own AI path and shape their technological destiny. Parth, if I can come to you on this, this is a very important and pertinent point that has been raised by the CEO. He's speaking about autonomy. He's speaking about sovereignty of data, which in fact our Prime Minister as well spoke about. He said, "Jiska data, uska hak." And our Prime Minister has also in fact laid out this framework that we need to work for ourselves. We need to make sure that we are not just consumers but developers and innovators in this sector.
Oh, absolutely correct. But we are missing down on one of the very fundamental question which comes around quality of data, because where in India, when we see most of the things are unorganized, we see the quality of data is not right. Even in health, if you tell me all the hospitals will store their data in their own particular structure, but if you want to take it and use it into AI, and even governance, even government, if they have to bring this particular data together, there is a big mishap. So there has to be a fundamental structure in this particular data so that it can be passed to particular customers going forward and see how they can really see the lifelong data of their particular health journey, and then map it for the future of how and what steps to be taken up in the coming period of time. So this is something what we have seen in health on the longer period of time, and real examples, if you see, there are companies like Whoop.
All right, so we have, in fact, I apologize for interrupting you, Parth, but we have some visuals that are coming in. We have the French president actually meeting Prime Minister Narendra Modi. They have held a discussion, and remember that both the leaders were also present at the AI Impact Summit in the morning today, and this is Prime Minister Modi with the French President Emmanuel Macron. They both have held discussions as well. A bilateral discussion was held, and we have those visuals that we are bringing for you right now. All right, let's talk about also why this is important because we are talking about a lot of agreements with France as well going forward. Let me rope in Gautam Mukherjee on this. Sir, this is, apart from the AI summit, we are also looking at a lot of agreements, a lot of trademark deals with France.
Yes, in defense in particular, there is a large number of very exciting developments. The 114 Rafales, then 30 plus, I think 38 new naval Rafales, a helicopter collaboration, a engine collaboration, a possibility of getting the latest version of Rafale with a new engine, 50% plus indigenization, including a lot of Indian armaments being attached. You know, this was a problem in Sindoor because we couldn't launch Rafales, the missiles, the BrahMos missiles from the Rafales because we couldn't attach them. We had to do it from the Sukhoi. Of course, the Sukhoi is also capable of picking up a heavier load. So there are various issues. And I think the Prime Minister and Macron have been spending as much time together ever since Macron arrived. And once Macron departs, it'll probably be Lula's turn from Brazil. He's got the Embraer as well on the anvil. So yes, there's AI going on, but there's also bilateral summits happening simultaneously. There's a lot of improvement on and you know, face-to-face acknowledgement of the EU India trade deal. So many heads of government of different EU nations are here. So it is a lot of things. This is an unusual summit in a sense that I think the political component, the diplomatic component is very high. At the same time, there are people who are technically able to take advantage of these, you know, various offerings and are busy collaborating, making contacts and the like. So it's a lot of things. And I think India is being acknowledged for the position it now has in the world, and it's emerging into the third largest power. I think we will be at 5 trillion before long, and at the threshold of the third largest power, perhaps even before 28. And going forward with all of this, I was listening to an ambassador in the earlier session in the morning, and he said that this AI could add some 500, 550 billion in business to India just by itself. So we're talking very large numbers, very fast, and capable of many things we are not properly aware of at this moment.
Absolutely, Mr. Mukherjee. In fact, let me just address these visuals that we are running on our screens right now. This is live from the Bharat Mandapam, where the AI Impact Summit is being held currently, and we can see the industry bigwigs, Mr. Adani and Mr. Ambani, actually at the summit over there. They are also over there to observe what kind of stalls have been put up, what kind of technology has come in, and obviously this is something that the entire industry is looking forward to.
AI will deliver huge economic gains. It will have twice the impact of the Industrial Revolution in just half the time. But what we are seeing here at this summit is how AI will raise the floor for humanity. Rural clinics will soon be able to offer the same level of medical expertise as big teaching hospitals. As the son of a doctor and as the parent of 2 girls blessed with the best medical care the world can provide. As the grandson of someone born in rural Tanzania, I know what a difference this will make. It will lead to an improvement in human health and happiness that we have not seen before. Farmers on their small holdings will be able to call on the combined expertise of the world's best agronomists and soil scientists. In the greatest step forward ever for equality of opportunity, every child will now have access to a personalized tutor. It won't matter if you're born in the Lutyens bungalow zone or in Ali Rajpur, you will, thanks to this technology, have the same educational opportunities. It will be the greatest democratization of knowledge ever. Friends, this is the new world that we are entering. Never before in human history will so many people receive a boost to their quality of life. That will be this technology's greatest achievement. And that will be your legacy. Thank you.
That was the former UK Prime Minister Rishi Sunak, who spoke at the Bharat Mandapam during the AI Impact Summit. All right, some more information coming in. Prime Minister Narendra Modi has taken to social media platform X and said that the AI Impact Summit, he emphasized the importance of building a human-centric global AI ecosystem. He highlighted that throughout history, humanity has turned disruptions into opportunities, and the rise of AI is yet another such pivotal moment. He also called for collective efforts to create a roadmap, ensuring that AI delivers the right impact, achieved through timely decisions and effective forward-looking policies. Let me in fact rope in Mr. Bhatia on this. Sir, when we are looking at this kind of development for the AI, we are looking at a more human-centric ecosystem that India wants to, it has a vision towards working for it. And our Prime Minister in fact has also highlighted how AI, obviously it's a sky full of opportunities, but we need to make sure that we are the people who are holding the steering wheel.
Yeah, see, what he said is absolutely fine, but then the question remains that what kind of support we will get. Like here, there are like, startups like what Parth is over here, Nilesh from Seclor is there. I mean, even what is our spending in research and development? It is less than 1% as compared to 4% of China or US. What is our spending in research and development? It's always been very, very low as such. Moreover, we have always been of a mentality of adopting things and not innovating. And when we innovate, we don't get that kind of support. We have seen this mistake happening time and again. Like when the IT revolution was there, we were just mere coders. We were not innovators. We were the people behind the scenes, writing thousands and millions lines of codes as such. When the web came, what kind of giants have we produced? Not really, not many as such. Then again, when it comes to the digitalization, yeah, and one thing I'm very proud about is our UPI. But besides that, what? So this is the time. This is the time when the government has to step in. Why the other countries are able to create, well, China has been able to create DeepSeek. I mean, just a small company, and those people were like, you saw the kind of bloodshed that happened in the stock exchanges of New York. What was that because of? It was because of DeepSeek. Nobody ever thought that Sam Altman's OpenAI could get competition overnight, and that actually happened as such. So this is why this happened, because they had a lot of support from the government, from the industry. Now, when you spoke about two big business leaders coming up over there, are we in that particular case just looking at, like Mr. Mukherjee said about billions of dollars flowing in? But where is it going? Is it going to go to to the smaller companies also, so that they can also do a lot of research, a lot of innovation? Will that money also be going to, let's say, the policymakers, to our public institutions? IITs have always done a brilliant job. So are we going to create more centers of excellence from the government and rather than the private university showing that they have put 350 crores and we saw what kind of dogs they got over there, right? So this is not that what we are looking at, and it shouldn't be happening that okay, only the capitalists are going to make a lot of money. This is the time when our Gen Zs, the millennials, they have a lot of entrepreneurial spirit as such. A lot means lot. They just need that guidance, they need that support, and who better than the government supporting them? So I think it's time that the government actually pulls up its socks and like what Mr. Mukherjee said earlier also, he pointed out about the corruption. And that's exactly even my concern. The red tapeism is my concern. The bureaucracy is my concern. So how will these funds be going? And when there are certain innovations, are our politicians just going to brush it aside? I hope not.
All right. In fact, I thank all the guests for joining us on the broadcast, Mr. Path Amin, Ritesh Bhatia, Ronita Sen Gupta, Gautam Mukherjee and Nilesh Bhujani for putting your valuable insights into this discussion. My colleague Brian Thomas now has spoken to tech leaders at the AI Impact Summit. Let's take a look at those interactions.
Well, clearly Newsx is on ground zero and we are covering the AI Impact Summit 2026. There are an array of sessions that is here and we are visiting different stalls, different halls to understand what AI brings to the table, how innovation brings to the table and how India is being positioned in the global AI map. It's a very interesting substance here, and to talk more about it, we are joined by Dipansh Goyal, who is the engineer of Method AI. We'll be talking to him. Dipansh, my very first question to you would be, what is this? What do you do to simplify everything for viewers who are watching you on television right now? Just explain the process, what it does, what do you do, and everything about your organization and what you're part of.
Okay, so hi, I'm Dipansh. I'm from Method AI. I'm a physical AI engineer there. So what you're seeing right now is a VLA model running on a humanoid robot. So what we do is we build brains for humanoid robots. Basically, our company is a software company, and we add intelligence to it. So we train it, we show it a couple of demonstrations of what task we want it to perform, and it can automatically perform it. It can correct itself. So as you can see, now it's going to try to pick and place a cube into this box. I'll add the cube here, and then it will try to pick and place it into the box until it succeeds. So it will make errors, it will keep succeeding. And now we are actually targeting MSMEs, small scale factories, medium scale factories, where they are quite unorganized, they're traditional, they don't have the big space for bigger robotic solutions. So we are going to replace their employees with humanoids that can perform these tasks 24/7.
It's about also replacing them with humanoids. Now, also, how efficient do you think the humanoids will be? And do you feel the fact that we are ready for humanoids at this point of time? And how beneficial that will be in the coming days now? Because we're talking about the future also, the Viksit Bharat is also there. So again, on that line.
Okay, so humanoids, again, at this point, they're at a very early stage GPT. So, a few years ago, GPT, nobody used GPT. It spewed out random text, but now everybody uses ChatGPT today. Similarly, humanoids are at a very early stage today. It's not like we can deploy them right away, but the development is so fast. We are working towards that goal. We are working towards that mission to automate everything, and it will take a little bit of time, and we can automate everything with these humanoids. They can replace everyone, and people can focus on better tasks.
Apart from the picking the object and keeping it here, what else does it do apart from that as well?
Okay, so it can perform full body tasks. Let's say you want to use the humanoid for an inventory management in a factory. It can bend down, pick up objects and place it into the shelves. It can be deployed in places where you want it as an assistant. Let's say I ask it to bring a bottle from a secondary location to my table. It can do that. It can serve people. It can do, if we plan to deploy it in homes, it can also fold laundry. Basically, any task that we can show it, we can demonstrate to it a few demonstrations, and it will learn how to perform that task, same as a human.
Dipansh for speaking to us. So yes, viewers, what we also spoke to Dipansh, who is the engineer of this very organization, spoke about Method AI rather, spoke about how efficient this is going to be at this giving point of time, even though yes, it is at a very nascent stage as of now, but again, with the right amount of equipment, right amount of the backing that they are hoping at this point of time, this is really going to be a major game changer. And this is me, Brian Adi Thomas, senior camera person, Dinesh for Newsx, Delhi. So we are joined by Asta, who is the again the engineer of Method AI. So we have this structure here, robotic kind of structure that we see. If you can tell us something about this. We've spoken to Dipansh about the entire methodology and the actions that is doing, the theatrics that is doing, how it is picking the object and bringing it together. How do you see this evolving, and what does it do specifically?
So specifically, Dipansh told you about the vision language action models that we use to do the manipulation task. For the working and all things, we use reinforcement learning and another tech stack of AI and machine learning part. So we are using that to make it work, to balance into everything else.
And also, Dipansh also told about transforming to humanoid. What do you see that? How do you see that? And do you see it as an nascent stage? And we can also go walk with this also.
Yeah, so basically transforming it into humanoid is a bit difficult task, but yes, it's not impossible. So what we are planning on into deploying in the factories, as Dipansh told you earlier. So in the future only we are like humanoids, it will do exactly human actions, what the human actually does. Like if you can ask him to pick up a book and give me and read it, or to give me an apple or anything or any fruit that you would like to give it from the kitchen or something. So we can make the humanoid work from its own, like it would reduce the labor, it would help the elderly as well, like the people who cannot walk or who have some issues.
So I've seen in the screen there was the entire humanoid, the robot was also doing these aerobatics and all of that. Yeah. So what is that?
So basically those are some theatrics for fancy purposes. Like we use the mimic and imitation policies for that. If we go into tech details, like a person is there who is teaching the bot how to do things, what all we can do. So that's the part of imitation learning that we use.
Thank you, Asta, for speaking to us. So yes, viewers, what you see is the humanoid, again, to the very advanced stages at that point of time that we are showing you here itself. So clearly what you can see is also this entire humanoid that is working here. It's walking, it's picking objects, it's even putting it there. So what we have is this very substance here, this humanoid that is walking, that even showing off their hands itself. So what they are also talking about, how evolution is working itself, and again clapping itself. I think they like the reporting that I've been doing. So clearly this has been there itself, what we are trying to show you from our end. And again, this is our attempt to show all these models that are here to ensure that you get a perspective of what happens at the AI Impact Summit. This is me, Brian Adi Thomas, signing off, camera person Dinesh for Newsx, Delhi. Well, Newsx is on ground zero and we are covering the AI Impact Summit 2026. It's a jam-packed day. A day that is built for AI. This is flagship by India. And again, many world leaders, more than 20 head of states from more than 100 countries are here. 500 plus sessions, 3,250 speakers are coming here to speak on AI, digitech, AI infrastructure, sovereign AI, inclusive AI, and many more of these. And there are such many halls, such many booths here. Now, before I speak on further about what this brings to the table, I have a very interesting, a robot here that is here. It is dancing around and it has its own action. And to speak more about it, we have Sumit Sonal, who is the head of marketing for Qualcomm India. So welcome to Newsx.
Thank you. And thank you for coming to the show. Thank you
for having me. First question, straight to the point again. You are a part of the AI Impact Summit 2026. The Prime Minister has been vocaling about how to position India as the global AI hub. How do you feel? What are the anticipations? How hopeful are you for the AI Impact Summit, which is a flagship? There's so many leaders coming, Emmanuel Macron, Rishi Sunak, all these world leaders are here. How do you feel, sir?
I think very, very prestigious to be a part of this particular event. I think PM Modi has spoken a lot about AI and especially its impact in India, right? So I think very, very fortunate, very, very proud to be a part of it. This, what you are seeing right over here, has been our main showstopper. This is the first time when you see AI in its physical format. Yes. So this is what we call physical AI. The name of this particular robot or the humanoid which you are seeing is called Booster. Yeah, the Booster is the name of this particular robot. Now, what is happening over here? Let me quickly explain. So, it is running on a battery operated system, but it is running the entire large language model within inside it, right? So, all the data, everything is stored inside it. But the biggest thing which is there is that it is tuned for movement. Right, so you can use it in industries, you can use it in defense, you can use it in automation. Everything is tuned for movement. Now, this can do a bunch of things. This can run, this can walk, this can also do multiple dancing steps and so much more, right? Which people have been very much been asking for, right?
Is it automated? How do you control it? Like you said, it's physical AI, and it does a bunch of things. It can walk, it can dance, and it can help in different array of techniques and technologies. How do you program it? How are you, how is it understanding, see, I have to dance, I have to do this? What are the configurations?
Correct. So it is running a bunch of models. Okay. Right now, what you are seeing is, and I think your cameraman can also focus on that. We are running it right now through a controller. Running it through a controller, which you see right over there. There are a bunch of set presets. Okay. And those presets are being given right over here. So you will see all those movements coming in. We are still building those presets. You will see many more skill sets. For this particular show, we have created 4 to 5 scenarios which the people can understand, right? But in the future, you will see many more skill sets getting added onto this particular humanoid.
And how are you thinking? You've spoken about a multiple domains that it will be helpful. I just wanted to know, our viewers on television wanted to know how it will be benefiting the domains that you spoke about, and what specific domains that you were mentioning and talking about.
Sure. So I think, especially in terms of our industries, right, in terms of our factories, now there is a lot of work which can be done by humans, and I'm never saying that it will ever replace humans.
And that is what the Prime Minister also said.
So
the reshape it.
Correct. So the idea is to reshape the industry, right? There are so many jobs in our industries, in our factories, which do not need to be done by humans, right? Can you automate all of those with humanoids and with robots, right? There are industries like defense, right? Where you do not want your people to go in, but humanoids and robots can quickly action it, right? So industrial is our first space, defense is our second space, and that is all what we are working towards.
Is that what is this basically? I just wanted to know, is that a microphone? It's an audio device. What is it?
There are 2 cameras which you see right up the front. Okay.
My camera person also.
Yeah. So there are 2 cameras. All the data which it is seeing, right, it is stored within inside it. So there is no data which is going out. Everything is stored within. Okay. There are speakers, there are microphones. Someday soon, you will be also able to control it through using voice, right, making it much more easier. But today, all the sensors are inbuilt. All the sensors are in-house.
Thank you so much, Sumitji, for speaking to us. So you see this Booster, like you mentioned, right? So you have Booster here, again, a humanoid that is in front of us, interacting, dancing away. And this is what we are trying to show you, even though they've said that it is in the nascent stage. But again, this is going to be helpful in many such domains. And what he mentioned also, and what the Prime Minister also said it yesterday, that we have that common notion that it might take jobs, but it will actually reshape, refurbish and restructure jobs and actually make it extremely efficient and extremely important. And this is what he has in store. And again, again, a showstopper, like he mentioned, Booster, clearly staying on the show, and keep watching Newsx for more of these updates, more of these, what we have in store for you. And we also urge our viewers who are watching us on television to come out, experience this in first hand, so that you do not feel that you are getting a fear of losing out. You come here, you understand, and you experience this in the first hand. This is me, Brananthi Thomas, signing off, camera person Setu for Newsx Delhi. Well, Newsx is on ground zero, and we are covering the AI Impact Summit 2026 here. We have so much to display, so much to show you all. For watching us on television, we just showed you Booster, the humanoid robot that has so much to do, so many capabilities that it does. It can dance, it can, work in multiple domains. And what you have something here that Karthik, who is the, he's the technical lead, and he will be speaking about the entire process of it, how it works, and how this is beneficial. He's also the SST partner of the Qualcomm, and again the technical lead of SST. We will be speaking to Karthik. Karthik, welcome to Newsx.
Yeah, hi, I'm Karthik from SST team. We are partner with Qualcomm. So this is an open arm demonstration. So open arm basically is an open standard. So this widely uses at where in a industrial needs or and where human cannot reach or risky positions. So what it will do, I simply explain like it will mimic my behavior. So I can with user minimal efforts can do the heavy lifting in industries and guide and do the things. So in future it will replace a lot of places and do things very effectively.
Can we also try it, Karthik? You know how we can. So yeah,
press this to
yeah.
connect.
So once we press it, we can connect is what you. So this is how we are also trying it on camera. This is happening on real time. What you see, how we demonstrate it. So once we press it, it connects and it clones my hand movement is what you're saying, right? So suppose if I raise my hand, you see I've raised my hand, the robot is here also is raising its arm. So I've put my arm down, it's putting my arm down, and if I put it down further, it's again putting it down. So again, once I lift it a bit, it's lifting as it's cloning my hand movement itself. Now you can use it for two hands, again like he said, for heavy lifting in industries, in construction work, so you can do it. He's also doing it, so you get an understanding of this is how it's done. Now this is another switch that is here. I'll show it. This switch is how to, if you want a grip, you get a grip of but once you press this switch. So I like to do it. So you press this, it gets activated, and again you can see my hand movement and also the robot movement. And again you see, once I press this button, I'll request my camera person Setu to just show that I'm pressing this button and the grip is closing. And when I'm releasing it, it's again opening. So again, what an amazing innovation here that SSTM has for our store. And thank you, Karthik, for showing us and for talking to us on television and showing us around. So clearly, so many things to be showcased. So many things are here that we are trying to show you. And again, once you experience this, you'll get a first hand of it. This is our report. This is me, Brian Thomas, signing your camera person Setu for Newsx Delhi. Well, Newsx is on ground zero and we are covering the AI Impact Summit 2026. Clearly a very jam-packed day for the next 4 days. That's going to be extremely important with 500 sessions lined up. 3,200 speakers would be there. And again, the Prime Minister has always been vocaling about the fact that India as a AI global AI hub, and it's going to be very important. And this is again a flagship event by India to showcase India in the global AI map. We are joined by a very special guest, Ankit Kumar, who is the founder and CEO of SkyAir. Now, sir, to all, welcome to Newsx first.
Thank you so much.
So, very first question. To our viewers who are watching us on television right now, what is SkyAir? I could see a drone and a package here. There's some video here. To make things simpler, if you can explain our viewers what this is about.
Sure. So SkyAir is a drone delivery company. We do autonomous deliveries from A to B, and we have been working with a lot of e-commerce and quick commerce companies. A lot of logistics companies use our services to enable an hour delivery, 7 minutes delivery, 8 minutes delivery, essentially, to carry anything within Gurgaon, and now we are expanding to Bangalore. We started this 2.5 years back doing regular deliveries. We have done about 3.6 million deliveries, saving about 1,000 tons of carbon emission. And now here at the AI Impact Summit, we are announcing our partnership with two large companies. One is Arrive AI. It's a NASDAQ-listed American company which has made this Arrive Point. It's a smart mailbox. The drone you see here is basically moving from a warehouse to a residential apartment or office building. It drops the package automatically in this Arrive Point which is there. So it opens up, it drops the package into this Arrive Point. And then from this, there's a rover which is built by Autonomy, which is making smart rovers.
That you're talking.
That's the rover. So what happens here, the package from here, it shifts here. The rover is getting synced to the Arrive Point, and the package you will see here is moving into the rover, and then the rover goes to your doorstep, and it signifies us or gives us the signal that it has reached your doorstep, and then we notify you as a consumer that your package has reached your doorstep. You come out, you take your package, the delivery is done. It's an end-to-end asynchronous delivery, which 3 companies, 3 equipment, 3 machines coming together, creating an era of physical AI. AI is now getting into the physical spaces, into the physical devices, and that's one of the layers that we work in. Our Honorable Prime Minister has already spoken about India has to excel in the AI race, and we are working on the physical AI infrastructure part of it.
Thank you so much, Ankit, for speaking to us. So clearly, what Ankit also spoke about, how seamless this entire process looks like. You know, it starts from here, it goes here, there's a rover, which also talks about the end-to-end, making it very seamless for the people who would be the consumers rather. And even again, what we are showing you, different models, AI models, to physical, bodies, that how it is embodied itself and how India is becoming a global AI hub at this point of time. This is our report. We will be showing more such AI models, robotics, and many more of these innovations that India is going ahead at this point of time. This is me, Brian Andy Thomas, and your camera person Dinesh for Newsx, Delhi.
समान नागरिक संहिता हमारी बेटियां माता और बहनों के गरिमापूर्ण जीवन का आधार बने। यूनिफॉर्म सिविल कोड से लोकतंत्र की स्पिरिट को मजबूती मिलेगी, संविधान की भावना मजबूत होगी, किसी से भेदभाव नहीं, हर कोई बराबर।
प्रधानमंत्री श्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी की दूरदर्शी प्रेरणा और मुख्यमंत्री श्री पुष्कर सिंह धामी जी के सशक्त नेतृत्व में उत्तराखंड ने इतिहास रचते हुए देश का पहला राज्य बनने का गौरव प्राप्त किया, जहां समान नागरिक संहिता यानी यूनिफॉर्म सिविल कोड को प्रभावी रूप से लागू किया गया है। ये पहल राज्य में संवैधानिक मूल्यों को सुदृढ़ करते हुए समानता, सामाजिक समरसता और महिला सशक्तिकरण की दिशा में एक दूरदर्शी और प्रभावी कदम के रूप में स्थापित हुई है। इस ऐतिहासिक कानून के सफल क्रियान्वयन का 1 वर्ष पूर्ण होने पर उत्तराखंड सुशासन, समान अधिकार और जन विश्वास की उस यात्रा का उत्सव मना रहा है जो एक संकल्प से शुरू होकर अब एक व्यवस्था में परिवर्तित हो गई है। इस पहल की नींव मुख्यमंत्री श्री पुष्कर सिंह धामी जी द्वारा 12 फरवरी 2022 के राज्य विधानसभा चुनावों में जनता से किए गए उस ऐतिहासिक संकल्प से प्रारंभ हुई, जिसे पूरा करने की दिशा में 24 मार्च 2022 को नवगठित सरकार की प्रथम कैबिनेट बैठक में विशेषज्ञ समिति के गठन का निर्णय लिया गया। समिति ने प्रदेश भर में व्यापक संवाद करते हुए नागरिकों से लाखों सुझाव प्राप्त किए और 2 फरवरी 2024 को अपनी विस्तृत रिपोर्ट सरकार को प्रस्तुत की। इसके आधार पर 12 मार्च 2024 को यूसीसी उत्तराखंड अधिनियम 2024 को विधिक स्वीकृति प्रदान की गई और 27 जनवरी 2025 को नियमावली के प्रभावी होने के साथ ये कानून प्रशासनिक और डिजिटल दोनों स्तरों पर पूर्णतः लागू हुआ। इस अधिनियम के अंतर्गत विवाह, वसीयत, तलाक, लिव इन रिलेशनशिप तथा विधिक उत्तराधिकारी घोषणाओं से संबंधित प्रावधानों में सभी नागरिकों के लिए समान और न्याय संगत व्यवस्था सुनिश्चित की गई है। साथ ही महिलाओं के अधिकारों और वरिष्ठ नागरिकों के हितों के संरक्षण पर विशेष ध्यान दिया गया है, जिससे इसकी सार्वभौमिक स्वीकार्यता, प्रशासनिक दक्षता और जन विश्वास को नई मजबूती मिली है। कानून के सफल क्रियान्वयन हेतु 10 दिनों से भी कम समय में 8,500 से अधिक अधिकारियों तथा 7,500 से अधिक कॉमन सर्विस सेंटर संचालकों को प्रशिक्षित किया गया है। इसके साथ ही सहायता एवं तकनीकी परामर्श के लिए राज्यव्यापी मॉक ड्रिल का सफल आयोजन किया गया। इसके परिणाम स्वरूप 1 वर्ष में राज्य पोर्टल पर लगभग 5 लाख आवेदन प्राप्त हुए, जिनमें से 96% का औसतन 5 दिनों से भी कम समय में निस्तारण हुआ। पंजीकरण की गति में उल्लेखनीय वृद्धि हुई है, जहां प्रतिदिन औसतन 1400 से अधिक पंजीकरण दर्ज किए जा रहे हैं। संवेदनशील एवं उत्तरदायी शासन का परिचय देते हुए सरकार ने जनता की आवश्यकताओं के अनुरूप नियमों में समय समय पर आवश्यक संशोधन भी किए, जिससे यूसीसी कानून को और अधिक समावेशी, व्यवहारिक तथा जनहितकारी स्वरूप प्रदान किया जा सके। विकसित भारत 2047 के विजन के अनुरूप विकसित उत्तराखंड की दिशा में समान नागरिक संहिता एक महत्वपूर्ण पहल है, जो समानता और न्याय को प्रशासनिक प्रक्रियाओं में व्यवस्थित रूप से समाहित कर रही है। समान नागरिक संहिता, समानता द्वारा समरसता।
कसूरी मेथी लाजवाब है, लाजवाब है।
स्वाद और सुगंध इसकी
लाजवाब है, लाजवाब है।
अगर MDH कसूरी मेथी नहीं डाला
तो खाली हाथ मलते रह जाओगे।
एक एक पत्ता हाथ से चुना
स्वाद और सुगंध जगाए कई गुना।
MDH का किचन किंग किचन में हो तो हम सब कुछ बना सकते हैं। बैंगन का भरता, आलू गोभी, भिंडी मसाला और भी बहुत कुछ।
MDH अब आया असली स्वाद।
अब आया स्वाद।
जब स्वाद के पड़े हो लाले तो MDH का चंकी चाट मसाला डालें। MDH का चंकी चाट मसाला।
MDH
जो भी पके
ऐसा पके,
जहाँ भी हो जो
खींचा चलाए,
मिठी दिल हो या पुलियो गिरे, वांगी भात हो या पोड़ी मसाला, रस पाउडर या सांभर मसाला, असली मसाले सच सच MDH।
प्रधानमंत्री श्री नरेंद्र मोदी के नेतृत्व में प्रदूषण रहित देवी बसों के जरिए राजधानी के हर कोने तक पहुंच बढ़ाने में जुटी है दिल्ली की रेखा गुप्ता सरकार। दिल्ली का हर सपना होगा साकार।
3400 EV बसें हम दिल्ली की परिवहन व्यवस्था में जोड़ चुके हैं।
इलेक्ट्रिक बसें बढ़ा रही हैं अंतिम मील कनेक्टिविटी। महिलाओं के लिए पिंक सीटें होती हैं आरक्षित। पैनिक बटन और CCTV कैमरों से यात्रा होती है सुरक्षित।
अच्छी है बस भी, बस की क्वालिटी सब कुछ अच्छा है।
देवी बसें की सर्विस भी बहुत बढ़िया है, सही सफर कर लेता हूँ मैं।
पूरा होगा आसान सफर का वादा, प्रदूषण कम करने का इरादा।
Hello and welcome. I'm Pratap Singh. You're joining us on Newsx. Breaking news coming in this hour. Andhra Pradesh police have framed charges against YSRCP leader Ananta Babu and his wife Lakshmi Durga for their involvement in the murder of youth Subramaniam. In the SIT report, which has been accessed by Newsx, it has been established that the wife played a key role in the destruction and disappearance of evidence after the murder. Naresh Shakina joins us for more on this story. Naresh, give us more details about these charges that have been framed now.
Yes, so we can see in the Newsx exclusively, the special investigation team has concluded that YSRCP MLC Ananta Babu and his wife Ananta Lakshmi Durga alias Roja were also involved in the murder case of Dalit youth Subramaniam. It has been established that she only instigated the murder, but also assisted Ananta Babu in the crime in everything, every way. And it has also been found that she played a key role in the destruction of disappearance of the evidence of this case also after the murder. And after analyzing of the CC footage from so many cameras, it has been concluded that she has traveling with the main accused Ananta Babu at the scene of murder and the vehicle in the which the body was taken after it. And because in the Andhra Pradesh, it was a sensational case in that time. The seat has also included YSRCP MLC Ananta Babu's wife Ananta Lakshmi Durga alias Roja as a year 2 in the murder case of Dalit youth Subramaniam. He has charged her with murder, abetment of murder, destruction of evidence, and special investigation team officials who conducted further investigation in the case filed a charge sheet of the affected SC and ST court in Rajahmundry on yesterday also. In the wake of YSRCP government, the failure to truly investigate the case and collect crucial technical evidence and subsequent of actual what happened in that case, the main accused Ananta Babu and the coalition government formed a seat in July as last year. Further investigation of this special investigation team, our senior advocate are appointed as the assistant prosecution. As part of the special investigation team, CCTV footage, call records, witness statements, and regarding other technical evidence and forensic analysis were also conducted. Many new elements came to limelight in this case. All of the were included in the charge sheet also. Now this is the big thing. What happened in the city, because everything is mentioned in the city. In that report, Subramaniam worked as a car driver for Ananta Babu and his wife Lakshmi Durga for 6 years. And this is the major breakthrough from this case, and deep investigation also going through through this report also.
Absolutely. Appreciate you joining us, Naresh, with those details. The man on your screen is Andrew Mountbatten Windsor, and he has been arrested in the Epstein-linked misconduct probe. New revelations in the Epstein files last week suggested that Andrew had sent confidential documents to Jeffrey Epstein during his time as UK's trade envoy. The police nicked a 66-year-old man from Norfolk on suspicion of misconduct in public office. They won't name him as per UK rules, but every outlet from BBC to CNN to Al Jazeera is reporting it's Andrew Mountbatten Windsor, the ex-Duke of York, King Charles's brother. He is in custody as we speak. Harun, welcome. You're watching Deep Dive. I'm Uday Pratap Singh. Today on Andrew Mountbatten Windsor's 66th birthday, delivered has been one of the most dramatic chapters yet in the long-running Jeffrey Epstein scandal. The man once known as Prince Andrew, brother of King Charles III, has been arrested by Thames Valley Police on suspicion of misconduct in public office, reportedly. Officers raided properties linked to him in Berkshire and Norfolk, and he remains in custody. This isn't about the old sexual allegations directly. It's a criminal probe sparked by fresh revelations in the latest Epstein files. Let's unpack for you the full story, the Epstein ties, and why this arrest could change everything. Andrew's friendship with Jeffrey Epstein dates back to the late 1990s, facilitated by Ghislaine Maxwell. Epstein, the convicted sex offender who died in 2019, cultivated powerful figures. Andrew admitted visiting Epstein's New York mansion and his private island, Little St. James. The relationship didn't end after Epstein's 2008 conviction for soliciting prostitution from a minor. In 2010, while serving as the UK's unpaid special representative for international trade and investment, Andrew was photographed walking in Central Park with Epstein, a PR disaster that forced him to step down as trade envoy in 2011. The most serious claims came from Virginia Giuffre. She alleged Epstein and Maxwell trafficked her to Andrew for sex 3 times when she was 17 in London, New York, and on the island. She produced the famous 2001 photo of Andrew with his arm around her waist. Maxwell smiling in the backdrop. Andrew has always denied meeting Giuffre, denied any wrongdoing, and famously claimed in his disastrous 2019 BBC Newsnight interview that he couldn't sweat due to a Falklands War injury and was at Pizza Express in Woking that night. Public fury followed. He stepped back from duties days later. Queen Elizabeth II stripped him of his HRH style for official use in 2022, and King Charles later removed his military titles and patronages. In 2021, Giuffre sued Andrew in New York under the Child Victims Act for battery and intentional infliction of emotional distress. Rather than face trial, which could have included depositions and cross-examination, Andrew settled out of court in February 2022. The joint statement expressed regret for Epstein's actions, but made no admission of liability from Andrew. He agreed to make a substantial donation to Giuffre's victims' rights charity. The amount was never officially confirmed, but British media widely reported it to be around £12 million, or roughly $15 to $16 million at the time, plus her legal fees. Giuffre's lawyer emphasized the settlement didn't shield Andrew from criminal liability. Tragically, Giuffre died by suicide in April 2025. No non-disclosure agreement was signed long-term. The temporary gagging clause reportedly expired in 2023. The settlement avoided what could have been a humiliating public trial, but it came at a massive financial cost. Here's where it gets explosive. Andrew didn't pay the settlement himself. Reports from early February 2026, reignited by the new Epstein files releases, claimed the money was largely a loan from his family. The Sun and other outlets detailed the late Queen Elizabeth II reportedly contributed around £7 million. £3 billion came from Prince Philip's estate, smaller amounts from other royals, with initial claims of £1.5 to £2 million from then Prince Charles, now King Charles III. Buckingham Palace has since denied Charles personally contributed any funds. Sources say the family viewed the payment as a way to contain the scandal ahead of the Queen's 2022 Platinum Jubilee. Crucially, Andrew reportedly hasn't repaid a single penny. Critics argue this used royal or family money to buy silence and deny Giuffre a day in court. The funding questions have fueled accusations of a cover-up at the highest levels, even as Charles distances himself. The January 30th, 2026 tranche of US Department of Justice Epstein files changed everything. Emails show Andrew or his aides sharing confidential UK trade briefings with Epstein in 2010, 2011, after Epstein's conviction. A photo of Andrew Mountbatten Windsor lying on the lap of women is amongst the thousands of Epstein files which have been released by the US Department of Justice. In the undated picture of Andrew, the former prince can be seen smiling with his eyes closed. The faces of those with him who are sitting in front of a grand fireplace have been redacted with black squares. In another picture, he appears to be at Royal Ascot with Epstein and Maxwell. Also amongst the files are undated photos of Maxwell standing outside the door of 10 Downing Street. The issue of Andrew's friendship with Epstein has continued to dog the royals. Separately, 2 photos of Ferguson, his ex-wife, then the Duchess of York, have emerged in the document dump. One shows her standing on a pavement next to an unidentified woman holding a shopping bag. In the other, she is sitting cross-legged on a green sofa. Ferguson has also faced her own Epstein controversy earlier this year after an email from 2011 revealed she called him her supreme friend. Anti-monarchy group Republic filed a formal complaint on the 9th of February. Thames Valley Police opened an investigation, consulted prosecutors and arrested Andrew reportedly today. Searches continue at his former Royal Lodge, from which he was evicted in 2025, and his current Sandringham residence. King Charles has said the palace will cooperate fully. On the other hand, Prime Minister Keir Starmer stressed no one is above the law. Meanwhile, King Charles's first reaction after brother Andrew's arrest has come in. He said law must take its course. Andrew has denied all wrongdoing, insisting any emails were routine networking. But this arrest on his birthday marks a historic low, the first senior royal detained in connection with Epstein. Whether it leads to charges or not, the damage to the monarchy is profound. From Falklands hero to trade envoy to arrested ex-royal, the fall continues for Andrew Mountbatten Windsor. Ambassador Pradeep Kapoor, former diplomat, is joining us live. Adit Kothari, foreign affairs expert, is also live with us. Surinder Singh Lali, international affairs expert, is joining the broadcast. Sham Batra, British politician, also joins us on the broadcast. Let me make a start with you first, Ambassador Kapoor. How significant is this moment in the Epstein files saga?
Well, it is going to impact the course of British monarchy, I guess, significantly. It will dent their image for a very long time. And how they will recover is a very big question mark. And I'm glad that the law is being allowed to take its course and there is no interference in the process so far. And all the revelations which are continuously coming out show the extent to which and he was involved with Jeffrey Epstein, with all the others, and how he was really in the depth of it. And I'm glad that this step has been taken, and that he will now, I guess the law will take its course, he will be prosecuted, and the judgment will be delivered. So how it also impacts the monarchy in the long term will also have to be seen, because occasionally every few years there are calls for the monarchy to be abolished or to be put aside. So this may also give rise to those calls to surface once again. The monarchy will have to deal with it in a very forthright manner. And the British politics also, there are some correlations between the way the protocols are conducted between the Prime Minister and the King. So that will of course continue for the time being. But the budget of the monarchy, all those things will come into greater focus now. Thank you, Uday.
Let me bring in Adit Kothari in at this point as well. Adit, how is this big story being perceived in the United Kingdom where you are? What's the kind of reaction coming in from the public on this arrest, and what is the media in the UK claiming so far?
So from a media perspective, I think the way they started is what a birthday Prince Andrew has had to celebrate, his 66th birthday. But the media, I think in the UK is far more calibrated from that perspective, because the formal charges that may come into existence is more focused on his misuse of his public role, rather than involving the direct sexual offences which have been calligraphed within all of the files that have been now put out into the public domain. So the way the media basically reads it is it's an effort to sort of insulate Prince Andrew from having been formally extradited into the United States, and that's the way the media is basically reading into it. Because if you look at his association with Ghislaine Maxwell and Jeffrey Epstein, it goes back right into the 1990s, where there's been to and froth, both the parties exchanging information, them coming here into the royal residences, being housed and hosted within the Sandringham palaces and the various other properties belonging to the royal estates, and Prince Andrew himself going across the Atlantic, going famously into the pedophile island himself as well. So the association itself is quite murky. The sexual allegations are quite damaging, and raises serious questions on the royal family, as you've outlined. So yes, there will be compelling questions asked of the royal family, and the fact that they knew about all of this for so long, but yet have only come in to arrest him now when the files are being put out in the public domain. So so this is something that the Thames Valley Police always knew about. His misconduct from a business perspective from the time he held the office from 2001 to 2011. This was within their knowledge that he was accused of serious misconduct, of sharing confidential files with Jeffrey Epstein. So why did they not act at that point? Is some of the compelling questions that are being asked from a media perspective with that.
Absolutely. Let me, in fact, quickly take that across to you as well, Surinder Singh Lali, because it seems that the Epstein files continue to grow bigger and bigger with each passing day. Former Prince Andrew's name being connected with the Epstein files is nothing new. But why did these latest disclosures become so incriminating for him that have led to this unprecedented move?
Thank you, Uday. I'm not going to be as generous as Mr. Kothari and Mr. Kapoor were, but I think the sun has set on the royal family's credibility and reputation. I think it's a huge, huge body blow to them, because if you go to England, you see how they sell their postcards and how they are sort of literally worshipped, and Europeans and people from especially developing nations travel the world only to get pictures taken outside the palace. I'm not too sure if the new Gen Zs, the new generation, is going to be as keen as they would have been, because Epstein's issue is a big muck. It's very unfortunate, Uday. It's very unfortunate that he's still being tried for misconduct in public office, but not for over 1,000 girls. I mean, there's a picture of him which makes me sick in the stomach, where he's on his all fours. And there is so much still lying in the Epstein file. So number one, the jury's still out. We haven't seen the end of it. Now, my big question is, are the English or the British family, and by the way, Uday, it sounds like a British, pretty much like an Indian movie plot, where it is one brother against the other, because end of the day, it's the king's brother that got arrested. And especially since this is the Crown Police, which has the Crown logo. So it is, in a way, King Charles versus the erstwhile Prince Andrew. So one brother versus another. Now, my question is that if they're really going to investigate, that's going to be a big revelation. If they really want to investigate, which they haven't done so far, they've been sweeping under the carpet, maybe when the Queen was alive and she was able to suppress this. But now, would the investigations would also go to the United States? Because there is itself a big debate in the US for how the files have been redacted, and there are over 3,000 emails. So maybe a lot of investigations, the answers would be lying in the United States of America across the Atlantic. So my issue is that for Donald Trump, as you said, that it's already gone to over 9 countries, heads have rolled, but not in America, where the Epstein infamous island and the Lolita Express used to fly across. My question now is that, number one, will the English police, will the Crown Police go to the United States? Do they have the audacity to go to the United States and start digging on the Epstein files? Because the buck might stop at Donald J. Trump. That's number one. And my number 2 point is now, is Donald Trump, has he been already deviating, going to expedite the Iran or the Gaza issue? Because let's understand, Epstein was he was not just with the MI6 or the CIA or the Mossad. Maybe he has such incriminating knowledge, information, that he keeps pressurizing the United States to work in the interest of Israel. So now I think the muck's going to get more deeper, because there is no way this can be decoupled. Epstein can be decoupled from Donald Trump, the information that he gave to the Russians, to the Mossad, to the MI6, to the CIA, Iran. And I'm trying to link all of it is because it's all deep down connected with the Jewish lobby, with AIPAC in the United States, and how the influenced congressmen, and they've been influencing America in favor of what Israel's and other interests are today.
Yes. Sham Batra, let me take that to you. Again, for a perspective from the UK where you are, What's the kind of talk on ground in the United Kingdom to this arrest? How has the media been reacting to it? What is the political class in the UK saying about it? And the common man, the British common man, how have they taken this arrest, this unprecedented arrest? Let me add that word as well, that adjective, because it is fitting for what is today transpired to Andrew Mountbatten Windsor. Shambatra.
Thank you for having me here. I think we're digressing quite a lot. There's a lot going on. I mean, the first thing we've got to discuss is the word suspicion of misconduct in public office. First of all, Andrew was never really a public officer. He was just planted in there. He wanted to be in there, and he was supposed to do duties for the government, the Queen, bring business into the country, number one. Number two, his involvement with Epstein goes far, far beyond anybody's imagination. Andrew was in there from the beginning. He's been doing deals with him, passing vital information and other stuff. But I'm very surprised at the police in England to say the word suspicion of misconduct in public office. He hasn't been fully arrested. He's been arrested on suspicion. That's a different story. Now, with the situation of Miss Guthrie that passed away, she highlighted many things, and so did other girls. And quite rightly, your colleague was saying that. I mean, I posted a video of him over a woman, but there are so many other videos of him. And this is what he should have been arrested for, illicit crimes, where he is heavily involved in everything. This misconduct of office is just a game that His Majesty is playing, I should say, and I speak openly. And I don't know how much King Charles was involved in this. I don't know how much the royal family was involved in this. Andrew is very far away, yet he had connections with the Arabic world, knowing about what's going on with the situation. And they're trying to keep like a hand-in-glove situation, holding hands together as if nothing has happened. And a lot's happened. And I think Andrew, a lot of the royal family were involved in this illicit stuff. The fact is that Epstein was the largest paedophile, or is the largest paedophile. I believe he's still alive. And I think Miss Guthrie's name should be cleared, not only cleared, but all the girls he abused, he should be put in prison. This is my take up. And I think the public, I'm a public figure in London. I ran for Mayor of London, as you know. But the fact of the matter, that doesn't matter. The fact of the matter is that I stand for the people. I stand for things that are wrong. And this is very, very wrong. You know, being turfed out of his house, all of this should have been dealt with long ago.
Yes. Now that he is in custody, what should be probed? What should the interrogation be going ahead? Ambassador Pradeep Kapoor, what would be your expectation now? Because obviously, if Andrew was in the thick of things and he knew a lot of stuff, perhaps he is best placed to name others too. Will that happen or not is the big question.
Well, that is very unlikely to happen. It depends to what extent they want to dig into it, whether they want to make it just a sham exercise and then brush it off and then give him some light sentence, or they really want to get into the depth of it to see who else was involved. Because in the other countries also we have seen heads roll. So if the truth starts coming out, because his wife's, all the 6 charities have been closed. So she was also deeply involved with Epstein. So how it's going to impact the others in the circle and who else was involved. Now that is very important for them to know. So whether they would really be doing that with a sense of purpose, they can say the matter is sub judice, we do not want to interfere in the process, let the law take its course. But I think there are a lot of questions going to be asked. The media also has a very important role in terms of making sure that the thing goes to its end. It's not just brushed aside and put aside. Thank you, Uday.
Yes, let me also take that back to you, Surinder Singh Lali, on your expectations now regarding the investigation. Should the ambit of the investigation now become bigger with this arrest? What is going to be the line of questioning for Andrew Mountbatten Windsor? And at the end of the day, of course, do you believe that perhaps now a detailed statement should come on this from the UK royal family rather than just law should take its own course?
Uday, I'm going to take the line that Mr. Batwa before me just took. I think this is a very smart way to just put it on the back burner because, misconduct in public life is very difficult to prove because you have to prove the transactions even if Epstein paid for his wife's tickets. But, it's very difficult to prove and this gets a lot longer. Like you throw it into the courts and, it'll die its own death. Because let's understand one thing. If they really, really are serious, then why have they been sitting on it, procrastinating for so long when there is so much of incriminating evidence on it already? Number one. And number two, does the United Kingdom have the guts to take this home? Because when this goes home, it goes to Washington. And I'm not too sure if the way Donald Trump has been behaving and the way he's been treating everybody throwing under the bus, especially the way he also treated Keir Starmer. I don't think they put it in a way that it dies its own natural death slowly so that it gets out of the public memory. In India, we say thande baste mein dalna. So to me, this is what it probably seems so far, because if they had to act, they could have acted a long ago.
Yes. All right. We've run out of time. I'm going to have to leave it at that. My thanks to all of our guests for joining us on this discussion. It's time for a short break.
दादी के हाथों का जादू और खुशबू से महकता घर। MDH गरम मसाला, असली मसालों से भरा हूँ मैं,
क्योंकि हर रिश्ता है स्वाद से जुड़ा।
आपके घर के खाने में रेस्टोरेंट जैसा स्वाद ले आए MDH का शाही पनीर मसाला। पनीर को क्या मस्त बना डाला।
दिल्ली सपनों का शहर, जहां मेहनत कभी नहीं रुकती, लेकिन मेहनत के बीच 2 वक्त का भरपेट और सम्मानजनक भोजन हर किसी का हक है। इस सोच के साथ प्रधानमंत्री श्री नरेंद्र मोदी के कुशल नेतृत्व में दिल्ली की रेखा गुप्ता सरकार लेकर आई है 100 करोड़ रुपए की बजट के साथ अटल कैंटीन। सिर्फ 5 रुपए में पौष्टिक, स्वच्छ और भरपेट भोजन।
किसी के स्वाभिमान को ठेस न आए कि मैं फ्री में कुछ भोजन खा रहा हूँ, वो 5 रुपए दे के भी भोजन खाएगा तो सम्मान के साथ खाएगा।
गरीब भाई बेचारा खाना खा के चैन से सो जाता है रात को, और सुबह उसको पता है कि मुझे टाइम पे खाना मिलेगा।
अटल कैंटीन, सम्मान के साथ सस्ता और सेहतमंद भोजन।
अगर आप बनना चाहते हैं एंकर या फिर आप में है जुनून एक तेज तर्रार न्यूज रिपोर्टर बनने का, तो आप ज्वाइन करें ITV और इंडिया न्यूज़ का मीडिया स्कूल। ITV नेक्स्ट मीडिया इंटरनेशनल स्कूल का कोर्स आपको मौका देता है देश के दिग्गज एंकर्स के साथ काम करने का। ITV नेक्स्ट मीडिया इंटरनेशनल स्कूल में आप बेहद नजदीकी से देख पाएंगे किस तरह से ITV नेटवर्क के दिग्गज पत्रकारों की टीम दिन रात खबरों पर काम करती है। इस कोर्स के दौरान आप सीखेंगे एंकरिंग की एक एक बारीकी उन एंकर्स के साथ जो देश को रखते हैं हर खबर से बाखबर। ITV नेक्स्ट मीडिया इंटरनेशनल स्कूल का ये कोर्स आपके एंकरिंग स्किल्स को करेगा इतना सशक्त, मजबूत, जिससे आप बनेंगे पत्रकारिता की दुनिया का वो चमकता चेहरा जो दुनिया देखेगी और पसंद करेगी।
Welcome back. You're watching Newsx. I'm Uday Pratap Singh. Our big focus this hour at the AI Impact Summit. Job disruption due to AI was one of the most talked about topics. Global tech leaders, including OpenAI's Sam Altman, acknowledged that AI will reshape the job market, changing or displacing some roles while creating new ones. And he also stressed that historically people find new work as tech evolves. Indian industry voices swung from optimism to caution. Mukesh Ambani argued that AI won't kill jobs, but instead create high-skill opportunities for tomorrow's workforce. Others like Vinod Khosla warned of deeper disruption, even predicting dramatic changes in sectors like IT and outsourcing. Let's listen in to what world and tech leaders had to say about jobs and AI.
साथियों, दशकों पहले जब इंटरनेट की शुरुआत हुई तो कोई सोच भी नहीं पाता था कि इससे कितनी जॉब्स बनेगी। यही बात एआई में है। आज कल्पना करना मुश्किल है कि आने वाले समय इस फील्ड में किस तरह की जॉब पैदा होगी। एआई का फ्यूचर ऑफ वर्क प्री डिफाइंड नहीं है। ये हमारे निर्णय पर, हमारे कोर्स ऑफ एक्शन पर निर्भर होगा। मैं समझता हूं हमारे लिए फ्यूचर ऑफ वर्क एक नई अपॉर्चुनिटी है। ये ह्यूमंस और इंटेलिजेंट सिस्टम्स के साथ मिलकर काम करने का युग है। वी आर एंटरिंग एन एरा where humans and intelligent systems co-create, co-work, and co-evolve.
I mean, it will definitely impact the job market, but we always find new things to do, and I have no doubt we will find lots of.
We will prove that AI does not take away jobs. Rather, it will create new high-skill work opportunities. We will aspire to produce global breakthroughs in compute architecture, foundation models, and energy efficiency, designed in India, rooted in our values, powered by our talent, and scaled for humanity. And we will partner with the very best tech companies in the world, not as importers of intelligence, but as co-architects of a new AI century.
Responsibility also means navigating profound economic shifts. AI will undeniably reshape the workforce, automating some roles, evolving others, and creating entirely new careers. 20 years ago, the concept of a professional YouTube creator didn't exist. Today, there are millions around the world. Training is crucial. We have trained 100 million people in digital skills, and our new Google AI professional certificate will help people master AI in their jobs, available globally.
I get this question all the time, what's happening to jobs? My personal take, AI will not kill jobs, AI will unbundle jobs. Your job is a bundle of tasks, my job is a bundle of tasks. What AI will do is it'll unbundle it, it'll break it. And all the transactional stuff that you do, stuff that feels like work, I sent 50 emails and I updated 3 trackers and I attended 7 meetings, feels like work, it's not really work, we all know it. And AI will end that charade as well. So AI will unbundle tasks, and all the tasks that seem like work but are not really value adding, AI will take that away. But what happens when AI unbundle tasks? You and I need to bundle ourselves much better. You and I need to bundle ourselves much better, and that's why I say skilling will.
And I think we have to be clear that AI is going to change the labour market. Some jobs will go. I think many more will be redesigned. I think history shows us that societies thrive when we manage these transitions well. And I think the role of government is not to stop the innovation, but it's to support people to take on these new tasks, new roles with confidence and security. And that's the task for policymakers.
Well, alongside job concerns, the summit also spotlighted big-ticket investments in AI and skilling. Microsoft, Google, Nvidia and Reliance announced large commitments to build AI infrastructure and train millions of Indians. New AI hubs, data centers and so-called AI factories are expected to generate high-skilled jobs. Let's have a look at what are some key initiatives on skilling workforce for AI. So let's quickly take you through what is being done as we speak. And of course, what the roadmap ahead is looking like. So if we talk about Microsoft first, well, Microsoft, of course, is doing a lot. as we speak. They have committed 1.5 lakh crore rupees. The purpose of this commitment and what it's meant for is to, of course, ensure that 20 million Indians are to be skilled by 2030 and for the creation of sovereign cloud and data centers as well. So that's, of course, the big commitment from Microsoft. Meanwhile, Google DeepMind has this, of course, partnership that they've announced with the government of India. They've said that $30 million, in fact, will be the money pledged for a global AI innovation challenge, and they're also ensuring access to frontier AI for science as well. Telling you now about Vizag AI Hub. Well, Google's 15 billion investment, of course, is crucial for this. It's going to be a full stack AI hub with large compute, also a focus on high skill job creation as well. That's the main aim of this hub. NVIDIA is, of course, going to be setting up AI factories in India, partnering with L&T, Yota, E2E Networks, and of course that will ensure that open models are developed for Indian developers, and that will, of course, also lead to high skill job creation. Telling you now about Anthropic. Well, they're in talks as well as we speak with the Indian government for commitments pertaining to frontier AI impact and a focus on economic as well as job impact. So those talks, of course, are pretty active and they're underway. Jio has a 10 lakh crore rupee AI plan. What is part of this plan? Well, to create national AI compute infrastructure and to ensure AI adoption, of course, across all key sectors. Tata and OpenAI have, of course, together pledged for an AI optimized data center. 100 megawatts capacity is going to be, of course, this center's strength. It's scalable as well in due course to 1 GW, 1 gigawatt. Supports advanced AI training as well. That's, of course, something that has been pledged, and that is the goal. The government skilling drive, of course, has ensured also AI literacy programs are rolled out, including AI-driven apps for blue-collar workers. Meanwhile, AI Data Labs, of course, has said that they're going to be making 570 nationwide labs. So these labs are going to be spread across the country. Tier 2 and Tier 3 city is the focus, and data annotation and curation skills, of course, are going to be taught by data labs in, of course, these labs that will be there, 570 of them in number across the country. So those are some of the pledges made, commitments made, announcements made already. What's going to be, of course, the impact of all of this is something we're going to be analyzing now with our panel. Prateek Sharda, CEO and co-founder, Craftif AI, is live with us. Prateek, big plans. We have to see now how this translates, into ground, into action. But clearly, the thrust being that AI is not going to eat up jobs, but rather, hopefully, create more of them.
Thank you for having me here. So yeah, my name is Prateek and I'm the co-founder CEO at Craftify. What we are really building is embedded software development, automation, agentic AI platform. So yeah, what it does is that it's providing a...
I'll come back to what you do in just a second. But this is a larger question for you, Prateek, on the AI versus jobs debate. What is your take on it, given that you're in the industry?
I was coming to that. Imagine, the platform. So let me talk about my industry specifically, right? So we are building a platform for intelligent devices. Let's say people making robots, drones, IoT devices in future. Imagine we have to build 1 billion devices intelligent across the world, and we only have 2.5 million embedded developers, which is humanly impossible to develop, right? So agentic platforms like ours and across so many platforms which are there across the world, they are enabling more people to be a part of this software development process, so that the final objective that we have to achieve is something that we are able to meet. So in my 2 cents, what we are actually enabling with all of these AI platforms is that more people get an opportunity to develop and build for the world rather than, looking at it from the sense of job losses. We are rather enabling more people to come on board, be able to show their skill sets. We are not asking them to learn particular skill, go deep into it, but then the agentic platforms do their job, heavy lifting of transforming, what the business requirements are from in through a prompt to a final output that can go sit in wherever you want to deploy the output, right? So that way, it rather enables a lot of people to be able to up their game, and it's not letting anyone behind who's lacking some skill sets or shapes and forms, or rather creating more entrepreneurs in true sense. I think that's something AI is truly doing across the globe, and we are seeing many examples that people who are developing application, who are writing code on these global platforms, are able to now go in front of the investors, raise big amounts of funds, and are able to shape larger humanity. So this is something that AI is enabling. So I don't think that it's there for the job losses at all. Rather, it's for the betterment of the larger good. Like you mentioned, right? And a lot of world leaders at the AI summit have been saying that there would be some short-term job losses in certain sectors which are not very skill heavy, or which are rather redundant or repetitive kind of jobs, but which is fine because those are not really productive hours that we put in job. But rather, in the longer run, how internet penetration happened, how things around globally changed in the tech world, it does take a hit on the intermediate part, but then in the longer run, if you see, it has really benefited the whole ecosystem and then the stakeholders across the board in a large fashion. So AI is, to me, is like a once in a lifetime opportunity. I think we should be able to demonstrate that very well across different industries, and I think it benefits every human across the globe to a large extent.
Yes, indeed. Let me, in fact, ask you now about Craftif AI. Tell us about what what your company does, what the objective is, and what your work culture is like.
Sure. So what we are doing is we are building this agentic platform that automates embedded software development. This software is basically the intelligent layer which goes in the robot, drone, IoT device, automotive ADAS, right? So all of this electronic hardware devices that you see, which has a brain to it, so is something that is coming from this software. So we are trying to automate that. Traditionally, development of any embedded software has been a painful task because at the end you are developing a software on the hardware, and every hardware has their different characteristics. So it really takes a lot of time, as well as it's very costly affair to be able to get one software made, and that's where the product evolution or innovation journey has been pretty extensive or long, has taken a long time. But now when we are looking at robots coming and disrupting the world, drones doing the delivery and playing a huge part in the defense sector or the agri-tech sector, or IoT devices connecting globally so many smart cities, smart homes, I think now is a time when, with the help of agentic platform like ours, we should be able to fast track that product innovation, which really sets the bar high for any intelligent device to be made, and we should be able to meet all of the outputs that we envisage for ecosystem across in the next 3-5 years in a very fast-paced fashion. Unlike decades of slowness that has come in the ecosystem, we are able to use this agentic platform to be able to meet those intelligent devices target that everyone is looking out for. So that is something we play, our agentic platform is placed across the 5-6 industries that I talked about. And we have been able to see the results of it while deploying our solution across so many enterprises that, cost has come down dramatically. We have been able to fast track the development of the code, and then the quality of the code has come out to be at a production ready stage, which has been a very good output as a whole.
Yes. Mithali Nikori, let me draw you in here now into this big debate on AI and jobs. Of course, Prime Minister Modi had weighed in on it as well in an interview he had given to a leading agency, when he had said that he's going to create new jobs and it should be looked at it that way. Also, many other world leaders have weighed in on this, many other tech giants as well. What's your take on this, Mithali, and what kind of new jobs can be created as a result of AI?
Thanks, Sudhir, for bringing me into this conversation. I think, see, of course, we have to be prepared for the future. And as Prateek said, these founders in the AI world are raising never before seen amount of money is flowing into AI startups. It is flowing into AI companies. But at the same time, what we're seeing is more and more of a divide that is starting to build up in the labor market. Because when you see it from a macro lens, right, I see it as there is a group of people who are highly skilled, who are highly technically oriented, who have these ideas and who have also got the funding. And they are going ahead and launching these companies which don't actually require that much labor anymore. So, but on the other hand, as an economist and policy advisor, I see that there is a huge group of millions and millions of the population, predominantly women, predominantly belonging to marginalized areas, predominantly those who don't have access to digital devices. Even if today you go to a village in some of the states, there are diktats which control the amount of time that women can use a mobile phone. So at the end of the day, this divide, which is starting to come up in the economy, is worrying. So what I would definitely say is that while we may not see job losses in urban areas or job losses amongst the educated youth, because they should be able to upskill and reskill themselves, and the government is with this AI summit, that particular category of people, that particular demographic is well taken care of, because for them, they have been able to open the doors through this AI summit for reskilling opportunities. But the ones who were already marginalized and were excluded even from the digital economy will get further marginalized until we have intentional solutions for them to say you can move. And I think that AI is a very powerful tool to bring somebody who's marginalized into the mainstream, because they don't need that many technical skills. If I don't know English, I can still use an AI tool in my native language and use that to translate it into a well-written English write-up. So it's actually a very empowering tool. It's just that it's not reaching the masses. So we really have to take the diffusion of AI, and I think this is something the Prime Minister stressed on during his speech as well. That AI diffusion, India should be a leader in AI diffusion and should take it to the lowest common denominator, and that's really truly the success of AI. That is one. And the second is, of course, on entrepreneurship, because we often talk about job losses, but I think what Prateek really said well right now was really around entrepreneurship. And the fact is that we need to then remove structural biases that have existed from a pre-AI world into the post AI world, right? Because if as a woman I am discriminated against when I go to raise funding, then in a post AI world that is perpetuating in a more amplified manner. Now that has to be addressed. And I think that's where the responsible AI conversation becomes very critical, to say that these people who are getting entrepreneurship opportunities should then have that responsibility to open doors for all persons and not have that structural bias going forward. That's the true, it, as I say, financing comes with the responsibility to take everyone along. And I think that's really the motto that should be driving the AI world. And I hope it does. At least I hope with the AI summit, India helps to drive that, because I'm not sure if Silicon Valley is driving that. Back to you there.
Absolutely. Let me also, get you in here, Pavan Duggal, cyber laws advocate. You're also with us, on this discussion, of course, on AI and jobs. What is your take on it? Which are the new kind of jobs that can be created due to AI? Also, as far as these big AI firms are concerned, what can they do to upskill our younger generation, to invest in these data labs, beg your pardon, which will of course create more jobs. It's something that the government also has been pushing. How can they work in tandem?
It's very clear that this is a big juggernaut that's coming, and we'll not be able to stop it. Along with the juggernaut will come side effects. Many jobs will be lost. Other new jobs will be created. I can particularly tell you of the legal sector, the paralegal jobs are virtually going to vanish. Why? Because the entire paralegals domain is going to be taken over by AI. Forget about that. Even junior lawyers' jobs are potentially going to be in danger. Why? Because today lawyers have started using AI for the purposes of drafting petitions, written statements, SLPs, and the like. So very quickly, with now the co-workers' new kind of plugins being launched by Claude, it's a very, very simple exercise. The legal profession is never going to be the same again. So in this scenario, yes, people will lose jobs. There are already cases where the law firms have started retrenching lawyers because they want to save the cost on lawyers. But that does not mean that there's no silver lining on the horizon. The silver lining is that now, after a couple of weeks, months, there'll be renewed demand for those professionals who can be hired with the requisite AI-enabled skills. So if you have your requisite skill sets on how to use AI in the most efficient manner, you will definitely have a market. So new jobs are going to be created. But at the same time, I think the job ecosystem needs to be sensitized about this. Let's not give them a hunky-dory picture and say everything is fine, nothing is going to be impacted. Yes, things will be impacted on an irreversible basis. And the quicker we are able to sensitize them, the more empowered we can make them by getting them to be ready to face these kinds of practical challenges. So more importantly, I think the impact of AI on labor is going to be phenomenal. And that will have to be not just seen from a societal angle, but also from a regulatory angle. And the government will have to come in by coming up with enabling legal frameworks so that the fall is not that hard and that there is appropriate support mechanisms that are available. So all said and done, this is the new revolution. I call it the artificial intelligence vortex as part of the title of my new book, Regulating AI Vortex, the Dougal Doctrine. This is sucking everything in and is going to transform everything and throw things out. So be prepared to get transformed. So best way is ask yourself, how will you continue to be relevant in the AI age? And how can you keep on imbibing new AI skills so that you can be on the better prospects of getting better jobs in the future?
Yes, indeed. Okay, I'll leave you the last word, Prateek, on what kind of collaborations you would hope for being a player in this industry between big giants in the space and the Union Government of India.
I think it has been a very positive response from all the industry leaders, and thanks to our Prime Minister, Mr. Narendra Modi, for inviting global leaders at this AI Impact Summit. Reasons being that, what we hear is that a lot of investments have been committed from, industrial leaders across the sector. So that's a very positive sign. Second, people who are making GPUs, energies, I think they have been, kind of deploying and building infrastructure in India. So I think that reduces the cost of the infra as a whole. And we, as AI startups, I think we largely, our models are relying on the open source foundational models, and then the GPUs and the infrastructure. So I think largely the cost of OPEX is driven by these, infrastructure providers. So I think that in general, coming to India, I think that's a very positive sign. And, we expect that, as a part of the ecosystem, we early in the stage would get an opportunity to work with these giants and, grow along the way. So I think that has been a very positive outcome of what we have been hearing.
All right. My thanks to our guests for joining us on this discussion. It's time for a very short break.
समान नागरिक संहिता हमारी बेटियां माताओं बहनों के गरिमापूर्ण जीवन का आधार बने। यूनिफॉर्म सिविल कोड से लोकतंत्र की स्पिरिट को मजबूती मिलेगी, संविधान की भावना मजबूत होगी, किसी से भेदभाव नहीं, हर कोई बराबर।
प्रधानमंत्री श्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी की दूरदर्शी प्रेरणा और मुख्यमंत्री श्री पुष्कर सिंह धामी जी के सशक्त नेतृत्व में उत्तराखंड ने इतिहास रचते हुए देश का पहला राज्य बनने का गौरव प्राप्त किया, जहां समान नागरिक संहिता यानी यूनिफॉर्म सिविल कोड को प्रभावी रूप से लागू किया गया है। ये पहल राज्य में
संवैधानिक मूल्यों को सुदृढ़ करते हुए समानता, सामाजिक समरसता और महिला सशक्तिकरण की दिशा में एक दूरदर्शी और प्रभावी कदम के रूप में स्थापित हुई है। इस ऐतिहासिक कानून के सफल क्रियान्वयन का 1 वर्ष पूर्ण होने पर उत्तराखंड सुशासन, समान अधिकार और जन विश्वास की उस यात्रा का उत्सव मना रहा है जो एक संकल्प से शुरू होकर अब एक व्यवस्था में परिवर्तित हो गई है। इस पहल की नींव मुख्यमंत्री श्री पुष्कर सिंह धामी जी द्वारा 12 फरवरी 2022 के राज्य विधानसभा चुनावों में जनता से किए गए उस ऐतिहासिक संकल्प से प्रारंभ हुई, जिसे पूरा करने की दिशा में 24 मार्च 2022 को नवगठित सरकार की प्रथम कैबिनेट बैठक में विशेषज्ञ समिति के गठन का निर्णय लिया गया। समिति ने प्रदेश भर में व्यापक संवाद करते हुए नागरिकों से लाखों सुझाव प्राप्त किए और 2 फरवरी 2024 को अपनी विस्तृत रिपोर्ट सरकार को प्रस्तुत की। इसके आधार पर 12 मार्च 2024 को यूसीसी उत्तराखंड अधिनियम 2024 को विधिक स्वीकृति प्रदान की गई और 27 जनवरी 2025 को नियमावली के प्रभावी होने के साथ ये कानून प्रशासनिक और डिजिटल दोनों स्तरों पर पूर्णतः लागू हुआ। इस अधिनियम के अंतर्गत विवाह, वसीयत, तलाक, लिव इन रिलेशनशिप तथा विधिक उत्तराधिकारी घोषणाओं से संबंधित प्रावधानों में सभी नागरिकों के लिए समान और न्याय संगत व्यवस्था सुनिश्चित की गई है। साथ ही महिलाओं के अधिकारों और वरिष्ठ नागरिकों के हितों के संरक्षण पर विशेष ध्यान दिया गया है, जिससे इसकी सार्वभौमिक स्वीकार्यता, प्रशासनिक दक्षता और जन विश्वास को नई मजबूती मिली है। कानून के सफल क्रियान्वयन हेतु 10 दिनों से भी कम समय में 8,500 से अधिक अधिकारियों तथा 7,500 से अधिक कॉमन सर्विस सेंटर संचालकों को प्रशिक्षित किया गया है। इसके साथ ही सहायता एवं तकनीकी परामर्श के लिए राज्यव्यापी मॉक ड्रिल का सफल आयोजन किया गया। इसके परिणाम स्वरूप 1 वर्ष में राज्य पोर्टल पर लगभग 5 लाख आवेदन प्राप्त हुए, जिनमें से 96% का औसतन 5 दिनों से भी कम समय में निस्तारण हुआ। पंजीकरण की गति में उल्लेखनीय वृद्धि हुई है, जहां प्रतिदिन औसतन 1400 से अधिक पंजीकरण दर्ज किए जा रहे हैं। संवेदनशील एवं उत्तरदायी शासन का परिचय देते हुए सरकार ने जनता की आवश्यकताओं के अनुरूप नियमों में समय समय पर आवश्यक संशोधन भी किए, जिससे यूसीसी कानून को और अधिक समावेशी, व्यवहारिक तथा जनहितकारी स्वरूप प्रदान किया जा सके। विकसित भारत 2047 के विजन के अनुरूप विकसित उत्तराखंड की दिशा में समान नागरिक संहिता एक महत्वपूर्ण पहल है, जो समानता और न्याय को प्रशासनिक प्रक्रियाओं में व्यवस्थित रूप से समाहित कर रही है। समान नागरिक संहिता, समानता द्वारा समरसता।
जो भी पके ऐसा पके, जहाँ भी हो जो खींचा चलाए, बेसी दिल हो या पुलियो गिरे, वांगी भात हो या बड़ी मसाला, रस पाउडर या सांभर मसाला, असली मसाले सच सच MDH।
आपके घर के खाने में रेस्टोरेंट जैसा स्वाद ले आए MDH का शाही पनीर मसाला। पनीर को क्या मस्त बना डाला।
कार इंश्योरेंस डन।
पॉलिसी बाजार से कराया?
नहीं।
तो तू ज़ीब्रा नहीं हो सकता।
मतलब?
अगर पॉलिसी बाजार से कार इंश्योरेंस कंपेयर करके लेता तो 12,000 रुपए तक बचा सकता था। इसलिए तू ज़ीब्रा तो नहीं है, तू है
गधा।
काइंड ऑफ।
MDH कसूरी मेथी लाजवाब है, लाजवाब है। स्वाद और सुगंध इसकी लाजवाब है, लाजवाब है।
अगर MDH कसूरी मेथी नहीं डाला
तो खाली हाथ मलते रह जाओगे।
एक एक पत्ता हाथ से चुना, स्वाद और सुगंध जगाए कई गुना।
MDH।
कार इंश्योरेंस डन।
पॉलिसी बाजार से कराया?
नहीं।
तो तू ज़ीब्रा नहीं हो सकता। कार नई हो या पुरानी, पॉलिसी बाजार पे कंपेयर करके खरीदो और 30,000 तक बचाओ। इसलिए तू ज़ीब्रा तो नहीं है, तू है
गधा।
काइंड ऑफ।
दिल्ली सपनों का शहर, जहां मेहनत कभी नहीं रुकती, लेकिन मेहनत के बीच 2 वक्त का भरपेट और सम्मानजनक भोजन हर किसी का हक है। इस सोच के साथ प्रधानमंत्री श्री नरेंद्र मोदी के कुशल नेतृत्व में दिल्ली की रेखा गुप्ता सरकार लेकर आई है 100 करोड़ रुपए की बजट के साथ अटल कैंटीन। सिर्फ 5 रुपए में पौष्टिक, स्वच्छ और भरपेट भोजन।
किसी के स्वाभिमान को ठेस न आए कि मैं फ्री में कुछ भोजन खा रहा हूँ, वो 5 रुपए दे के भी भोजन खाएगा तो सम्मान के साथ खाएगा।
गरीब भाई बेचारा खाना खा के चैन से सो जाता है रात को, और सुबह उसको पता है कि मुझे टाइम पे खाना मिलेगा।
अटल कैंटीन, सम्मान के साथ सस्ता और सेहतमंद भोजन।
Welcome back. I'm Uday Pratap Singh. You're joining us on Newsx. Breaking news coming in this hour. French President Emmanuel Macron has stated that we don't have just a strategic partnership, we have a special global strategic partnership which is unique both for India and France on Rafale. What we want to do is expand. The Make in India will be core in this new command. Listen it.
We agreed upon a lot of cooperations, building up what we already decided in defense, and increasing through innovation, because we launched Innovation Year, culture and creative industries, research and so on. So we have a very strong relation, and I just would like to amend your statement, if I may. We don't have just a strategic partnership. We have a special global strategic partnership, which is unique, both for India and France. On Rafale, what we want to do is to expand. So India confirmed few days ago its willingness to indeed command a new bunch of Rafale, 114, and to co-produce. So the Make in India will be core in this new command. And on top of that, what we want to do is to improve the cooperation in maintenance capacities, in terms of diversification of approach, and to be much more, I would say, in a sort of mutual agreement cooperation. So it's a new step forward, clearly consolidating the existing one.
According to sources, the United States military is prepared to strike Iran as early as this weekend. However, Donald Trump has not yet taken a final decision on whether to authorize such action. According to reports, the White House has been briefed that the military could be ready for an attack by the weekend. The development follows a significant military build-up in recent days, including increased air and naval assets in the Middle East. Earlier, it was reported that the United States and Israel could be on the brink of a major military operation against Iran that might begin very soon. Reportedly, this conflict would be far larger in scope than in last year's 12-day conflict and would last for weeks if it proceeds. Trump has repeatedly emphasized the importance of confronting Iran's nuclear ambitions. This comes amidst indirect talks in Geneva, where both sides have made some progress on guiding principles for resolving disputes over Tehran's nuclear program, but significant gaps do remain. The White House, through Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt, have urged Iran to make a deal, warning it could be very wise to do so, while noting ongoing fluid discussions about potential strikes. Iran, meanwhile, has fortified its sites, launched maritime drills in the Strait of Hormuz, and its Supreme Leader Ayatollah Ali Khamenei has mocked U.S. military moves on social media. The U.S. has ramped up its presence with the USS Abraham Lincoln aircraft carrier already in position, equipped with fighter jets and destroyers, and the massive USS Gerald R. Ford en route, with all forces expected in place by mid-March. Let's take a closer look now at the top 10 developments within the past 24 Okay, we will be telling you about that in just a second. But Ambassador Bhashwati Mukherjee is also joining us, former diplomat. Ambassador Mukherjee, what do you make of this possibility of this strike by the US this weekend itself? Those are the reports floating around.
Well, the Iranians have responded strongly, saying that they are willing to negotiate, and negotiations are going on, but negotiations should not be conducted under this kind of military pressure and military buildup. In addition, the Iranian supreme leader has, through artificial intelligence, it seems the Iranians also now use AI, I was very impressed, has shown the largest American warship right at the bottom of the Straits of Hormuz through AI, and said this is how a very powerful and dangerous military hardware looks, and this is how it looks when a more dangerous weapon puts it at the bottom of the Straits of Hormuz. In other words, what the Iranians are subtly conveying is that if the Straits of Hormuz gets blocked, then some of US's closest allies who have who host American military bases will have nowhere to send their oil. The oil prices will go up sky high, and it will also impact, apart from all of us, it will impact adversely the global economy and the American economy. Therefore, it doesn't make sense to come so close to brinkmanship in a part of the world which controls a vital asset required to keep the global economy going, including the American economy. That is probably the reason, Vineet, that Trump, knowing the risks involved, has not yet ordered the airstrikes. Though I'm told that some hotheads, his aides, some of his hot-headed aides, are urging that they do so. I do hope that good sense prevails and that some kind of a deal can be possible. Trump is a transactional deal maker, and he's also smart enough to know that if there are American casualties so close to the midterm, it's going to affect his ratings, which are already pretty low. So this is a very big deal for all of us watching, but it's an even bigger deal for the Americans, because the Straits of Hormuz are very are very narrow, and if there is a mishap, it will take quite some time to clear it. While it's a little less tricky maybe than the Suez Canal, the issue is, in the case of the Suez Canal, you can always go down the longer route. In this particular case, those countries that need the Straits of Hormuz for oil exports and LNG exports, they have no other route. There's no overland route. So I'm sure they must be on the telephone with Trump, pleading with him not to go the final mile, which he's been threatening. Sometimes he does these threats to bring people to the negotiating table. Sometimes he sends an aircraft to pick up the president and bring him to Washington.
Okay.
I think he would not find it possible to do that with Iran, but you can't rule out anything with Iran.
All right. Let me in fact tell our viewers some more details emerging as well in the relation of the United States versus Iran tension. Now, in latest information coming in, the White House has briefed that US military could be ready for a possible attack by this weekend itself. That's something that White House is reportedly ready for. That's what's the reports emerging. The aircraft carrying USS Gerald R. Ford is in fact en route to join its counterpart USS Abraham Lincoln in the region. That is something that is happening as we speak. Meanwhile, open source flight tracking data is showing heightened activity at RAF Mildenhall and RAF Lakenheath in England, key US Air Force bases, remember, in the region. Fighter jets also, including the F-35 Lightning, the F-22 Raptors, the F-16 Fighting Falcons, they've all been tracked moving from the US to Europe and to the Middle East. Also, scores of US military cargo planes have been flowing into Saudi Arabia. They've been flowing into Jordan, and they've also been flowing into Bahrain. Washington has, of course, deployed the third terminal high-altitude area defense systems. This has been done, in fact, to counter Iran's ballistic missile threat. So that is what the US has already strategized for ahead. Meanwhile, Patriot missile defense batteries have also been rushed into the region, into the Middle East. White House Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt has in fact said on record that Iran would make a very wise move to strike a deal with President Donald Trump. So the pressure tactics clearly, of course, underway. Iran has issued a NOTAM. They've announced planned rocket launches across parts of southern Iran on Thursday. That's something that Iran, of course, has been doing as well. They've been conducting various exercises. US Secretary of State Marco Rubio, meanwhile, is likely to visit Israel next week for talks with Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu. So that's also something to watch out for this coming week. So these are, of course, all the big developments which are happening. What is your interpretation of these developments? What more can be read into this? Major General Gigi Dwivedi, defense analyst, if I can draw you in here into your, I know you're not an astrologer, but what sense are you getting about what's coming?
Well, the point is one can read the dots and join the dots, and you don't have to be astrologer to make a fairly accurate guess. Well, you are given a very detailed overview as to what exactly was going on the ground and what is going on the diplomatic front. Well, in the warfare, diplomacy and the ground preparation go on simultaneously. They complement each other. And your position on the ground, it dictates or determines the position on the negotiation table. So therefore, as far the armed forces are concerned, they always ensure that once the green on is given, they can take to the battlefield in almost zero time. So they don't require much of warning. And as far diplomacy is concerned, it is a very long drawn affair, and the talks are just concluded in Geneva through intermediaries, through indirect talks on. And diplomacy is always hopeful. There's always a window open, and their talks are ended on a note that they have somehow come to understanding on the guiding principles, and they will continue to talk. But here, few issues are very important. President Trump will push Iranians to a corner so that America can get a favorable deal. And deal is to cap the Iranian nuclear program and also to ensure that their stockpile is under inspections and give them a carrot and stick that in case they comply, then the sanctions could be lifted. On the other side, Iranians also had dug in their heels. And they are also wanting the guarantee that it should not happen off and on switch on the sanctions, and the deal should not be abrogated like the JCPOA was done in 2019. So the issue is that both sides are prepared. They are on the negotiation table, but also on the ground in case the current situation transition into a conflict, then the both sides are on it. But the point is, it will have very serious repercussions. Then what happened in June 2025, when when Israel launched the operations, that is the Flying Lion, and American also went in for Midnight Hammer. Now that was just a 14 days face-off, but this could be actually far more serious, as the ambassador was bringing out, that this will bring into how the oil supply chains will be impacted, how the global oil scene will get impacted, and also this could draw in the other players in the region, because the Iranians will try and hit the American bases in the region. So therefore this conflict could actually spiral into a regional conflict rather than only between Iran, America and Israel. So I think we need to hold on. But as I can make out, in case the deal doesn't come through, then possibly President Trump would likely to go and fire a strike. That's how I read the ground situation, and that's my astrological take.
Okay. We're getting more breaking news. In fact, also as we speak, the head of the United Nations nuclear watchdog has issued a sharp warning. They've said the United States military build-up in the Middle East could shrink Iran's window for diplomacy. Director General Rafael Mariano Grossi has said time is running out to reach a negotiated agreement over Tehran's atomic program. Grossi stressed, and I quote, "There is not much time, but we are working on something concrete," signaling urgency as tensions continue in the region, of course. So big statement being made there. How should now the head of the United Nations nuclear watchdog's recent statement be interpreted, Ambassador Mukherjee?
Actually, as Major General Dwivedi said, and I compliment him for his military acumen and his astrological powers, I do believe that the manner in which Trump abrogated the deal in 2019 made the Iranians rather unsure that even if they strike a good deal, will Trump abide by it? In other words, he may extract a lot of concessions and then go back on it to extract more concessions. That is the fear of the Iranians, because that is how he negotiates. He tries to get you into a corner and see how much he can get out of you, and then says yes, and then he goes back on it. In this particular case, as the IAEA head had said, earlier Iranian nuclear facilities were under safeguard. And because of that, there was an automatic international break or a restraint on Iran's nuclear program. What they are saying is that Iran, it is feared, is a full nuclear power. When you go in for an all-out assault on a nation that believes in martyrdom, that is Iran, you risk, as General Dwivedi said, a major escalation and a major regional conflict, because Iran has already warned the countries that host American military bases, its neighbors, that in that case they would attack those bases. Those countries in turn have warned the Americans and told the Iranians that they will not allow those bases to be used to attack Iran. Therefore, the warning coming from the IAEA chief is very stark and clear. Let the negotiations continue and please involve IAEA, because IAEA has not been fully involved. They should be involved. Unfortunately, Trump has a very low opinion of multilateralism, which is why he set up the so-called peace board, bypassing Security Council, etc. He doesn't have any respect for multilateral institutions, and he doesn't have any respect for any of these specialized agencies. I think that one should take that warning very, very seriously, and one should also understand that this time it appears to me that we are really on the brink. And that is why I said that I hope Trump steps back from the brink, because he is dealing with a highly volatile situation which could really affect global supply chains. Let's say in India's case, let's say we have reserves for 6 to 7 weeks. Suppose the conflict carries on for, let's say, 3 months. We would be affected. The whole world would be affected. Of course, we have alternative sources of energy, but it would push up energy prices. It would skyrocket. And would we be the only country? Not at all. It would affect the entire globe, including the developed West and United States itself. So I think that it is a situation which is just on the brink, and it just needs one false move to push it over the cliff. Because sometimes, as we know, Vineet, I'm a student of history, sometimes great wars begin with just one false move. As World War I happened, there was the assassination of the Archduke, and there was the World War I. World War II, there was the annexation mistakenly by Hitler. There was World War II. So
Yes.
these are all issues
Okay.
where.
Okay. We're getting more breaking news. Stay with us. Stay with us. We're getting more breaking news also coming in now. Poland has issued an urgent warning to its citizens in Iran. They've asked them to leave the country immediately. Polish Prime Minister Donald Tusk has said the situation is deteriorating rapidly. He's warned that the window to evacuate may close within hours. Tusk has stressed that it's possible that in a few hours there will be no option to evacuate from the country, underlining the gravity of the security situation. So a very serious warning being given by the Polish Prime Minister, Major General Dwivedi. Talk us through the language actually used in this warning. It possibly indicates that something imminent is brewing.
Absolutely, Uday. The point is that these precautions are taken so that the citizens are not caught off guard, and these are the protocol diplomatic language, because the issue is that once the balloon goes up, then the people who suffer maximum are the civilians, are the people who are actually not involved directly in the war. So it's a time that when the war clouds are up in the air, then there are certain protocols that are observed. The diplomatic protocols are there, the human rights protocols are there, so that the people are not caught in the middle of the war. And all nations take precautions, because the issue is Right now, the situation is very fragile, and it could be just takes only few hours to decide. And once you push the button for the operations, then there's no looking back. The operation in this case will start on a very high note because today two carrier groups are there. Well, very close shadow of Iran and the Middle East, and that means they're fully prepared. It's not going to go the escalatory ladder. It's going to start with a very high intensity, and therefore there will be no time for the civilians to actually evacuate. So I think this is the right time the warning have been given, and one can predict that in case the deal doesn't move forward, I think President Trump is quite prepared. And let me take you back to the January. Around the mid-January, President Trump was very keen. In fact, he had made up his mind to strike once the protests were on in Iran. It's only countries like Saudi Arabia, UAE, and other GCC countries who prevailed upon him. But right at the moment, in case the deal doesn't go through, I think President Trump is quite likely to exercise his option, and therefore this is a very fair warning for the civilians to evacuate or to exit, because once the balloon is up, there will be no option because every airspace will be closed, the complete waterways will be closed, and therefore they're bound to take the punitive hit. I think this is the time that sane sense should prevail, that Iranians should show flexibility.
More breaking news coming in. More breaking news coming in. Stay with us. United States Senator Ted Cruz has also delivered a strong message. He's aimed at that message is aimed at Iran's supreme leader, saying Ayatollah Khamenei has only one option left, which is to step down from power. In an interview, Cruz has said the Iranian regime is in tatters. He's also accused it of seeking time to rebuild amidst rising pressure. He's added he does not believe President Trump would accept any such delay tactics. Cruz further stated that there is no deal to be had on Iran's nuclear program, claiming Tehran has never agreed to full any place, anywhere, anytime inspections. So Cruz now reiterating in an interview that Khamenei must go, Ambassador Mukherjee.
Well, he must be completely out of touch with ground reality, because the Shah of Iran is widely regarded in Iran as a CIA agent, even among those who are opposed to Khamenei. And efforts to reinstall his son are never going to succeed. Secondly, in any country which has been under colonial rule, if it is perceived that external hostile powers are seeking to displace unpopular government, the popularity of that government goes up immediately among the people. It is for the people of Iran to decide, and not Mr. Ted Cruz or anyone else. And for that, they have to be prepared for blood, sweat and tears, because this regime will be difficult to dislodge. But if the people of Iran decide, ultimately they will go. But to bring the whole region on the brink of catastrophe, to bring the global oil supplies on the brink of catastrophe, is not the way to go about it. And I do hope, Vineet, I don't have any information with me, that we have also asked our citizens to evacuate ASAP, because getting out of Iran in such a situation, as Major General Dwivedi said, is very tricky. I hope that we must have told whoever is left in Iran, because we had evacuated quite a few couple of months ago, but some have went back, that they should leave as soon as possible. The situation is very fragile and very volatile. Airspace is still open, but we don't know whether by tomorrow evening airspace will have shut down. So I don't believe.
Okay. Point taken. All right, more breaking news coming in now. The United States has announced new visa restrictions. They've announced new visa restrictions on Iranian officials and telecommunication executives, accusing them of repression during recent anti-government protests. The Trump administration has said the move is part of a broader effort to increase pressure on Tehran. Even as nuclear talks continue, the U.S. State Department has confirmed 18 Iranian officials and industry leaders, along with their immediate family members, are being targeted for their role in cracking down on protests and cutting off internet access, saying they inhibited the right of Iranians to free expression and peaceful assembly. So, big action by the United States. Major General Dwivedi, how do you interpret this?
Well, diplomacy is working side by side, and these restrictions or these actions also convey a very strong symbolic message to the Iranian regime that news is tightening around Iran. And one important thing which I wish to make is that as far as regime change is concerned, this is aim plus of the American government of President Trump. But this needs to be more internally driven, because if there's a external infringement or external, I would say, involvement, then it could backfire, because then it will only galvanize and strengthen the Iranian position. So therefore, this has to be internally driven, of course, politically supported by the external factors. But the point is that change of regime has to be internally processed, not externally driven. And news is tightening around Iranian administration.
That it certainly is. We're out of time. My thanks to our guests for joining us on this discussion. We're slipping into a very short break on that note.
MDH की देगी मिर्च,
देगी मिर्च का तड़का, अंग अंग फड़का।
MDH की देगी मिर्च।
MDH का किचन किंग किचन में हो तो हम सब कुछ बना सकते हैं। बैंगन का भरता, आलू गोभी, भिंडी मसाला और भी बहुत कुछ।
MDH कार इंश्योरेंस डन।
पॉलिसी बाजार से कराया?
नहीं।
तो तू जिब्रा नहीं हो सकता।
मतलब?
अगर पॉलिसी बाजार से कार इंश्योरेंस कंपेयर करके लेता तो 12,000 रुपए तक बचा सकता था। इसलिए तू जिब्रा तो नहीं है, तू है
गधा।
काइंड ऑफ।
दादी के हाथों का जादू और खुशबू से महकता घर। MDH गरम मसाला, असली मसालों से भरा हूँ मैं,
क्योंकि हर रिश्ता है स्वाद से जुड़ा।
अगर आप बनना चाहते हैं एंकर, या फिर आप में है जुनून एक तेज तर्रार न्यूज रिपोर्टर बनने का, तो आप ज्वाइन करें ITV और इंडिया Newsx का मीडिया स्कूल। ITV नेक्स्ट मीडिया इंटरनेशनल स्कूल का कोर्स आपको मौका देता है देश के दिग्गज एंकर्स के साथ काम करने का। ITV नेक्स्ट मीडिया इंटरनेशनल स्कूल में
आज न्यू दिल्ली AI इम्पैक्ट समिट में मैं AI के लिए MANAV मानव विजन प्रस्तुत करता हूं। मानव का अर्थ होता है ह्यूमन, और मानव विजन कहता है M moral and ethical systems। AI एथिकल गाइडेंस पर आधारित हो। A अकाउंटेबल गवर्नेंस, यानी ट्रांसपेरेंट रूल्स, रोबस्ट ओवरसाइट। एंड नेशनल सॉवरेनिटी, यानी जिसका डेटा उसका अधिकार। A एक्सेसिबल एंड इंक्लूसिव, यानी AI मोनोपोली नहीं, मल्टीप्लायर बने। V वैलिड एंड लेजिटिमेट, यानी AI लॉफुल और वेरीफाइबल हो। भारत को AI में भविष्य दिखता है। हमारे पास टैलेंट भी है, एनर्जी कैपेसिटी भी है, और पॉलिसी क्लैरिटी भी है। और मुझे आपको ये बताते हुए खुशी है कि इस समिट में 3 भारतीय कंपनियों ने अपने AI मॉडल्स और एप्स लॉन्च किए हैं। ये मॉडल्स हमारे यूथ के टैलेंट को दिखाते हैं और भारत जो सॉल्यूशंस दे रहा है उसकी डेप्थ और डाइवर्सिटी का भी प्रतिबिंब है। साथियों, भारत सेमीकंडक्टर और चिप मेकिंग से लेकर क्वांटम कंप्यूटिंग तक एक रिजिलिएंट इकोसिस्टम बना रहा है। सिक्योर डेटा सेंटर्स, मजबूत आईटी बैकबोन, डायनेमिक स्टार्टअप इकोसिस्टम भारत को एफोर्डेबल, स्केलेबल और सिक्योर एआई सॉल्यूशंस का नेचुरल हब बनाते हैं।
Across India, creators use our AI to automatically translate reels into the language of the person watching. Small businesses talk to customers through WhatsApp business agents that they create in 10 minutes on their phones, and they use our Gen AI tools to create ads and reach customers way more efficiently than they ever could before. And India has world-class developers building genius things to solve societal challenges. For example, there are more than 20 million people with disabilities in India who are locked out of education, jobs, and digital services because the digital world wasn't designed for them. So iSTEM built voice-first, AI-powered infrastructure that helps people with disabilities to learn, discover careers, and complete digital tasks independently, like converting textbooks into usable formats or giving personalized career guidance that takes into account their disability. In healthcare, researchers at Ashoka University used our SAM3 model, which is trained on billions of natural images, to speed up the identification and segmentation of cancer tumors and at-risk organs. Their model, OncoSeg, can help radiologists and radiology oncology teams do in seconds what it takes hours to do manually.
India's AI opportunity is amazing. It's great to be here. This is one of our fastest growing markets in the world. Maybe it's the fastest at this point. It's certainly the fastest for Codex. There's more than 100 million people that use ChatGPT every week. We're delighted to be here.
Thank you, Sean. I've been spending the last few days meeting with Indian builders and enterprises, and the energy to build together here is palpable, unlike anywhere else. This is the 4th AI Summit we've held since the tradition was initiated at Bletchley Park back in 2023, which I still remember. And in those 2.5 years, the advances in the technology have been absolutely staggering. Along with those, the advances in the commercial applications and the societal and ethical questions around the technology have only grown more urgent. My fundamental view is that AI has been on an exponential for the last 10 years, and as part of a sort of Moore's law for intelligence, and that we are now well advanced on that curve, and there are only a small number of years for AI models surpassing the cognitive capabilities of most humans for most things. We're increasingly close to what I've called a country of geniuses in a data center, a set of AI agents that are more capable than most humans at most things and can coordinate at superhuman speed. That level of capability is something the world has never seen before and brings a very wide range of both opportunities and concerns for humanity.
Back when I was a student, I often took the Coromandel Express train from Chennai up to IIT Kharagpur. To get there, we passed through Vishakhapatnam, Vizag. I remember it being a quiet and modest coastal city brimming with potential. Now in that same city, Google is establishing a full-stack AI hub, part of our $15 billion infrastructure investment in India. When finished, this hub will house gigawatt-scale compute and a new international subsea cable gateway, bringing jobs and cutting-edge AI to people and business.
One of our G7 priorities will be as well children's protection against AI and digital abuse. You just mentioned it, Mr. Secretary General. There is no reason our children should be exposed online to what is legally forbidden in the real world. Our platforms, governments and regulators should be working together to make internet and social media a safe space. This is why, in France, we are embarking on a process to ban social networks for children under 15 years old. And we are committed here in this journey with a lot of several European countries being present here today. Greece, Spain. I know, Mr. Prime Minister, you will join this club. And this is a great news that India will join such an approach in order to protect children and teenagers. And we stand ready to take all necessary actions to ensure that our young citizens are truly safe, and wish to engage with all willing partners to make this vision happen for all. And this is a new coalition of willings in order to protect our children and teenagers.
अगर आप बनना चाहते हैं एंकर या फिर आप में है जुनून एक तेज तर्रार न्यूज रिपोर्टर बनने का, तो आप ज्वाइन करें ITV और इंडिया न्यूज़ का मीडिया स्कूल। ITV नेक्स्ट मीडिया इंटरनेशनल स्कूल का कोर्स आपको मौका देता है देश के दिग्गज एंकर्स के साथ काम करने का। ITV नेक्स्ट मीडिया इंटरनेशनल स्कूल में के एंकरिंग स्किल्स को करेगा इतना सशक्त, मजबूत, जिससे आप बनेंगे पत्रकारिता की दुनिया का वो चमकता चेहरा जो दुनिया देखेगी और पसंद करेगी।
Hello and welcome. You're joining us once again from the India AI Impact Summit here in New Delhi at the Bharat Mandapam, and we're joined by Kunal Sood. He is the founder of Audacity AI. He's made the trip here from New York to come to this very special event in the Indian capital. Kunal, what more can you tell us about the event? Have you enjoyed it as the third day wraps up? What have you thought?
I think this is a very, audacious attempt at all inclusion in India, which is necessary. If you look around, you see people from all walks of life in India and around the world too. So I think I commend Prime Minister Modi ji around his vision for an audacious future for India in the age of AI. I would love to see more of a sangha, like a satsang, which is more AI experts as well. That's the only thing I want to see here is like, where are the AI experts? Because it's like I come into the sea and it's an unbelievable inclusion, but then where do I go to learn about AI in India? And then some of the expo halls have been really fascinating to me, how they've been laid out, especially the one with all of the military capability of India. And that's really been something that's inspired me. Because really when you look at AI, it starts with the military, right? A strategy in aviation or missiles, and then you see it in action, and I was very inspired by that.
And of course, it's referred to many other topics. You've got the likes of agriculture, the likes of health have been discussed. I mean, we're at the start of a revolution. People are liking to the internet. Some people are also explaining that it could be even bigger than that. The different areas that have been referred to, your health, your agriculture. What more can you tell us about how that can benefit the mass? We're living in a country of over 1.4 billion.
Yeah.
How is that going to come into practice in a country like India, if it is?
I definitely feel AI has the capability, because if you look at AI, it's like the holy trinity of fire, electricity, and water. right? So if you harness it, of course, you can be burned by fire, you can be drowned by water, and electricity can, of course, electrocute you. And now AI is seeming like the trifecta of the three. So for me, I see it as an extraordinary opportunity for India to harness that trinity, almost like Brahma, Vishnu, and Shiva, right? And if you look at that, our culture has extraordinary ancient philosophy and tradition. And for me, personally speaking, I'd love to see us live out the four virtues of Seva, Sangha, Sadhana, and Swadharma, which is service, community, sadhana is personal development, and finally your massive transformative purpose or your calling. And if we really go in that direction, I think it will benefit a lot of India. Meaning if we create something that's meant for India and built by India, so it's like for us and by us. And that's going to be the challenge, right? How do you democratize the idea of artificial intelligence so it doesn't sit amongst the elite, right? It doesn't just belong to the biggest companies in the world, but rather it's democratized to the poor man in the slums of Mumbai who can actually pick up a phone and start making a living versus having to eke out his daily wage to just get by. That I feel is going to be the greatest gift Modi ji as well as, the AI Impact Summit can actually do for India. It's to really penetrate the bottom billion, that exist around the world, not just India. But that's going to be really something that we see as a gift of AI. If we can harness that utopian future, we'll go through a little bit of dystopia, but I have a feeling that ultimately we'll come out the other side having democratized this technology as something that helps humanity flourish.
Indeed, and of course, this event is full of bright colours and positivity and smiles, but there is those concerns going forward.
Yes.
The obvious ones, personal security, the use of the defence, as you'd said. Things could go wrong. Do you think that is correctly being addressed here?
I feel like India is doing a major part of its role to try and address it. I don't know if any country, including the United States or China, have an answer to that. Because you see, when you think about AI, it's a black box. Even the experts don't know. They're like, Pandora's out of the box. So they don't even know what's going to happen. They don't even think losing your job is the worst thing that's going to happen with AI. They're worried about what they've unleashed. Because ultimately, it's human intelligence in the form of Superman. Right? Meaning you've literally you have super intelligence on steroids. And you don't know how to control that in society. So I feel like what's going to happen short term is we're going to have to look at the players that understand how to control AI. It's not AI itself that's going to be the danger. It's going to be the controllers of AI, the ones who actually control the force of AI. And the second thing that's going to happen is you're going to see AI actually shift into superintelligence, right, which we call AGI, superintelligence. Yes. That's the point at which I think leadership is going to matter the most. So I believe here and now we don't have a technology or a resource problem. We have a massive leadership crisis. And we have to address that at the beginning so that these things don't go out of hand. I'm all about a strong military. Because if we are going to fight an alien intelligence, that if it's on this planet or off, we will have to have some form of military. The thing that you're talking about is more important, which is we control what AI can take away from us, which is our sovereignty.
Yeah. And you speak of that leadership and that leadership making the right decisions. We're leading up to the pinnacle of the summit, the last 2 days in which world leaders are set to come and address the crowd and hopefully sign some official agreements. Over 100 countries are present here, delegations are. So what would you hope for? Do you think it's going to happen to conclude it?
So I'm very hopeful. Not only because Prime Minister Modi's vision is actually being signed by 100 different countries, but because India is a very disciplined nature country which really prides themselves on building and educating. And so AI is all about intelligence. And I feel like that's the one strength India has at its core. We're very intelligent by nature and also by discipline. Even if you're not intelligent, your parents will make sure that you're intelligent. So that's my hope for India, that we harness our intelligence to go from artificial to audacious intelligence to natural intelligence, right? So we unlock those realms of intelligence that haven't been unlocked. So that's one thing I'm very excited about for India. Now, the pact that's being signed by 100 countries, it sounds a lot like the United Nations. It's going to take a conceited effort of going beyond your signing that document to making it executable in a way that Steve Jobs said it best. An idea is an infectious disease that doesn't help anyone. It's that execution, it's that flawless, audacious, fearless execution that matters the most. And by the time you conceive of an idea to the point that it's executed, you've iterated at least 10,000 times, just like mastery, 10,000 hours. So I think that's what India has, that grit, that ability to actually execute and have the discipline and the foresight as well as the wherewithal to do it, to get it done. And that's what I'm excited about with the Indian populace, like the population of India, the minds of India. And, you know, we want to build AI for the world, not just for us. Democratize it for everyone.
Thank you so much for joining us. It's a great pleasure to talk to you here on Newsx. Pleasure. Thank you so much. Hello and welcome. I'm Thomas Porteous and you're watching Newsx World. We are continuing our coverage here at the AI Impact Summit in New Delhi. We are joined now by Taha Shahbadusha, a Bollywood actress. Thank you very much, Taha, for joining us here on Newsx World. Of course, we're here in Delhi at the AI Impact Summit. 200,000 people here in attendance. What have you thought of the event?
Energetic. You know, I've been around, I've been walking to Hall 1 to Hall 10, and I've only realized that we've got so much potential in this country, and it's blowing up. AI has opened up so much creative force all across India, and they're all here today for this whole week to spread their ideas, to get investments, to learn more about AI. And as people used to say, AI is the future, and it's not. It's actually AI is the present. AI is running the country, AI is running the world right now, so we're here not to miss out.
And what's certainly taken me back is the amount of young people that are here. A lot of youth, especially from here in India. The presence and the innovation from India's youth. What's that shown you over these past few days?
I've seen that they're really striving to break out, you know, from tier 2, tier 3 places in our country. They're all here. They're so focused on what they want to do. They're very intelligent. You know, I've seen these young boys in startups, and they've created some really incredible drones. I met one person who actually created AI for hardware, so he can actually put AI into this mic and AI into the camera, and it's something never been done before. And it's not something to be taken lightly, to be honest. With global leaders coming in today, tomorrow, I feel the youth of our country is really blowing up. And like I said, I even went to the AI Film Festival yesterday, and that was because like you said, I'm an actor, and I wanted to check out what exactly are they able to bring on the screen. And to be honest, they're able to bring in really incredible stuff on screen, which can actually move you. And why I would say that is because when Walt Disney brought in Bambi, nobody believed that animation could actually move the audience, right? And everybody rejected the idea. But when Bambi came out, and when there was the first screening, everybody cried when the mom died, you know? And like that, AI is the future. AI is going to make so much difference in the cost of filmmaking, especially in sci-fis, especially in periodic films, a lot of action, you know, a lot of cost savings, so therefore we can reach a larger audience, utilize the money for distribution. So many benefits with AI.
Would you say, obviously you yourself are an actor, of course there's a lot of actors who are skeptical, and a lot of people in the film industry who are skeptical and concerned about the use of AI. Would you say you're a supporter of it if it's used in the correct way?
Like Modi said, it's all about ethical AI usage, and I completely understand people being skeptical. I think there's a little bit of skepticism in me too, but you cannot deny it. You cannot deny that AI is already here, and AI is going to take over whether you like it or not. It's like saying that, you know, people only want to see black and white, but when Technicolor came, everybody shifted. And it's just growth. We cannot say no to growth, and we cannot say no to something which is already entered all our veins. You know, everybody over here, all the 2 lakh people over here, and everybody in India, I would say, would guarantee that they're not. None of them would not be having ChatGPT on their phone right now. Everybody's having conversation with ChatGPT. Everybody is learning, and they're learning fast.
Is there anything that you think AI should stay away from? Whether that would be in your film industry, or something else that you think AI shouldn't touch that is perfectly good how it is, and if AI does end up influencing it, we're going the wrong direction.
Well, I would definitely say deepfake is something that you should avoid. You know, impersonating other people and their voices, and basically trying to con people, you know, and AI can do it too. You know, so like we were talking about, it's all about ethical usage. So as far as my film industry is concerned, and something which is already great, I would have to say that like I heard, some people are going to bring back the faces or the voices of stars or singers who have passed away, and they're going to recreate it in newer songs, but using their faces and using their voices. And I believe that actually, what about us? What about the new people? You know, so I think that let the old be gold and let it be there. And let's use the youth of our country to create better and better content. And yeah.
Taha, thank you so much for taking the time. Great pleasure having you. Thank you. Well, that's all that we have time for here. Stay tuned on Newsx World as we continue to bring you all the coverage coming out of the AI Summit.
अगर आप बनना चाहते हैं एंकर, या फिर आप में है जुनून एक तेज तर्रार न्यूज रिपोर्टर बनने का, तो आप ज्वाइन करें ITV और इंडिया न्यूज़ का मीडिया स्कूल। ITV नेक्स्ट मीडिया इंटरनेशनल स्कूल का कोर्स आपको मौका देता है देश के दिग्गज एंकर्स के साथ काम करने का। ITV नेक्स्ट मीडिया इंटरनेशनल स्कूल में आप बेहद नजदीकी से देख पाएंगे किस तरह से ITV नेटवर्क के दिग्गज पत्रकारों की टीम दिन रात खबरों पर काम करती है। इस कोर्स के दौरान आप सीखेंगे एंकरिंग की एक एक बारीकी उन एंकर्स के साथ जो देश को रखते हैं हर खबर से बाखबर। ITV नेक्स्ट मीडिया इंटरनेशनल स्कूल का ये कोर्स आपके एंकरिंग स्किल्स को करेगा इतना सशक्त, मजबूत, जिससे आप बनेंगे पत्रकारिता की दुनिया का वो चमकता चेहरा जो दुनिया देखेगी और पसंद करेगी। अगर आप बनना चाहते हैं एंकर, या फिर आप में है जुनून एक तेज तर्रार न्यूज रिपोर्टर बनने का, तो आप ज्वाइन करें ITV और इंडिया न्यूज़ का मीडिया स्कूल। ITV नेक्स्ट मीडिया इंटरनेशनल स्कूल का कोर्स आपको मौका देता है देश के दिग्गज एंकर्स के साथ काम करने का। ITV नेक्स्ट मीडिया इंटरनेशनल स्कूल में आप बेहद नजदीकी से देख पाएंगे किस तरह से ITV नेटवर्क के दिग्गज पत्रकारों की टीम दिन रात खबरों पर काम करती है। इस कोर्स के दौरान आप सीखेंगे एंकरिंग की एक एक बारीकी उन एंकर्स के साथ जो देश को रखते हैं हर खबर से बाखबर। ITV नेक्स्ट मीडिया इंटरनेशनल स्कूल का ये कोर्स आपके एंकरिंग स्किल्स को करेगा इतना सशक्त, मजबूत, जिससे आप बनेंगे पत्रकारिता की दुनिया का वो चमकता चेहरा जो दुनिया देखेगी और पसंद करेगी।
छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
लाल रंग इसका अपार, तीखा कम है फिर भी स्वाद, बेमिसाल बेमिसाल MDH कश्मीरी,
MDH कश्मीरी।
MDH।
कार इंश्योरेंस डन।
पॉलिसी बाजार से कराया?
नहीं।
तो तू ज़ीब्रा नहीं हो सकता।
मतलब?
अगर पॉलिसी बाजार से कार इंश्योरेंस कंपेयर करके लेता तो 12,000 रुपए तक बचा सकता था। इसलिए तू ज़ीब्रा तो नहीं है, तू है
गधा।
काइंड ऑफ।
MDH कसूरी मेथी लाजवाब है
स्वाद और सुगंध इसकी
लाजवाब है।
अगर MDH कसूरी मेथी नहीं डाला
तो खाली हाथ मलते रह जाओगे।
एक एक पत्ता हाथ से चुना, स्वाद और सुगंध जगाए कई गुना।
आप बनना चाहते हैं एंकर या फिर आप में है जुनून एक तेज तर्रार न्यूज रिपोर्टर बनने का, तो आप ज्वाइन करें ITV और इंडिया न्यूज़ का मीडिया स्कूल। ITV नेक्स्ट मीडिया इंटरनेशनल स्कूल का कोर्स आपको मौका देता है देश के दिग्गज एंकर्स के साथ काम करने का। ITV नेक्स्ट मीडिया इंटरनेशनल स्कूल में आप बेहद नजदीकी से देख पाएंगे किस तरह से ITV नेटवर्क के दिग्गज पत्रकारों की टीम दिन रात खबरों पर काम करती है। इस कोर्स के दौरान आप सीखेंगे एंकरिंग की एक एक बारीकी उन एंकर्स के साथ जो देश को रखते हैं हर खबर से बाखबर। ITV नेक्स्ट मीडिया इंटरनेशनल स्कूल का ये कोर्स आपके एंकरिंग स्किल्स को करेगा इतना सशक्त, मजबूत, जिससे आप बनेंगे पत्रकारिता की दुनिया का वो चमकता चेहरा जो दुनिया देखेगी और पसंद करेगी।
Under fire over Epstein files. King Charles's brother gets arrested. First royal prince to face jail. Another controversy in the Hall of Shame as Andrew faces law for Epstein Island images.
Hello and welcome. You're watching Newsx Explained. I'm Uday Prataps. The arrest of Andrew Mountbatten Windsor on the 19th of February 2026 represents a tectonic shift in the history of the British monarchy. For centuries, the British royal family has been shielded by a mix of constitutional protocol and public deference, but the events unfolding at the Sandringham estate mark a definitive end to that era of exceptionalism. The man once known as Prince Andrew, the Duke of York, now finds himself at the center of a criminal proceeding that challenges the very foundations of royal accountability. To understand why Andrew has been arrested, one must look beyond the tabloid headlines and into the complex intersection of international finance and public service. While the public has long scrutinized his personal association with the late Jeffrey Epstein, the specific charges leading to his 2026 arrest are rooted in his tenure as the United Kingdom's Special Representative for International Trade and Investment. Between 2001 and 2011, Andrew occupied a taxpayer-funded role intended to promote British business interests abroad. However, following the unsealing of a massive cache of documents by the US Department of Justice, files that had remained protected for years, investigators uncovered evidence suggesting a grave breach of trust. The core of the allegation involves misconduct in public office. The arrest was executed by Thames Valley Police following a high-stakes investigation. While the public has long scrutinized Andrew's personal association with the late financier Jeffrey Epstein, this criminal proceeding focuses on his professional tenure as the United Kingdom's Special Representative for International Trade and Investment, a role he held from 2001 to 2011. The catalyst for the police action was the recent release of millions of documents by the US Department of Justice, commonly referred to as the Epstein files. These documents allegedly provided a paper trail showing that Andrew used his taxpayer-funded position to benefit Epstein's private interests. Specific evidence cited by investigators includes emails from late 2010. In one instance, Andrew reported he forwarded sensitive government reports regarding trade visits to Singapore, Vietnam and China to Epstein just 5 minutes after receiving them from his special assistant. Even before grave are allegations that he shared a confidential brief detailing high-value mineral deposits, including gold and uranium, in Helmand province, Afghanistan. While British forces were actively stationed there, in the eyes of the law, sharing such sensitive state information with a private citizen, especially one who was a convicted sex offender at the time, constitutes a massive breach of public trust. Born on February 19, 1960, Andrew was the second son and third child of Queen Elizabeth II and Prince Philip. For decades, he was a central pillar of the royal family and was widely regarded as his mother's favorite child. He was often contrasted with his older brother Charles. Where Charles was seen as formal and introspective, Andrew was perceived as boisterous, confident and easy to talk to. His public standing reached its peak during the 1982 Falklands War. Serving as a Sea King helicopter pilot, Andrew flew genuine combat missions, including acting as a decoy for Exocet missiles. He returned to Britain as a decorated war hero, a status that shielded him from criticism for many years. However, his post-military career as a trade envoy earned him the nickname Air Mile Andy, due to his perceived extravagance in his social circle, which led to his downfall. To contextualize his fall, one must look at his position within the House of Windsor. Andrew is the third of 4 children born to the late Queen and the Duke of Edinburgh. His eldest brother is the current monarch, King Charles III. His sister Anne, the Princess Royal, is widely regarded as the hardest working member of the family, while his younger brother, Prince Edward, has taken on many of the Duke of Edinburgh's former responsibilities. Andrew's own domestic life was equally high profile. His 1986 marriage to Sarah Ferguson was a global media event. Although they divorced in 1996, the two have maintained a uniquely close relationship, continuing to live together at Royal Lodge in Windsor. Andrew's lineage continues through his 2 daughters, Princess Beatrice and Princess Eugenie. Both women have established lives outside of the working royal sphere, pursuing careers in business and the arts, while navigating the intense public scrutiny brought about by their father's actions. Let's understand where Andrew's downfall began from. Giffray is an Australia-based victim and the victim of the infamous sex trafficking ring run by Jeffrey Epstein and Ghislaine Maxwell in America. In court documents, she claimed that she was procured by Maxwell in the year 2000 as a sex slave for Epstein when she was 14 years old. It was while working as a spa attendant at US President Donald Trump's Mar-a-Lago resort in Florida one summer that she first met Maxwell, a noted British socialite. She was offered a job as a personal masseuse at Epstein's Palm Beach mansion, where she was sexually abused by the Epstein and his friends. In a lawsuit against Prince Andrew in 2021, Giffray alleged that he sexually assaulted her in 2001 when she was 17 years old. Epstein was arrested again on the 6th of July 2019 on federal charges for the sex trafficking of minors in Florida and New York. He died in his jail cell on the 10th of August 2019. The medical examiner ruled that his death was a suicide by hanging. She claimed that Epstein and Maxwell had directed her to have sex with Andrew at Maxwell's home in London. The photographs of Prince Andrew posing with his arm around Giffray that was submitted as evidence. In this image you can see Andrew, Virginia Giffray and Ghislaine Maxwell's house with Maxwell in the background, in fact herself. In 2019, Andrew gave an interview to BBC where he beat around the bush, even suggesting that the image is doctored. He first said that he isn't sure it is his hand around Giffray's waist, and then he denied any recollection of an image like that being taken. A photograph taken in February 2000 showed Andrew standing by Donald Trump, his now wife Melania and Ghislaine Maxwell at a party at Trump's Mar-a-Lago resort in Florida. His 2019 was called a car crash interview, as Andrew was visibly sweating and rambling through his answers that didn't make sense. Let's discuss now other royal figures who've been associated with the Epstein files. First on the list, besides Andrew Mountbatten Windsor, is his wife, Sarah Ferguson. She was the former Duchess of York. Emails show Sarah Ferguson asking late convicted sex offender Jeffrey Epstein for a job as a house assistant, saying she desperately needed money. She wrote, "But why, I don't understand. Don't you just get me to be your house assistant? I'm the most capable and desperately need the money. Please, Jeffrey, think about it," quote unquote. She also accepted nearly $20,000 from Epstein to pay off debts. Newly unveiled documents showed that Ferguson contacted Epstein multiple times following his 2008 prostitution conviction, despite claiming to have cut off contact after publicly disowning him in March 2011 during an interview. She reached out to Epstein again and has said, "As you know, I did not, absolutely not, say the P word about you. I know you feel hellaciously let down by me, and I must humbly apologize to you and your heart for that. You've always been a steadfast, generous and supreme friend to me and my family," quote unquote. The former Duchess of York, casually referring to Eugenie returning from a shagging weekend, a remark critics say demonstrates catastrophic judgment given Epstein's criminal history. The emails also show Ferguson quoting Epstein, "the brother I always wished for," and repeatedly writing, "just marry me," in phoning messages that have left royal watchers stunned. Whether was Princess Diana's death or Prince Harry, and Meghan's exit, or this arrest, these episodes weren't just salacious headlines, they were moments when the monarchy's facade cracked, showing flaws and cracks in the perfect facade of royalty. The British monarchy has endured wars, they've endured divorces, they've endured abdications, but its gravest test is in rebellion, its relevance. Prince Andrew's fall from grace, Harry and Meghan's rebellion, and the ghosts of Diana all point to a single truth. Beneath the tiaras and titles, the crown is not made of gold, it is made of people who are deeply flawed, fragile, and now it seems immoral too.
Under fire over Epstein files. King Charles's brother gets arrested. First royal prince to face jail. Another controversy in the Hall of Shame as Andrew faces law for Epstein Island images.
देगी मिर्च का तड़का अंग अंग फड़का
MDH की देगी मिर्च। दादी के हाथों का जादू और खुशबू से महकता घर। MDH गरम मसाला, असली मसालों से भरा हूँ मैं,
क्योंकि हर रिश्ता है स्वाद से जुड़ा।
सस्ते वाले दाल मसाले स्वाद हुआ बेकार। MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल। ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े। क्या निराला MDH मसाला।
कार इंश्योरेंस डन।
पॉलिसी बाजार से कराया?
नहीं।
तो तू जिब्रा नहीं हो सकता। कार नई हो या पुरानी, पॉलिसी बाजार पे कंपेयर करके खरीदो और 30,000 तक बचाओ। इसलिए तू जिब्रा तो नहीं है, तू है
गधा।
काइंड ऑफ।
आपके घर के खाने में रेस्टोरेंट जैसा स्वाद ले आए MDH का शाही पनीर मसाला। पनीर को क्या मस्त बना डाला। MDH का किचन किंग किचन में हो तो हम सब कुछ बना सकते हैं। बैंगन का भरता, आलू गोभी, भिंडी मसाला और भी बहुत कुछ।
MDH
अब आया असली स्वाद।
अब आया स्वाद।
जब स्वाद के पड़े हो लाले तो MDH का चंकी चाट मसाला डालें। MDH का चंकी चाट मसाला।
MDH
Stunning downfall of a president. You're now sentenced for life. History of graft, then 2024 move. Here's how Samsung is linked. Here's how South Korea's crisis started.
South Korea's former President Yoon Suk Yeol has capped a remarkable fall from grace on Thursday when he was sentenced to life imprisonment over his bungled efforts to impose military rule. As a self-styled anti-corruption crusader, Yoon rose from star prosecutor to South Korean president in just a few years. But he would sow the seeds of his own downfall on the 3rd of December 2024 when he abruptly declared martial law to root out anti-state forces corrupting the nation. On December 3rd, 2024, in the dead of night, he went on live TV and declared martial law. Troops stormed parliament, helicopters circled, arrest lists were drawn up. 6 frantic hours later, lawmakers broke through barricades and voted it down, with the scar permanent. Today's verdict isn't revenge, it's democracy saying never again. Hello and welcome. You're watching Explained by Newsx. I'm Bazar. Let's unpack the full story, the night it happened, the ghosts of Korea's past, and how Samsung's long shadow still looms over it all. It starts at 23 p.m. Yoon appears on every channel. Anti-state forces, he says, are paralyzing the government, colluding with North Korea. Martial law is declared immediately, no debate, no full cabinet meeting, just a rushed, fabricated decree. Martial law was last introduced in South Korea in 1979, sparked by the assassination of the then military ruler in a coup. Today's South Korea, however, is a far cry from that, the repressive years that followed as well. It's a stable, prosperous democracy, yet Yoon claimed he was introducing military rule to save the country from dark forces. He called the opposition-controlled National Assembly a den of criminals that was attempting to paralyze the government. Within an hour, special forces surrounded the National Assembly. Soldiers blocked entrances, orders went out to arrest opposition leader Lee Jae-myung, the Assembly Speaker, even some ruling party lawmakers if they resisted. The goal? Will neutralize parliament so Yoon could rule by decree indefinitely. South Koreans, though, don't sleep through coups anymore. Lawmakers, conservatives and liberals alike race to the building. They climbed over fences, dodged troops, smashed windows to get inside by 4:18 a.m. 190 MPs voted unanimously. Martial law was lifted. Yoon folded 6 hours after it began. The fallout was instant. Protests erupted nationwide. His approval cratered below 10%. Impeachment passed. December 14th, Constitutional Court removed him. April 2025, he was arrested. July 2025, he got 5 years for obstructing and faking documents. Today, life for leading an insurrection. His defense minister got 30 years, ex-prime minister got 23. The judge was blunt. Yoon tried to paralyze the legislature for a considerable period, quote unquote. The highly anticipated ruling delivered by a Seoul court was broadcast across the nation. Prosecutors had asked for the death penalty for Yoon, whose short-lived power grab sent the Asian democracy into political turmoil. The verdict and sentence was handed down by a 3-judge panel at Seoul's Central District Court, where Yoon's supporters and critics gathered amidst heightened security. Yoon's martial law order, the first of its kind in South Korea in more than 40 years, shocked a country that became one of Asia's most vibrant democracies after having spent decades under military authoritarian rule. South Korea was mired in months of political uncertainty as the chaos from the decree was followed by Yoon's impeachment and a power vacuum at the top of the government. The episode has also deeply divided the politically polarized public, with Yoon's conservative supporters cheering his attempts to fight impeachment and arrest in an echo of scenes in the United States. Yoon denied wrongdoing. He said he had the right as president to declare martial law and that the order was a short-term, symbolic effort to raise public awareness of the threat from opposition lawmakers. So what does the law say? South Korea's constitution says the president can declare martial law when it is considered necessary to cope with a military threat or to maintain public safety and order by mobilizing military forces. The president's martial law declaration must be reviewed by the cabinet. When martial law is declared by the president, they must notify the National Assembly of the decision. The president must comply when the National Assembly requests the lifting of martial law by a majority vote of the members. The martial law commander, appointed by the president on the recommendation of the defense minister amongst active duty generals, has the power to take actions related to arrests of persons, search and seizure, speech, and the press. And assembly too. The commander has authority over all administrative and judicial matters. This wasn't Yoon inventing a new playbook. Martial law is South Korea's oldest nightmare. There have been more than a dozen instances of martial law declarations since South Korea was established as a republic in 1948. Many of the cases were triggered by democratic uprisings, and when Park Chung-hee and Chun Do-hwan, both military officers, staged military coups in 1961 and 1980. In 1961, General Park Chung-hee's coup, tanks in Seoul, constitution suspended. To fight corruption and communism, he said. He ruled 18 years. There was economic boom, but with torture chambers and silenced voices. In 1972, Yushin emergency, martial law again, president for life, and the protests were crushed. In 1979, Park assassinated by his own intelligence chief. Relief lasted weeks. On December 12, General Chun Do-hwan staged his own coup. On May 1980, full martial law. Gwangju uprising crushed. Special forces shot civilians. Official toll was 200. Dead. Survivors say far more. Bodies burnt in secret. That trauma still echoes in Korean songs, films, and family stories. Chun ruled until 1987. Street protests forced real elections. Sixth Republic was born. Every Korean over 40 knows martial law means fear, disappearance, blood in the streets. Then why is it used? Power, and maybe the old elite playbook. Prosecutors have argued, however, that Yoon's 2024 martial law attempt tarnished the nation's dignity far more severely than the military coup Chun and Ro staged in 1979. Let's try to understand the ties from past to present. Shareball power. Samsung isn't just phones, it's 20% of GDP. And for decades, presidents traded favors for cash as well as loyalty. Park Chung-hee gave Samsung cheap loans, land protection, built it into a colossus. Chun kept the system. Fast forward 2016, there was 17 scandal. President Park Geun-hye and confidant Choi Soon-sil extorted billions from conglomerates. Samsung heir Lee Jae-yong bribed $36 million for government help in a merger that cemented his control after his father's illness. National Pension Service pressured it to approve it. Who led the prosecution? Well, Yoon Suk-yeol. He helped convict Lee. Bribery, embezzlement. Lee served time. Then Yoon became president in 2022 and pardoned Lee in August 2022. Full restoration, critics cried foul. The anti-corruption crusader now shielding the chaebol he once hunted. Yoon's own circle, where wife Kim Kyun-hee convicted on gift-taking and influence peddling. Vetoes on bills probing its scandals when martial law hit. Samsung stock plunged billions in minutes. The very giants that flourished under stable or strongman rule panicked at chaos. The pattern? Well, chaebol's bankroll campaigns get mergers approved. Dodge real reform, politicians get luxury donations, post office jobs. When the system wobbles, the old authoritarian reflex kicks in. Yoon's stunt wasn't just personal, it was a ghost of that cozy corrupt alliance trying one last gasp. Today's life sentence is historic. First time since dictator Chun Do-hwan that a leader gets his punishment in the democratic era. But the warning is clear. Martial law is in an ancient history, it's muscle memory for some. Chaebol influence still warps politics. Yoon's appeal will drag on, but the message landed. No one is untouchable. Not presidents, not heirs to empires.
Stunning downfall of a president. Yoon now sentenced for life. History of graft, then 2024 move. Here's how Samsung is linked. Here's how South Korea's crisis started.
कार इंश्योरेंस डन।
पॉलिसी बाजार से कराया?
नहीं।
तो तू ज़ीब्रा नहीं हो सकता।
मतलब?
अगर पॉलिसी बाजार से कार इंश्योरेंस कंपेयर करके लेता तो 12,000 रुपए तक बचा सकता था। इसलिए तू ज़ीब्रा तो नहीं है, तू है
गधा।
काइंड ऑफ।
अगर आप बनना चाहते हैं एंकर या फिर आप में है जुनून एक तेज तर्रार न्यूज रिपोर्टर बनने का, तो आप ज्वाइन करें ITV और इंडिया न्यूज़ का मीडिया स्कूल। ITV नेक्स्ट मीडिया इंटरनेशनल स्कूल का कोर्स आपको मौका देता है देश के दिग्गज एंकर्स के साथ काम करने का। ITV नेक्स्ट मीडिया इंटरनेशनल स्कूल में आप बेहद नजदीकी से देख पाएंगे किस तरह से ITV नेटवर्क के दिग्गज पत्रकारों की टीम दिन रात खबरों पर काम करती है। इस कोर्स के दौरान आप सीखेंगे एंकरिंग की एक एक बारीकी उन एंकर्स के साथ जो देश को रखते हैं हर खबर से बाखबर। ITV नेक्स्ट मीडिया इंटरनेशनल स्कूल का ये कोर्स आपके एंकरिंग स्किल्स को करेगा इतना सशक्त मजबूत जिससे आप बनेंगे पत्रकारिता की दुनिया का वो चमकता चेहरा जो दुनिया देखेगी और पसंद करेगी।
कार इंश्योरेंस डन।
पॉलिसी बाजार से कराया?
नहीं।
तो तू ज़ीब्रा नहीं हो सकता। कार नई हो या पुरानी, पॉलिसी बाजार पे कंपेयर करके खरीदो और 30,000 तक बचाओ। इसलिए तू ज़ीब्रा तो नहीं है, तू है
गधा।
काइंड ऑफ।
Welcome back. I'm Uday Pratap Singh. You're joining us on Newsx. During his 79th Independence Day speech, Prime Minister Modi had declared obesity a major health crisis for India. Prime Minister Modi had highlighted the sedentary lifestyles and poor diet that have led to a massive increase in diseases like diabetes and heart disease. For years, the Prime Minister has championed the cause of living a healthy lifestyle to build Bharat. Here's what the PM had said during a speech in 2019.
डायबिटीज, हाइपरटेंशन जैसी अनेक लाइफस्टाइल डिसीज बढ़ती जा रही हैं। कभी कभी तो सुनते हैं परिवार में 12-15 साल का बच्चा डायबिटिक पेशेंट हो गया। अपने आसपास देखिए तो आपको अनेक लोग इनसे पीड़ित मिल जाएंगे। पहले हम सुनते थे कि 50-60 की उम्र के बाद हार्ट अटैक का खतरा बढ़ जाता है, लेकिन आज कभी कभी खबर आती है 30 साल, 35 साल, 40 साल का नौजवान बेटा बेटी चले गए, हार्ट अटैक आ रहा है। ये स्थिति वाकई बहुत चिंताजनक है, लेकिन इन सारी स्थितियों में भी उम्मीद की एक किरण भी है। अब आप सोचेंगे कि इन बीमारियों के बीच भी उम्मीद की किरण की बात कैसे कह रहा हूं। मैं स्वभाव से बहुत ही पॉजिटिव थिंकिंग करने वाला इंसान हूं, इसलिए मुझे उसमें से भी कुछ अच्छी चीजें मैं ढूंढ के निकालता हूं। साथियों, लाइफस्टाइल डिसीज हो रही है लाइफस्टाइल डिसऑर्डर की वजह से, और लाइफस्टाइल डिसऑर्डर को हम लाइफस्टाइल बदल के उसमें बदलाव करके उसको ठीक भी।
In line with the Prime Minister's vision, a story began in 2025. Luke Coutinho is an Indian entrepreneur and lifestyle guru who specializes in nutritional science and alternative medicine. At the end of February 2025, Luke received a call from the office of Prime Minister Narendra Modi's team. Luke was asked to create a Bharat-inspired dish and lifestyle framework aligned with his vision of a healthier Bharat. Then came the NXT Conclave 2025, where Luke unveiled the Bharat dish and lifestyle, tips anchored by a familiar, nourishing pairing, a millet khichdi with sattu curry. Alongside it came 100+ wholesome recipes, simple nutrition guidance and lifestyle tips built around practical wellness habits. On 1st March 2025, Luke met with Prime Minister Modi, whose message to Luke was clear. If we are to build a healthier Bharat, then we must begin with children and start at the very grassroots, because they are our future. The PM's message propelled Luke and his team to then launch the Bharat School Menu and Lifestyle Plan, a free monthly initiative offering balanced, child-friendly menus and simple lifestyle guidance in English and Hindi. Now comes the digital version of this plan, which translates it into education. Luke has made learning interactive for kids. On Republic Day 2026, a special edition of the Bharat Nutrition and Lifestyle Classroom was created as a free hour-long online session designed as a conversation where children learn the 5 modules of living a healthy lifestyle. Luke Coutinho and his team are transforming the lives clearly of thousands of children and encouraging them to live a healthy lifestyle based on food available in Indian homes. In fact, he joins us on the broadcast. Luke Coutinho, Indian entrepreneur and author, is live with us. Also to discuss this is Padma Shri Sanjeev Bagai, Chairman, Nephron Clinic. Khushbu Abbott, member, senior leadership team, RD School, is also with us live on the broadcast to give a perspective from the educationists as well. Well, Luke Coutinho, let me firstly congratulate you on this plan, which of course now has come to actuality. It started out as a conversation and now it's actually being implemented across schools. How does that make you feel? And take us to how the idea began and where it's reached.
Great. Thanks so much. I mean, this would be impossible without our Honorable Prime Minister's vision. And of course, we had Shri Kartikeya Sharma and his wife Aishwarya, who are the champions of this project and have helped us reach the state of completion. I think the Prime Minister's conversation was very straight up to the point that lifestyle diseases rules the country right now. While we focus on treating patients, how can we focus on prevention? And he took it straight down to grassroots level, where he said children need to be educated, and not just on nutrition, but on lifestyle, exercise, yoga, sleep, emotional wellness, and even social media issues that we are now knowing how it's negatively affecting children and their eating habits. So over the last couple of months, we worked very, very closely and with experts, we've put together a digital classroom because our Prime Minister was very, very keen that we use Digital India as a way to reach even the remotest villages through the classroom. So we already have thousands of children, parents, and schools that have embraced the program. We also made sure that this doesn't have to take away from syllabus time in school, so teachers can play this at any given point. But what's actually really fascinating is parents have taken this on as a responsibility to play it for their children at home. So it doesn't have to be just done in school. So we're hoping that children see lifestyle and nutrition as part of their curriculum in a very, very holistic way. And that's exactly what our Prime Minister's vision is, to have it in a very holistic way. And we will keep upgrading the curriculum with any new changes in nutrition. We will have a board of advisory doctors as well, who is constantly adding to the curriculum and what they think children need to know at this particular level.
Okay. Luke, of course, how do you believe this is going to change the fundamentals of health in our country? Obviously, you need to start young. You need to start with kids at an early age. They are our future. How do you believe this is going to change and alter the fundamentals of the health of our country?
I think awareness and education is the crux of every healthy economy in all ways. And the generations before didn't have as much of information that we have today. And we have mediums to share that information. Before it was just through newspapers or doctor's appointments and nutritionist appointments. Today we have so much more science, so much more information, so much of work that the Ministry of Health is also putting together. And we're able to put all of this together and teach children at an age where it becomes impressionable in their minds. And we're hoping that schools will also follow up with the right action. So if children are learning about healthy food, we're hoping that schools can serve healthy food as well, which is one of the Prime Minister's visions as well. We're hoping parents can also continue to serve healthy food at home. So we build a continuity of culture. There's education and action that have to go hand in hand.
Absolutely. Let me take that to you, Dr. Sanjeev Bagai, on, of course, where you see this now leading to, and how important is the right nutrition to combat obesity, to combat lifestyle diseases, to erase this menace of increase in diseases like diabetes and heart disease that we are seeing in India of today.
Good evening. I think the core point, the spinal cord of India going forward to 2047 to be Viksit Bharat will be nutrition and will be wellness. We have to move from illness to wellness. And needless to say, while chasing lifestyle, we've forgotten life itself. Lifestyle diseases, which we call as non-communicable diseases, is contributing almost 67 to 68% of non-communicable diseases burden in India. And this begins right from childhood. In fact, I will go one step earlier. It begins in the maternal age of the antenatal period. In pregnancy. A bad pregnancy in terms of health gives a very, very compromised newborn, and that gives a huge amount of burden of diseases as the child grows older. A weaker small infant is sick adolescent and teenagers, and then that translates into a host of diseases later on in young life. You're talking in terms of diabetes. I think everyone, it's a cliche now, everyone knows diabetes is, India is becoming the capital globally of diabetic or pre-diabetic burden. And unfortunately, a lot of people don't even know that they're pre-diabetic or diabetic. Hypertension is being seen almost 5 to 7% in children. Obesity is almost 25 to 26% in children under the age group of 10 in urban population. So I think it's a mix of wrong messaging, social media impact, which has been terrible as far as I'm concerned. Electronic media impact has been terrible. I've always said this, it's a dichotomy, it's a dumbbell shape, whereas we still are combating 36% undernutrition, malnutrition, and almost 57% of women in India are anemic. But this is also a reflection of an imbalanced diet. So I'll just take a minute more to explain to the viewers. Mandatory should be nutrition and dietary classes as an exam in school. It has to be ingrained in school. Sports must become a mandatory component as one of the subjects in which children are graded upon. More children run after marks and grades. Further away, they are running away from a healthy life. I think we need to break this taboo in which grades and marks define a child's personality. Health defines a child's personality. An imbalanced child is a mentally imbalanced child. Let me explain why. All the big S's, extra salt in imbalanced food, extra sugar, later on spirits, sedentary lifestyle, these are all contributory factors to
Yes.
what we call cognitive dysfunction. These are
Absolutely.
oxidative stress for the brain.
Absolutely.
If we want India to be healthy, young children must be taught with their parents. It's
How,
a
how do you
unit.
then react to this plan? This plan that Luke Coutinho and his team have introduced,
Phenomenal.
into
I
classrooms?
think it's phenomenal. It's phenomenal. I think we should take this to every doorstep. If we want a change, it's going to take many years. We need to break this McDonaldization and fast food hoax which is being played on the Indian subcontinent.
Yes.
Blinkit brings it home. Zomato brings it home. It's an old cliche, easy on the lips and forever on your hips. We are destroying the next generation. We need to look after them, build a healthy India by a good balanced diet, nutrition diet, not following the Western culture.
Absolutely. And the fact, of course, Luke, is that, we have to acknowledge the NXT connect to all of this as well. At the NXT conference 2025, which you attended, and of course, Prime Minister Narendra Modi was the chief guest. This plan was first talked about, and of course, the idea somewhere began to germinate there. Take us to the conversation that you had with the PM at the NXT. The healthy diet plan that you also unveiled a bit of there. In fact, I remember at that point there was a lot of emphasis by you also on millets during the meals served at that conference as well. So how did NXT 2025 play a role in all of this as well?
I think it's amazing that we can have platforms like this in India. NXT brought together some of the country's best doctors, some of the best health professionals, global leaders, and we were able to all have sensible conversations about addressing root causes and problems. It wasn't a platform where just things are spoken about and nothing happens. The Prime Minister, in his conversation with me, Sri Kartikeya and Aishwarya, was very, very very clear about one thing. The problem has to be solved. Everyone talks, no one delivers. What are we doing? India is sitting in a healthcare crisis right now. We have different forms of medicine which are all fragmented. And the point is, it's becoming war against one another. Who's right, who's wrong? But like Doctor on this panel just rightly spoke about, we have to first look at what is spoiling our country, what is spoiling our children. We have such a beautiful tradition in our own country. We have such a strong medical system, such sought after medical doctors and health teams in our country. So our Prime Minister is very clear about how do we work together? How do we start working together and solve a problem at root cause? And that was our conversation. He explained his vision, and we've been able to, with the help of, NXT and Mr. Kartikeya and Aishwarya, to actually put it into execution. Something's actually been rolled out and it was launched on Republic Day on the 26th.
Yes, absolutely. And this really shows how dialogue, conversations that happen at a meaningful platform like NXT 2025 can actually translate into change on ground. Words followed up by action, as we've seen with Luke, are very, very important and actually show the kind of impact that platforms like NXT can have. And I want to get you in here, Khushbu Abbott, on, of course, your perspective on how important it is to teach this to kids at a young age. You deal with children at an early age. You're primarily an early years educator. How important is it to impart these lessons at the early age, and how much do the children imbibe?
So yes, I'm myself a fitness enthusiast, and I am a big follower of Luke. I would thank him because most of his motivation and all the inspiring things that he has been making us aware of and apprising the younger generation has really made a difference. And to add to Dr. Bagai with all the facts that he said, and the fact that UNICEF says that the consumption of sugar is almost double of WHO limit is alarming. And it all comes back to awareness and apprising the students. And I am very pleased to inform that the Bharat menu is being referred to as a guiding point. You know, we often open it when we're making the menu for the schools, when the nutritionists are actually sitting down. We do face problems when we do add maybe say a millet cutlet, we're adding the vegetable dalia. We do get sometimes responses from children and they're not taken too well because taste is a variable, right? And sometimes there is no acceptance. But I would say schools do understand that it's the need of the hour for the mental well-being, the emotional well-being, and like Dr. Bagai rightly said, there can be no intellectual development or holistic development without all these parameters in place. So, for instance, I would say making the children the process, a part of the process of making the food. It starts from the very beginning of flameless cooking, making them understand what goes into it. And then also having workshops where we have micro courses and people from food industry come in and actually are making the children aware about how to read a label when they're eating packaged food. We do understand that from a decade back to now, when we have these 5-minute deliveries, when so much of westernization has happened, the world itself is a smaller place, and 93% of the students are actually consuming superfoods and packaged foods daily. And with these kind of statistics, it's important to make them apprised of what they're eating. So reading labels is an important activity that we do in schools.
Yes.
We make them aware of the FSSAI accreditations, what comes into being. We make them aware, which is why they can make the right decisions.
Yeah.
It's not about introducing them only in their menus. Talking about menus, also I feel there's a big change from how the millennial takes it to a Gen Z. And personally speaking, I feel when we were growing up in the 80s and the 90s, the millennials, you know, we were like the guinea pigs. And many times the people in 50s say that we've just grown out to be fine. There's nothing wrong in me, and I've eaten the Maggie every day, and I've been chewing those lollipops and having the sugar rush, and I would just pick up that packet of Hakka noodles in my canteens, and we're doing okay, so what's the need? But the Gen Z is very well aware, and even the menus, from how we read our food pyramids,
Yes.
where it was all
No,
carbohydrates.
so clearly the menus have changed, is what you're saying, and the Bharat plan is being referred to for all of this. But you know, also now this new online lesson as well that has been launched with key modules, 5 modules of living a healthy lifestyle for children. How important is it to teach children about that as well, Khushbu, according to you? How much do they imbibe? You know, are these lessons taught at a young age, which you know is going to alter the grassroots of our country, hopefully, as far as the health is concerned?
So to actually make a difference for the child, we have to bring it down to their level. And at the RD school, we did make an initiative this time that what do we do with the sedentary lifestyle? How do we kickstart our day with movement? And we introduced something called as the mobility drill. And reading all the 5 facets that Luke had spoken about, where he spoke about sleep and he spoke about emotional well-being and mental well-being, nutrition, health, lifestyle, because I'm an ardent reader of whatever comes on his posts. So we have looked into each of those assets and facets, and every morning the drill is the mobility drill that we start with. We do have workshops where we speak about circle time emotional well-being, wherein the children are talking about baggages that they're carrying in their lifestyles today.
Luke,
So it is very,
yes,
they're taking it very well.
Yes. Okay. Dr. Bagai also wants to come in, but Luke, you know, how react to that? You know, how does that make you feel? Hearing, you know, from an educationist on the broadcast today, how they are referring to your plan, your modules, you know, this is actually showing the kind of impact that is happening on ground already.
No, I think it's amazing. And, you know, no plan can work without Indian citizens and professionals uniting together, aligned to a vision. You know, our Prime Minister may have a vision, but it's the people below who will distort that vision by not uniting and putting it into action. So I'm really, really happy. I've heard so much about RD as well. And I just think it's amazing that when principals, when educators are involved passionately, because like Doctor rightly said, it's not about marks alone. How can we raise children beyond just marks? So it's very humbling to know that education is looking at this in such a beautiful way. And we hope that more and more schools and educators and you know, the medical community unites together to bring this education down to a root cause level. Children.
Dr. Bagai, you want to come in?
Yeah, very quickly. I think all this being discussed today is absolutely aligned and music to my ears. And having said that, beginning this March, that is a month away, I'm launching from Delhi, going pan-India, a wellness chain called as Zenray. Zen is the next generation and RE as ray, ray of light. And in French, it means universal light. This is focusing on mental wellness of teenagers, adolescents, young women, pregnancies, and attaching nutrition as a very major arm. Unless and until you are not feeding children, adolescents, young women, pregnancies well, you will never have a mentally fit nation. I want India to be the best and the brightest nation much before 2047. That can be achieved by action on the ground. That can be achieved by identifying the origin of the problem. The origin is identify in school, identify the parents. There must be public awareness campaigns. There must be people as social movers, influencers to say, this is wrong and this is right. People follow intellect. People follow faces. I want these faces to come out in the open and say, I'm a very strong proponent of saying sports makes a nation, good nutrition makes a nation, marks is secondary.
Okay. Yes, and finally we have a Prime Minister. I think Khushbu also wants to come back in, but Luke, continue. Finally, we have a Prime Minister as well who is speaking about, obesity and these issues which are often treated as the elephant in the room. These are often issues which are skirted by politicians and political leaders. They'll talk about other issues which will, possibly translate into votes or can sway elections. But here you have Prime Minister Narendra Modi talk about Fit India, then talk about, obesity-free Bharat, then talk about, of course, how to, combat lifestyle diseases, encourage innovative ideas and support them too.
Yes, that's absolutely right. And, I will be upfront about this. There are just a handful of maybe politicians who will actually, follow this vision through the right way. We've been involved in so many projects. If the Prime Minister says something, everyone wants to do something to impress him, and it all falls through. And that's why I keep saying our champions of this program, Mr. Kartikeya, Sharma, and Aishwarya, it's not possible without them. From day one, we kept on talking, we kept on building, and without that support, it would not be possible to put this together. So I actually think that if we need to support our Prime Minister's vision, we need to look at the levels below them. Are they actually also contributing to a vision? Because what's the point of an amazing vision if people don't follow through? And we need that support from the rest of the politicians, the rest of the people in the ministries of health, FSSAI, whatever it is, to actually unite and come together. Otherwise, we're trying to teach our children read labels through deception. Why should we anyway have a bad label? Ethical founders should make ethical food. Why should there be adulteration in food? Because there are loopholes. There are loopholes in the policies and the plans and the government, and that needs to be fixed in order for our Prime Minister's vision to actually come through.
Very true.
Khushbu.
So I would like to add to that recently we did have a parent from the food industry, and when I asked him that where do you feel the food quality is trustable when you travel across the world, India was nowhere in the list. And when you talk about Japan, we all know they have the longest life expectancy, the longevity. When you ask the children there, what is your favorite food? To your surprise, in a case study, it did come out to be a broccoli instead of saying French fries, which would be an answer here, right? And a simple question that I wondered the other day for a birthday celebration was, why is the celebration of life, a birthday, linked to cutting a birthday cake? It's all the Western culture that we've adopted. Why couldn't we do it with something better, something more meaningful than having just empty calories and celebrating a birthday, right? So it's the whole fabric that needs to change. It's the whole culture. If we believe in it, we are passionate about it, that's how the next generation is going to be taking to it. And more and more people spread awareness. More people like Dr. Bagai and Luke are giving us knowledge. We are making smaller changes like not keeping sugar bowls accessible, but substituting with desi khand, by removing refined oils, by adding sarson ka tel there, going back to the roots, etc. So more such dialogues would inspire schools and institutions even more to take it forward in everyday lives.
Yes. Okay. Let me leave it at that. Thank you all very much for joining us on this broadcast. Wishing Luke Coutinho and his team all the very best for this plan's further implementation. Good luck to Dr. Bagai also on his new initiative as well that he said he's launching very soon. And of course, Khushbu, also kudos to you for translating these ideas into, of course, change on ground through your institution as well. And of course, for our viewers who don't know, well, NXT is going to be back very, very shortly. NXT 2026 is going to be held next year. So let's hope that there will be new ideas then that will come forth on the table, and hopefully more change in our country too. Let's take a break. Much for coming up.
कार इंश्योरेंस डन।
पॉलिसी बाजार से कराया?
नहीं।
तो तू ज़ीब्रा नहीं हो सकता।
मतलब?
अगर पॉलिसी बाजार से कार इंश्योरेंस कंपेयर करके लेता तो 12,000 रुपए तक बचा सकता था। इसलिए तू ज़ीब्रा तो नहीं है, तू है
गधा।
काइंड ऑफ।
अगर आप बनना चाहते हैं एंकर या फिर आप में है जुनून एक तेज तर्रार न्यूज रिपोर्टर बनने का, तो आप ज्वाइन करें ITV और इंडिया न्यूज़x का मीडिया स्कूल। ITV नेक्स्ट मीडिया इंटरनेशनल स्कूल का कोर्स आपको मौका देता है देश के दिग्गज एंकर्स के साथ काम करने का। ITV नेक्स्ट मीडिया इंटरनेशनल स्कूल में आप बेहद नजदीकी से देख पाएंगे किस तरह से ITV नेटवर्क के दिग्गज पत्रकारों की टीम दिन रात खबरों पर काम करती है। इस कोर्स के दौरान आप सीखेंगे एंकरिंग की एक एक बारीकी उन एंकर्स के साथ जो देश को रखते हैं हर खबर से बाखबर। ITV नेक्स्ट मीडिया इंटरनेशनल स्कूल का ये कोर्स आपके एंकरिंग स्किल्स को करेगा इतना सशक्त, मजबूत, जिससे आप बनेंगे पत्रकारिता की दुनिया का वो चमकता चेहरा जो दुनिया देखेगी और पसंद करेगी।
कार इंश्योरेंस डन।
पॉलिसी बाजार से कराया?
नहीं।
तो तू ज़ीब्रा नहीं हो सकता। कार नई हो या पुरानी, पॉलिसी बाजार पे कंपेयर करके खरीदो और 30,000 तक बचाओ। इसलिए तू ज़ीब्रा तो नहीं है, तू है
गधा।
काइंड ऑफ।
Welcome back. I'm Uday Pratap Singh. You're joining us on Newsx. Prime Minister Narendra Modi has on Thursday called on the global community to ensure that artificial intelligence is developed as a global common good as he unveiled India's new AI governance doctrine, the Manav Vision, at the India AI Impact Summit. Describing the framework as a 5-point charter for responsible AI, the Prime Minister said Manav would serve as a vital link for human welfare in an AI-driven world, placing people at the center of technological progress. Drawing a sweeping arc through human history, Modi traced innovation from the first spark struck from stone to the written word to the wireless transmission of signals, arguing that AI is the next great leap that must amplify human values rather than replace them. The Manav Vision, he said, reflects India's call for ethical, inclusive and accountable AI, especially for the global south, ensuring that the future of intelligence remains deeply human. Listen.
ANAV MANAV, मानव, मानव विजन प्रस्तुत करता हूं। मानव का अर्थ होता है ह्यूमन, और मानव विजन कहता है M, moral and ethical systems. AI एथिकल गाइडेंस पर आधारित हो। A, अकाउंटेबल गवर्नेंस, यानी ट्रांसपेरेंट रूल्स, रोबस्ट ओवरसाइट। N, नेशनल सॉवरेनिटी, यानी जिसका डेटा उसका अधिकार। A, एक्सेसिबल एंड इंक्लूसिव, यानी AI मोनोपोली नहीं, मल्टीप्लायर बने। V, वैलिड एंड लेजिटिमेट, यानी AI लॉफुल और वेरीफाइबल हो। दशकों पहले जब इंटरनेट की शुरुआत हुई तो कोई सोच भी नहीं पाता था कि इससे कितनी जॉब्स बनेगी। यही बात AI में है। आज कल्पना करना मुश्किल है कि आने वाले समय इस फील्ड में किस तरह की जॉब पैदा होगी। AI का फ्यूचर ऑफ वर्क प्री डिफाइंड नहीं है। ये हमारे निर्णय पर, हमारे कोर्स ऑफ एक्शन पर निर्भर होगा।
Dr. Karthik Ramesh, Middle East CEO for Tabhi.ai is joining us live. Dr. Jaydeep Bhattacharya, President CDEPR, is also live with us. Dr. Sharad Kohli, Senior Economist, joins us live. Sumit Peer, political commentator, is also joining the broadcast. Dr. Kohli, why is the Manav vision so important for the global AI world, as we see AI, of course, gain a lot of prominence, not just in the global south, but across the developed world as well? Why is this Manav vision put forth by India so important, so relevant, and why should it hopefully define the dialogue in the future now that we have with AI?
Good evening, Uday, to you, my fellow panelists, and the viewers. I think the human-centric approach has been so well defined in this Manav vision. You know, we have been discussing human-centric over the last couple of days on your channel itself, that no AI can progress well. No AI can progress in an atmosphere where there is no control over it, because it can become devastative, it can become detrimental, and it can defy the very purpose for which the AI has been set up. So I think this human-centric approach has been defined in a very, very articulated way, I would say, in the form of Manav. And if you look at it one by one, moral and ethical, well, we've seen deep fakes happening. We have seen misinformation or disinformation being spread through AI. So I think a responsible AI is where there are no we've seen the mischief played by Grok. You know, we all know what happened with Grok. You know, let me not describe that on the channel. It may not be very appropriate to be describing what Grok was doing. So all these kinds of activities which are morally not acceptable in the fabric of any society, I think that has to be regulated. If you see in MANAV, all five of them, they are directly or indirectly connected with regulatory framework. And if you see the second one, which is accountable governance, that there cannot be any AI which goes unmonitored. You know, answerability has to be there, because AI, the speed at which the AI spreads and the kind of data that AI accesses and the distortions which can come out of it, I think that can be extremely immoral. I have seen children misusing AI in many ways. In fact, India is now considering, the way Australia has considered, ban on not allowing less than 16 years to use social media. One of the reasons is because AI was doing more damage than traditional social media. Now we have two social medias here, Uday. One social media used to exist prior to AI. Then when AI came and the algorithms moved into social media, we saw a different kind of social media being used. So I think that's what it means when it says moral and ethical. Then when you go on to accountable governance, accountable governance I just spoke of. And then of course, national sovereignty. No country's sovereignty can be compromised, should be compromised, would be compromised by use of AI. Tomorrow, there is a map generated which shows, J&K as part of some other country. I'm sorry, that will not be acceptable in this, because when you ask generative AI to generate images, to generate geographical formations, you come up with all sorts of, because it just picks up the data from wherever and whenever. So I think that national sovereignty has to be preserved under any situation.
Okay.
Then accessible and inclusive technology.
Yes.
This should be a technology which includes and takes the common citizens into its fold. It has to be accessible to the common man. And last but not the least, valid and legitimate systems. I think this is again emphasizing on the regulatory framework,
Yes.
that you cannot allow AI, and I have been emphasizing, Uday, over all these days on various platforms, including your channel, that a regulatory framework, Parliament is in session, within the budget session, while this AI conference is on, I feel that there has to be a regulatory framework. I feel in IT Act today, we were slightly late. There is an IT Act now, Information Technology Act, but I feel that AI should not be allowed to go free, scot-free, shall I say, where it reaches anywhere.
All right, let me in fact also rope in Dr. Karthik Ramesh now. Dr. Karthik Ramesh, for you, given that you are a player in this industry, how do you react to this vision, and is it something that you will imbibe as well, and others too in the industry?
Absolutely. I've been in this industry for the last 25 years, and as multiple PhD holder in this field of artificial intelligence, I can tell you that this message is something which is bringing authenticity of AI to the forefront. The whole Mana philosophy is kind of putting the human in the loop, as we say in today's not only AI but agentic AI driven world. It is almost talking about, as we see, the rise of OpenClaw, Moltbook, where agents are also starting to self-think. It's almost AI with a beat, right? So artificial intelligence is getting augmented, and putting this philosophy of Mana First, or human-centric AI as we call it, is something which means that we are moving away from seeing AI as just being an enabler versus being part of an ecosystem where the human is still in the control, right? So artificial intelligence is no longer just about automation. It is no longer about just replacing redundant jobs or people, or creating better and faster ways to do things. For example, the industry which we work in, which is the travel industry, we have been at the forefront of implementing AI, at the forefront of bringing a lot of, I would say, ease and experience to the end user. So as more and more AI gets demonstrated, used, even post this summit, I think the question is not just about human centricity of AI. It's about handling the creative aspect of AI, which is coming to the forefront, as I said, to agentic side of it. The other perspective, I wear the hat of, I'm the advisory chair member of one of the oldest organizations, which is recognized by UN, called the International Federation of Inventors Association for Bharat. We are constantly looking, keeping ears to the ground for startups, for innovators in the country who are not just using AI to increase their valuation or bring technology to the forefront, but somebody who can actually add value to the whole ecosystem. We're focusing on grassroots innovation. So this summit has shown us that, AI is a revolution which is here to stay, which is going to grow, which is going to evolve. And we as humans will need to, as Harvard Business Review says, look at artificial intelligence to retain the authenticity of the relevance of a human being. As I said, put the human at the forefront, define the ethical framework. One of the other things which is not covered in this summit, but which has been in the industry for some time, is the concept of robo-rights. Okay. So tomorrow, how do we build an ethical framework to make artificial intelligence relevant, as increasingly we are inundated with AI as software, AI as hardware, and AI as a pervasive phenomenon around us? Thank
You know, and at the start of the summit itself, you know, we knew, Dr. Bhattacharya, that India stands for responsible AI. India stands for inclusive AI. But now that we've seen the vision outlined by Prime Minister Modi, how is it going to, you know, shape the future of AI, not just in India, but across the world?
Yeah, you know, if you look at the vision of Manav that the Prime Minister laid out, it is not just for India. It's how we build AI and how we regulate AI. That's really what he's talking about, and it's not within a nation, but in a global mechanism. In fact, many of the issues that Dr. Sharad Kohli mentioned, I'll add to it just to explain what that means. So, when the M part of it is talking about the moral and ethical system, Dr. Kohli mentioned about how it's going to be consumed within a nation. But from a geopolitical perspective, we should not be using AI for killing other humans. It should not be used in warfare. It should not indiscriminately being used, or it should not be used for subverting other nations from a narrative perspective, because you can do it at an industrial scale, which is exponential. You know, it's unthinkable scale in which we can influence the thinking of other of people in other nations, and therefore subvert their sovereignty, which is where the end part of it comes in, the national sovereignty. We cannot be using AI to subvert each other's sovereignty. We need to maintain that respect between between peoples of the world. Similarly, accountable governance. You know, when there are global corporates bringing in solutions, is that solution accountable? If whatever it is doing, is it liable? Can it be held upheld in the court of law? Are there permissible proofs that can be accepted in the court of law? What are those guardrails under which we can bring people to the court? So if there are two AIs doing something between themselves which harms humans, who is responsible for it? And those are issues that we need to ensure is resolved. Accessible and inclusive technology. We cannot have a few in the world take advantage of AI while the rest who are even struggling to get a mobile phone in their hand is completely left out from the real benefits of AI. One can always argue that there are secondary benefits, that perhaps they're getting access to water because of AI or access to energy because of AI, but having direct access to AI and therefore being able to significantly improve their lifestyle is what accessible and inclusive should be, both nationally and globally. And finally, valid and legitimate systems. That's the last part of the word Manav. We should be able to test that those systems are as per computer science accountability and validity, that they don't mismatch between themselves, and therefore if there is a certain amount of input given to it, an acceptable output comes up which is determinable in a way. And some of these words are really need to be explained, because determinable in a way goes against the concept of artificial intelligence, but the society wants to have deterministic systems, and those are issues that needs to be resolved as we move forward. And that's really what the Prime Minister has put forth. It has got deep global implications, and I hope as the AI Summit moves next year to another nation, they take forward these learnings and these understandings that we have talked about.
You know, and Sumit, already, of course, you know, some of the points made by PM Modi have become talking points, of course, and have begun further conversations. We saw him, of course, weighing in on the jobs debate, the AI versus jobs debate, saying that AI is not going to harm jobs, but it's going to create a new type of jobs. So people should not fear that. Now, you know, trying to bring out the human aspect of AI, saying that at the end of the day, the human element of must be there in AI, and AI must be operated by humans. AI cannot erase humans. AI must be operated by humans. The human touch to AI must remain. This, of course, is part of that Manav vision as well. What kind of conversations will be erupted through this big point raised by PM Modi?
Uday, thank you very much for having me on your show. You know, when leaders of the stature of PM Modi speak, there's a lot of dissonance which happens around the world. And even for this summit, everybody whoever matters in the world were here. And if you were not here, you were definitely listening to what was happening here. Now, if you look at a couple of things, if I quote the IMF chief couple of days back, she said that by 2026, by the end of this year, the composite intellect of AI will exceed the composite intellect of the humans on planet Earth. So it's high time to regulate it. UN Secretary General says there's no way people like UN and others can regulate it. Now here comes Prime Minister Modi. He says it is a disruptive technology. He compares it today in his speech with the nuclear technology. You know, if you don't control nuclear or you use it in a very destructive way, you have Nagasaki, Hiroshima, and if you control it, you have power plants, you have nuclear reactors, you have those big ships which are run by, nuclear energy, and you also have nuclear medicine which helps you to detect cancers and tumors. So he says that the AI should be democratized. For AI, it should have access to everybody. The framework should be such, we have to control it. It is something, a technology which is disruptive. We have to reskill and we have to skill and reskill masses, and we have to tell people they have to be constantly ready for learning, because that is how the disruptions will come. Because if I'm doing some kind of a job, AI will come and a different kind of a job will open up. So my learning curve has to be there. I have to be open to learning, and that is how the skilling, reskilling, and people have to constantly learn. Democratization of AI means that everybody should have access to the AI. Everybody should have a say in the AI. Now he makes a very compelling point. Look, for AI, humans should not be a data point. Me, Dr. Kohli or Dr. Bhattacharya, we should not be a data point wherein, or you, wherein they extract the data and sell it to the highest bidder. We are the people who should be controlling the humans, the AI. So rather than AI being a technology which controls machines, makes machines more efficient and working good, what Prime Minister Modi specifies or is trying to specify, that from machine-centric, make it manav-centric, human-centric. This is a technology which is there for me to help me do my things better, maybe from governance to education to defense to pretty much everything. Like, for example, nuclear. We have hundreds of positive uses for nuclear. But again, the same nuclear technology in a fission and fusion uncontrolled is devastation. Like that, if AI is left on its own and if only few people control the AI, then it can become another destructive weapon in somebody's hands. So it is important that the global south, which is Asia, which is Africa, which are oceanic countries, get together. It is important everybody has a say. And it is important we control the AI. It's like what they rightly say, fire is a good servant but a bad master. We've been using fire for centuries now. Controlled fire, you can have an engine, you can have a rocket engine, you can go to the space. But when fire starts taking the control, it simply burns. That is what AI is. So we have to know we are entering a transformational phase of the evolution. This technology is there. Its time has come. There is no way we can say no to it. We cannot be left behind in the race. And we as Bharat, we control 20% of the global data. Point number one. We have 70 crore people, 700 people who are already exposed to AI through their buying patterns, Facebook, YouTube, whatever. They go to portals, AI is already working on them. And the way this country is expanding and the way this country contributing to the talent pool of the AI, we are an important global player. We can almost control 20% of everything and anything to do with this. Okay, yes, we may not be the pioneers who have invited it, but if you look at the world coming here and the kind of response we are getting, we have become an international player. So a tall leader like Mr. Modi needed to set the paradigms, how you should look at it. Look, Uday, there's one thing I want to say. If you look at my neighboring country, our friendly neighborhood, China, they have weaponized the AI. So there, if you say anything against the government, you will not get a railway ticket. You can't withdraw money from your bank. Americans don't want to control it. Europeans have a thick legislation of controlling it for Europe. But Bharat talks of global. Bharat talks of global vision, how this can be made available to global.
Absolutely. And not just global, but also something that needs to be relevant for the global south. And it's very reflective that this message comes from India, which is of course a prominent member of the global south. It also comes at a time when, yes, France's president has attended, which is part of the developed world, but so is the Brazilian president coming. Again, a prominent member of the global south, Dr. Kohli.
Absolutely. I think the statement coming from Prime Minister Modi, has a lot of relevance. It puts India on the global map. I think it defines the rules of AI. And when I was reading this Manav thing very closely, Uday, I remembered a movie called Megan. I'm sure a lot of my panelists or viewers who are watching this have seen that movie. What happens is how that machine, makes you the slave. You were supposed to make the machine the slave. And that little girl in the form of Megan, she makes the machine people a slave. I think this Manav vision categorically relates to that tomorrow, I think if this goes unregulated, uncontrolled, it
Yes.
falls into wrong hands, as Sumit said, we can actually become slaves of AI. And give me one answer. At the end, I would like to say that how many times has generative AI given us wrong information, wrong answer? I'm sure every one of us has used it. And at some point, we have all encountered a situation
Yes.
where we were fed with wrong, outdated, hallucinated information. That is what uncontrolled
Okay.
AI can do when you're
Okay.
trusting it blindly.
Okay. All right. Well, we're going to have to leave it at that. My thanks to all of our guests for joining us on the broadcast. We're quickly turning our focus to some breaking news coming in. At the CEO's Forum, co-founder of Infosys, Nandan Nilekani, has said one of India's most authoritative voices in tech shared an anecdote about PM Modi's vision of harnessing AI, quote unquote. Let's listen in to what Mr. Nilekani said.
Prime Minister Modi ji, first of all, congratulations on a fantastic summit. It's really been great. I want to talk about AI diffusion in India with an example. When I met Prime Minister Modi ji on 8th January and talked about applying AI to farmers, he said, why can't we apply it to cows and cattle? Because if the cow is sick, it can't tell you that it is sick. How can you solve this problem? And he gave us his vision of applying AI to agriculture and dairy. The same day, the PMO had a meeting along with Mr. Krishnan and Abhishek of METI with Amul and with some of my colleagues. And within 3 weeks, the application went live. The meeting was on Jan 8th. It went live on February 11th. This is the world's largest cooperative with 3.6 million farmers, 2 billion milk transactions per year, and 40 million cattle. And today, all these farmers, a large number of them being women, use the Sarlabin application, actually get real responses about their cattle, the problems, the pregnancy, their milk production, and so on.
All right. Well, more breaking news, in fact, as well, that we're tracking at the Board of Peace event. United States President Donald Trump has said now is the time for Iran to join us on a path that will complete what we're doing, or if that doesn't happen, bad things will happen if it doesn't, quote unquote. Let's listen in to this latest statement by the US President.
Of extremism and terror, and now is time. And by the way, even people with extremism and preaching extremism, they're exhausted. They're tired. It's been going on for too many years. I don't care who you are. They're tired. They want peace. And now is the time for Iran to join us on a path that will complete what we're doing. And if they join us, that'll be great. If they don't join us, that'll be great too. But it'll be a very different path. They cannot continue to threaten the stability of the entire region, and they must make a deal. Or if that doesn't happen, I maybe can understand. If it doesn't happen, it doesn't happen. But bad things will happen if it doesn't. With the commitments announced today, the Board of Peace is proving that it does not just convene countries. It devises and implements, and real solutions happen. We've come up with solutions. This is so little talk. This is very little talk, all action. First time, it was always talk in the Middle East. People would talk about peace in the Middle East, and then they'd go home and they'd never even think about it again. Nothing would happen.
And with that, let's take a look at the latest news from Maharashtra. Hello, I'm Uday Pratap Singh. You're watching Next in Maharashtra, a special segment where we bring you the latest from India's financial capital. Here's what's making the headlines in Maharashtra this week. In a major boost for employment, Chief Minister Devendra Fadnavis has announced a phased mega recruitment drive to fill over 70,000 government vacancies. Watch this special report.
Maharashtra Chief Minister Devendra Fadnavis has announced a major recruitment drive to fill over 70,000 government vacancies in a phased manner across state departments. Of these, around 50,000 posts will be filled through the Maharashtra Public Service Commission, while the remaining 20,000 will be recruited outside the MPSC route. The announcement followed a high-level meeting chaired by the Chief Minister with the Chief Secretary and senior officials in attendance. In the meeting, Chief Minister Fadnavis stressed that the process will focus on transparency, necessary skills, eligibility criteria, and the nature of each job. Once completed, the recruitment is expected to significantly improve administrative efficiency and offer fair employment opportunities to the state's youth. This forms part of wider governance reforms, with the Chief Minister highlighting Maharashtra's human resource management model.
Meanwhile, Deputy Chief Minister Eknath Shinde has unveiled a comprehensive roadmap to make Mumbai drug-free, encroachment-free and truly world-class. Take a look.
Maharashtra Deputy Chief Minister Eknath Shinde has announced a comprehensive action plan to transform Mumbai into a drug-free, encroachment-free and world-class city. The roadmap emerged from the Mumbai City District Planning Committee meeting he chaired, followed by a press conference. For this, the Planning Committee is set to implement key measures including accelerating slum rehabilitation authority projects, fast-tracking stalled redevelopment schemes, and advancing cluster redevelopment for dilapidated and dangerous buildings to fulfill affordable housing goals. In a boost to the drug-free Mumbai campaign, every municipal hospital is set to establish de-addiction, counseling and rehabilitation facilities. The plan aims to ensure transparency, timely execution and improved urban living for all Mumbaikars.
In a unique first for India, Mumbai's coastal road now features the country's inaugural musical road, where driving at the right speed plays the iconic Jai Ho tune through tire road friction. Take a look.
Mumbai's coastal road has become home to India's first musical or melody road, where vehicles passing over a specially designed 500-meter stretch play the iconic tune of the song Jai Ho. Located on the northbound carriageway from Nariman Point to Worli, just after the coastal tunnel, the road features precisely engineered grooves that create the melody through tire friction when driven at around 70 to 80 kilometers per hour. The project, based on Hungarian technology, was executed by the Brihan Mumbai Municipal Corporation and was inaugurated on February 11, 2026 by Chief Minister Devendra Fadnavis. Beyond entertainment, the innovation encourages drivers to maintain safe, consistent speeds, promoting road safety.
In other news, Deputy Chief Minister Sunitra Pawar has cleared 159 crore rupees for 11 new government hostels under the Sant Bhagwan Baba scheme in Beed district. Here's more.
Maharashtra Deputy Chief Minister and Beed Guardian Minister Sunitra Pawar has given administrative approval to rupees 159 crore 36 lakh 60,000 for building 11 government hostels in Beed district under the Sant Bhagwan Baba government hostel scheme aimed at children of migrant sugarcane laborers. These hostels will provide safe accommodation and support education for sons and daughters of seasonal sugarcane laborers. Each hostel is designed for 100 students, helping keep children in school instead of migrating with parents during the harvest season. Construction is underway at 3 sites, with 11 advancing after the Social Justice Department's government resolution.
Finally, in a landmark achievement, the Maharashtra government has signed 13 MOUs focusing on rural development and healthcare. Here's the full story.
Maharashtra government has signed 12 memorandums of understanding with Tata Trust and one with NAM Foundation to strengthen collaboration in health, nutrition, water conservation and rural livelihoods. The agreements were formalized at the Sahyadri Guest House in Mumbai. The partnerships aim to accelerate welfare delivery to the last mile, with special emphasis on maternal and child health, adolescent health, malnutrition, prevention, telemedicine, primary healthcare in remote areas, integrated emergency systems and financial aid for critical diseases under the Chief Minister's Relief Fund. Maharashtra Chief Minister Devendra Fadnavis called it a step towards faster state transformation, building on a decade-long tie-up with Tata Trust for measurable social impact. Tata Trust Chairman Noel Tata highlighted convergence in health, education, nutrition, livelihoods, water and sanitation to improve quality of life.
These are this week's updates from Maharashtra. You're watching our special segment Next in Maharashtra. Stay tuned for more news.
आपके घर के खाने में रेस्टोरेंट जैसा स्वाद ले आए MDH का शाही पनीर मसाला। पनीर को क्या मस्त बना डाला।
अब आया असली स्वाद।
अब आया स्वाद।
जब स्वाद के बड़े हो लाले तो MDH का चंकी चाट मसाला डालें। MDH का चंकी चाट मसाला।
MDH।
कार इंश्योरेंस डन।
पॉलिसी बाजार से कराया?
नहीं।
तो तू ज़ीब्रा नहीं हो सकता।
मतलब?
अगर पॉलिसी बाजार से कार इंश्योरेंस कंपेयर करके लेता तो 12,000 रुपए तक बचा सकता था। इसलिए तू ज़ीब्रा तो नहीं है, तू है
गधा।
काइंड ऑफ।
MDH की देगी मिर्च,
देगी मिर्च का तड़का, अंग अंग फड़का।
MDH की देगी मिर्च।
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
MDH।
लाल रंग इसका अपार, तीखा कम है फिर भी स्वाद। बेमिसाल बेमिसाल MDH कश्मीरी।
MDH कश्मीरी।
MDH।
दादी के हाथों का जादू और खुशबू से महकता घर। MDH गरम मसाला, असली मसालों से भरा हूँ मैं।
क्योंकि हर रिश्ता है स्वाद से जुड़ा।
सस्ते वाले दाल मसाले स्वाद हुआ बेकार। MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल। ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े। क्या निराला MDH मसाला।
कार इंश्योरेंस डन।
पॉलिसी बाजार से कराया?
नहीं।
तो तू ज़ीब्रा नहीं हो सकता। कार नई हो या पुरानी, पॉलिसी बाजार पे कंपेयर करके खरीदो और 30,000 तक बचाओ। इसलिए तू ज़ीब्रा तो नहीं है, तू है
गधा।
काइंड ऑफ।
दिल्ली सपनों का शहर, जहाँ मेहनत कभी नहीं रुकती, लेकिन मेहनत के बीच 2 वक्त का भरपेट और सम्मानजनक भोजन हर किसी का हक है। इस सोच के साथ प्रधानमंत्री श्री नरेंद्र मोदी के कुशल नेतृत्व में दिल्ली की रेखा गुप्ता सरकार लेकर आई है 100 करोड़ रुपए की बजट के साथ अटल कैंटीन। सिर्फ 5 रुपए में पौष्टिक, स्वच्छ और भरपेट भोजन।
किसी के स्वाभिमान को ठेस न आए कि मैं फ्री में कुछ भोजन खा रहा हूँ। वो 5 रुपए दे के भी भोजन खाएगा तो सम्मान के साथ खाएगा।
गरीब भाई बेचारा खाना खा के चैन से सो जाता है रात को, और सुबह उसको पता है कि मुझे टाइम पे खाना मिलेगा।
अटल कैंटीन, सम्मान के साथ सस्ता और सेहतमंद भोजन।
जो भी पके ऐसा पके, जहाँ भी हो जो खींचा चलाए। मीठी दिल हो या पुलियो गिरे, वांगी भात हो या पोड़ी मसाला, रस पाउडर या सांभर मसाला, असली मसाले सच सच। MDH।
MDH कसूरी मेथी लाजवाब है, लाजवाब है।
स्वाद और सुगंध इसकी
लाजवाब है, लाजवाब है।
अगर MDH कसूरी मेथी नहीं डाला
तो खाली हाथ मलते रह जाओगे।
एक एक पत्ता हाथ से चुना, स्वाद और सुगंध जगाए कई गुना।
MDH का किचन किंग किचन में हो तो हम सब कुछ बना सकते हैं। बैंगन का भरता, आलू गोभी, भिंडी मसाला और भी बहुत कुछ।
MDH।
Hello and welcome back to Newsx World. I'm Thomas Porteous. We are continuing our ongoing coverage of the AI Summit here in New Delhi. We are joined by one of the keynote speakers here at the event, Amit Zaveri. He is the CEO of ServiceNow Artificial Intelligence. Thank you so much for joining us. Pleasure to have you. You've been here you're here to address the summit. What have you thought of the event so far? Do you think it's addressing the right areas and, of course, all the concerns that are prevalent in the AI space? What have you thought of the thing overall?
No, it's been a great few days. I mean, if you look at the volume of discussions happening and the interest level is very high, I think the commitment by the Indian government and all the different agencies has been pretty impressive to see. The focus on trust, safety, privacy, I think is an important part of the AI conversation. So the topics being discussed are very valuable and important for everybody. And then bringing a lot of the key players in this space with different software vendors, manufacturers, and others to really think through all of the things together. So it seems like more of a group discussion in many cases, and then we having a lot of other users coming in here and providing the input and everything else. So a great event, big spread out kind of topics across the area, but it's great.
And there's been a lot of talk about inclusivity with the Indian Prime Minister pushing that forward as one of the front aspects. Is that a realistic goal? Is it realistic to achieve that? And do you think companies will adhere to that?
Oh, no doubt. I think if you're going to make AI successful and usable for everybody, it has to be inclusive. And specifically in India, given the size of the population, as well as the interest in technology here, I think it's important to bring everybody in and provide value of all the investment people are doing with AI. It cannot be just for particular enterprises or few other users. It needs to be a little more global. So I think there's something which is worth talking about. I don't know how easy it is, but there is definitely the interest part is there. And if you start having the discussion, you'll figure out a way to make it happen usually.
The United States and China, of course, they control around 70% of the artificial intelligence market. Where do you see the rest of the players, like India, like Europe, coming into this game? Can the world really work together on this thing to make sure it's a thing for good and overshadow some of those concerns?
I see this is the AI summit in India, and you see the amount of interest as well as investment going on in India. So I don't think this is going to be like two countries completely owning AI. There are going to be some technology will be provided in a couple of countries, but I think there's a lot of work to be done around AI. It's not just the foundational models or the chips. There's a huge amount of security technology to be built. There's a privacy technology to be built. The scaffolding in terms of how we manage and run these things without having to really understand everything. So a lot of companies need to come together. A lot of countries need to come together. So it's not just going to be US and China. I think it's a global initiative. And you're seeing that in Europe play out. It's happening in India. They're not just going to be consumer. They're also contributing it a lot to the AI discussions as well as IP.
And what about the Global South in general? How do you think that can contribute to this ever-growing field?
Everybody has to. I mean, I think the AI is going to touch everybody's lives. There's no way out of it. So I think once people get familiar with it a little more and start, initially I think there's worry about what it means. Now people understand it's important. And there's now understanding of that this is going to change the way people live, the work, and how companies operate. So everybody's starting to come together, Global South as well, and I think it's going to be part of the conversation.
And what are you personally most excited about? What have you seen around that's going on that you didn't know about before? What are you personally most excited about in the field of AI?
I'm pretty excited about just seeing the volume of conversation, right? I'm excited about how people are thinking about it a little more thoughtfully, the idea of making people inclusive to people, making sure there's a progress, there's commitment to prosperity broadly. So those conversations are something we should really care about. Second, I think talking to a lot of these companies here. They are all thinking about how they're going to modernize, how they're going to be part of this conversation. So we being able to provide some technology to them and co-innovate is an opportunity for all of us.
And of course, today's been a big, significant day. Yesterday, the Indian government and Prime Minister welcomed all those world leaders. Emmanuel Macron was here today. In terms of agreements, in terms of ink on paper, what do you want governments to sign in order to make sure AI is safe going forward and it's taken seriously?
Yeah, I think they need to. I think the discussion which has been having the last few days are really where it's starting to. It's starting about like what is the privacy requirements, what are the regulatory in terms of making sure AI is used for good, and you've been thoughtful about how it's used across the different applications and different services, and making sure it's inclusive. So I think government providing that support, providing help to the companies, and helping them grow, not really regulate it for the sake of regulation, helping with the regulation to really expand it, and that's the kind of agreements which will be great.
Amit, thank you so much for taking the time. Pleasure to have you on the program. Thank you. Well, that's all that we have time for. Do stay with us as we continue to cover this summit and all the developments coming out of it.
इस वक्त हमारी मौजूदगी एआई इम्पैक्ट समिट में है, जहां पर देश दुनिया भर से लोग जो है वो पहुंचे हुए हैं। टेक्नोलॉजी का यहां पर जो एक्सपो है वो देखने को मिल रहा है। और आज मैं आपको एक डांसर से मिलवाऊंगी। वो कोई सामान्य डांसर नहीं है बल्कि रोबोटिक डांसर है। तो देखिए किस तरीके से यहां पर ये रोबोटिक डांसर जो है वो देखने को मिल रहा है और कैसे ये फंक्शन करता है, क्या कुछ इसका काम है। हमारे साथ बातचीत करने के लिए श्रेष्ठा जो है वो मौजूद है। श्रेष्ठा, थैंक यू हमसे बात करने के लिए। क्या खासियत है इस डांसिंग रोबोट की?
ये रोबोट क्वालकॉम चिपसेट पे काम करता है, जो आप समझ सकते हैं कि इसके पीछे का जो इंटेलिजेंस है वो क्वालकॉम के चिपसेट पे है। ये रोबोट स्पेसिफिकली ट्रेन किया गया है इन सारे स्टेप्स के लिए और हैंड जेस्चर्स के लिए, जैसे ये वेव कर सकता है, नमस्ते कर सकता है। तो इससे हम ये दिखाना चाहते हैं कि ये ग्राउंड को और इसकी लाइट्स को और स्पेसिंग को कैसे समझ के मूव कर सकता है। तो सेम चीज़ आप ऐसे सोच सकते हैं कि अभी तो ये डांसिंग के लिए है, बट हम बहुत सारे और ऑपरेशंस भी इससे करवा सकते हैं। जो आप आर्म्स देख रहे हैं हमारे पीछे, ये सारे एक्चुअल इंडस्ट्रियल यूज केसेस के लिए है। जैसे आप इमिटेट कर सकते हो कि आपका हैंड मूवमेंट कैसा होगा, उसके हिसाब से वो आर्म मूव करेगा। ये ऐसे इंडस्ट्रियल के लिए है कि आप क्या क्या चीज़ें अलग अलग पिक एंड सॉर्ट, मतलब उठा के साइड में रख सकते हैं, जो मैन्युफैक्चरिंग में यूज़ होगा। तो मेन प्रॉब्लम होता है ह्यूमनॉइड्स को समझना कि वो खड़े होकर मूव कैसे करें। और सेम फंक्शनैलिटी अगर हम लोग ये अचीव कर चुके हैं तो उस पर हम बहुत सारे और अलग अलग यूज़ केसेस डाल सकते हैं इसमें, इनके अलग हाथ लगा के, आर्म्स करके एंड उनको ट्रेन करके।
तो कितना ये लोगों को भा रहा है, कितना आकर्षित कर रहा है ये लोगों को। हम देख रहे हैं लोग यहाँ पे, एक बार मैं कैमरा पर्सन से रिक्वेस्ट करूँगी दिखाएं किस तरीके से लोग जो है वो यहाँ पर इस डांसिंग रोबोट की वीडियो जो है वो बनाते हुए नजर आ रहे हैं।
बिल्कुल, तो हमें काफ़ी अच्छा एक्चुअली रिस्पांस आया है। काफ़ी सारे बच्चे बहुत इंटरेस्टेड है, काफ़ी सारे लोग हमसे पूछ रहे हैं कि ये कब आएगा। बहुत सारे वीडियोस बनाए हैं, बहुत सारे लोग आए हैं, तो हमें काफ़ी अच्छा रिस्पांस आया है इधर से।
नाम रखा है आपने इनका?
इसका नेम है बूस्टर K1। यस, तो ये अभी अलग अलग इंडस्ट्रीज़ में ऑलरेडी यूज़ होता है, तो काफ़ी सारे मैन्युफैक्चरिंग में आप देख सकते हैं। एंड बट वन ऑफ द एक इंटरेस्टिंग यूज़ केस जो हम लोग सोच रहे हैं वो मेडिकल एक्सेस के लिए है। सो जैसे आपके जो गांव हैं और जो आपके थोड़े रिमोट एक्सेस प्लेसेस हैं जहाँ पे इमरजेंसी के लिए थोड़ा ज़्यादा टाइम लगता है पहुँचने में, वहाँ पे आप दूर से भी एक्चुअली सर्जरी करवा सकते हैं। क्योंकि आप ऐसे भी
सर्जरी के लिए भी यूज़ किया जा सकता है,
ट्रेन किया जा सकता है, एंड आगे जाके इसको सर्जरी के लिए भी यूज़ कर सकते हैं। बिल्कुल, तो
जी बिल्कुल। तो देखिए आने वाले समय में इसका इस्तेमाल जो है, इसको ट्रेन किया जा सकता है कि ये सर्जरी करने के लिए भी प्रयोग जो है वो किया जा सके। तो साफ तौर पर इंडिया न्यूज़ जो है वो एआई इम्पैक्ट में मौजूद है और दिखा रहा है एक एक तस्वीर किस तरीके से, चाहे वो डांसिंग रोबोट हो या फिर कोई ड्रोन हो जो कि डिफेंस में, जो कि आम आर्मी है उनके ऑपरेशन में इस्तेमाल हो रहा है। हर एक तस्वीर आपको देखने को मिलेगी इंडिया न्यूज़ पर। मैं आरजू सेठ, कैमरा पर्सन दिनेश के साथ, इंडिया न्यूज़ दिल्ली।
Well, we are on ground zero and we are covering the AI Impact Arena 2026, the very summit that is taking place, where the Prime Minister has been vocaling about how India is being pushed as a global AI hub. And something what you see is there's a robotic mule. And again, this is nothing new because this is something that has been there. It had been procured 2 years back, and it speaks about the resilience the tri-services, the Indian Army gets, the defense services, and also the Make in India initiative, which is the Atmanirbhar Bharat. Because we were in Army Day, we showcased, there was an Army Day parade that happened, which was featured. This robotic mule dog was featured there. Even at the Republic Day itself, again, there was featured. And here, again, at the AI Impact Summit, we have this in person in front of us. And we are joined by Samir Tandon, who is the representative of Aerorack, who would be guiding us through what it is capable about, what it can, so that our viewers who are watching us on television can get a perspective of how efficient this is, sir. Welcome to Newsx.
Thank you so much. And yes, this is a robotic mule. Mule stands for multi-utility legged equipment. This is very much deployed in the army, and we can, proudly say that this is serving the Indian Armed Forces. This works as a force multiplier. It is supporting the army with the help of the sensors, the payloads that can be attached to it. Presently, what you are seeing is a weapon station on it. Likewise, you have different sorts of payloads that can be attached. Like it could be a CBRN device, it could be a robotic arm, arm, it could be different lidars, and with the help of those payloads, it is 100% ready to support the soldiers in the battlefield.
Also, how many cameras do you think we have in this robotic mule here?
We've got multiple cameras. I would say those cameras give it a 360-degree vision. It covers the entire ground. Number one. Number two, it can carry a payload of 12 kgs. It is successful on any sort of terrains, whether you take it on a hilly terrain, whether you take it in water, whether you take it on a muddy terrain. It can successfully complete the operations and help our soldiers.
That's a very last question. You are a part of the India Impact Summit. There is a governance stall where the Indian Army has put up a stall, the Indian Navy has put up a stall. We were there. There was a Saga vessel also by the Indian Navy that was put here. You are here with this robotic mule. How hopeful, how fruitful do you think this impact event is becoming? Because there are world leaders here. You talk about Sam Altman, Mark Zuckerberg, Emmanuel Macron, everyone, Lula da Silva, all of them. How fruitful or how hopeful are you? Do you think you are a part of this event, and even Robotic Mule is a part of the event?
Fantastic. I mean, this event was a platform where, people, they have shown, the companies, they have shown their capabilities. AI is something, we are talking every now and then. And of course, this event, the technology what this event is bringing out is amazing, truly amazing. We are a part of it. This is a live example of AI. So, and we are using it, the army is using it. I think the show is turning out to be a great success.
Thank you so much, sir, for talking to us. I know you're overwhelmed with so much of conversations that you're having, but thank you so much for giving the time. But what you see is something which is extremely unique, again, made by the army, developed by the army, procured by the army 2 years back. And what we have shown you, these visuals were in front of us, the robotic mule, which was a part of the Jaipur Army Day Parade and even the Republic Day. So again, it is our attempt to show you everything we can from the AI Impact Summit. This is me, Brian Adi Thomas, signing your campus in Dinesh for Newsx Delhi. So we are joined by Asta, who is again the engineer of Method AI. So we have this structure here, robotic kind of structure that we see. If you can tell us something about this. We've spoken to Dipansh about the entire methodology and the actions that is doing, the theatrics that is doing, how it is picking the object and bringing it together. How do you see this evolving, and what does it do specifically?
So specifically, Dipansh told you about the vision language action models that we use to do the manipulation task. For the working and all things, we use reinforcement learning and another tech stack of AI and machine learning part. So we are using that to make it work, to balance into everything else.
And also, Dipansh also told about transforming to humanoid. What do you see that? How do you see that? And do you see it as an nascent stage? And we can also go walk with this also.
Yeah, so basically transforming it into humanoid is a bit difficult task, but yet it's not impossible. So what we are planning on into deploying in the factories, as Dipansh told you earlier. So in the future only we are like humanoids, it will do exactly human actions, what the human actually does. Like if you can ask him to pick up a book and give me and read it, or to give me an apple or anything or any fruit that you would like to give it from the kitchen or something. So we can make the humanoid work from its own, like it would reduce the labor, it would help the elderly as well, like the people who cannot walk or who have some issues.
Also, I've seen in the screen there was the entire humanoid, the robot was also doing these aerobatics and all of that. Yeah. So what is that?
So basically those are some theatrics for fancy purposes. Like we use the mimic and imitation policies for that. If we go into tech details, like a person is there who is teaching the bot how to do things, what all we can do. So that's the part of imitation learning that we use.
Thank you, Asta, for speaking to us. So yes, viewers, what you see is the humanoid, again, to the very advanced stages at that point of time that we are showing you here itself. So clearly what you can see is also this entire humanoid that is working here. It's walking, it's picking objects, it's even putting it there. So what we have is this very substance here, this humanoid that is walking, that even showing off their hands itself. So what they are also talking about, how evolution is working itself, and again clapping itself. I think they like the reporting that I've been doing. So clearly this has been there itself, what we are trying to show you from our end. And again, this is our attempt to show all these models that are here to ensure that you get a perspective of what happens at the AI Impact Summit. This is me, Brian Adi Thomas, signing off, camera person Dinesh for Newsx Delhi. Well, clearly Newsx is on ground zero and we are covering the AI Impact Summit 2026. There are an array of sessions that is here and we are visiting different stalls, different halls to understand what AI brings to the table, how innovation brings to the table and how India is being positioned in the global AI map. It's a very interesting substance here, and to talk more about it, we are joined by Dipansh Goyal, who is the engineer of Method AI. We'll be talking to him. Dipansh, my very first question to you would be, what is this? What do you do to simplify everything for our viewers who are watching on television right now? Just explain the process, what it does, what do you do, and everything about your organization and what you're part of.
Okay, so hi, I'm Dipansh. I'm from Method AI. I'm a physical AI engineer there. So what you're seeing right now is a VLA model running on a humanoid robot. So what we do is we build brains for humanoid robots. Basically, our company is a software company, and we add intelligence to it. So we train it, we show it a couple of demonstrations of what task we want it to perform, and it can automatically perform it. It can correct itself. So as you can see now, it's going to try to pick and place a cube into this box. I'll add the cube here, and then it will try to pick and place it into the box until it succeeds. So it will make errors, it will keep succeeding. And now we are actually targeting MSMEs, small scale factories, medium scale factories, where they are quite unorganized, they're traditional, they don't have the big space for bigger robotic solutions. So we are going to replace their employees with humanoids that can perform these tasks 24/7.
It's about also replacing them with humanoids. Now, also, how efficient do you think the humanoids will be? And do you feel the fact that we are ready for humanoids at this point of time? And how beneficial that will be in the coming days now? Because we're talking about the future also, the Viksit Bharat is also there. So again, on that line.
Okay, so humanoids, again, at this point, they're at a very early stage GPT. So, a few years ago, GPT, nobody used GPT. It spewed out random text, but now everybody uses ChatGPT today. Similarly, humanoids are at a very early stage today. It's not like we can deploy them right away, but the development is so fast. We are working towards that goal. We are working towards that mission to automate everything, and it will take a little bit of time, and we can automate everything with these humanoids. They can replace everyone, and people can focus on better tasks.
Apart from the picking the object and keeping it here, what else does it do apart from that as well?
Okay, so it can perform full body tasks. Let's say you want to use the humanoid for an inventory management in a factory. It can bend down, pick up objects and place it into the shelves. It can be deployed in places where you want it as an assistant. Let's say I ask it to bring a bottle from a secondary location to my table. It can do that. It can serve people. It can do, if we plan to deploy it in homes, it can also fold laundry. Basically, any task that we can show it, we can demonstrate to it a few demonstrations, and it will learn how to perform that task, same as a human.
Thank you so much, Dipansh, for speaking to us. So yes, viewers, what we also spoke to Dipansh, who is the engineer of this very organization, spoke about Method AI, spoke about how efficient this is going to be at this giving point of time, even though yes, it is at a very nascent stage as of now, but again, with the right amount of equipment, right amount of the backing that they are hoping at this point of time, this is really going to be a major game changer. And this is me, Brian Thomas, senior camera person, Dinesh for Newsx, Delhi. Well, Newsx is on ground zero and we are covering the AI Impact Summit 2026. Clearly a very jam-packed day for the next 4 days. That's going to be extremely important with 500 sessions lined up. 3,200 speakers would be there. And again, the Prime Minister has always been vocaling about the fact that India as a AI global AI hub, and it's going to be very important, and this is again a flagship event by India to showcase India in the global AI map. We are joined by a very special guest, Ankit Kumar, who is the founder and CEO of Skyair. Now, sir, to all, welcome to Newsx first.
Thank you so much.
So, very first question. To our viewers who are watching us on television right now, what is Skyair? I could see a drone and a package here. There's some video here. To make things simpler, if you can explain our viewers what this is about.
Sure. So Skyair is a drone delivery company. We do autonomous deliveries from A to B, and we have been working with a lot of e-commerce and quick commerce companies. A lot of logistics companies use our services to enable an hour delivery, 7 minutes delivery, 8 minutes delivery essentially, to carry anything within Gurgaon, and now we are expanding to Bangalore. We started this 2.5 years back doing regular deliveries. We have done about 3.6 million deliveries, saving about 1,000 tons of carbon emission. And now here at the AI Impact Summit, we are announcing our partnership with two large companies. One is Arrive AI. It's a Nasdaq-listed American company which has made this Arrive Point. It's a smart mailbox. The drone you see here is basically moving from a warehouse to a residential apartment or a office building. It drops the package automatically in this arrive point which is there. So it opens up, it drops the package into this arrive point. And then from this, there's a rover which is built by Autonomy, which is making smart rovers.
That you're talking about.
That's the rover. So what happens here, the package from here, it shifts here. The rover is getting synced to the arrive point, and the package you'll see here is moving into the rover, and then the rover goes to your doorstep, and it signifies us or gives us the signal that it has reached your doorstep, and then we notify you as a consumer that your package has reached your doorstep. You come out, you take your package, the delivery is done. It's an end-to-end asynchronous delivery, which three companies, three equipment, three machines coming together, creating an era of physical AI. AI is now getting into the physical spaces, into the physical devices, and that's one of the layers that we work in. Our Honorable Prime Minister has already spoken about India has to excel in the AI race, and we are working on the physical AI infrastructure part of it.
Thank you so much, Ankit, for speaking to us. So clearly, what Ankit also spoke about, how seamless this entire process looks like. It starts from here, it goes here, there's a rover, which also talks about the end-to-end, making it very seamless for the people who would be the consumers rather. And even again, what we are showing you, different models, AI models, to physical, bodies, that how it is embodied itself and how India is becoming a global AI hub at this point of time. This is our report. We will be showing more such AI models, robotics, and many more of these innovations that India is going ahead at this point of time. This is me, Brian Andy Thomas, signing off, Canvas and Dinesh for Newsx, Delhi.
Hello and welcome to Cover Story. Today I have with me Nitin Seth. He is the co-founder and CEO of Insedo Inc., which is the digital data and AI services platform. He's himself a global business leader. He's had a leadership role at McKinsey, Flipkart and Fidelity International. But today we're going to be talking to him about his book. He's out with his third and latest book. This one too deals with AI. The book is entitled Human Edge in the AI Age. Welcome to this conversation, Nitin, and it's really a timely book. And I can also see that you're here in the country. You're here for the AI Summit. So before we talk about the book, where you very, make a case of how the humans can remain relevant and retain the edge in the age of AI, I first want to ask you about the summit. How did you find it?
I think the summit was an overwhelming experience. Just the amount of activity and number of people was a lot. What I found very positive, Priya, was the intent. So there clearly was an intent to externally project India as being extremely serious about AI, and it was very impressive, how many global leaders were brought together, and how many thought leaders and policy makers. So I think that was very impressive. Also the internal mobilization, bringing letting students really come in. So it was great. It was from an awareness building perspective. At the same time, I think if I just take a more critical lens about the quality of discussions, I think the quality of discussions could have been deeper. And I think they reflect, I guess, where India is, in the whole AI journey, that there is a lot of enthusiasm, there is a lot of intent, but in terms of substance, of what actually we are doing, we are still in relatively early stages, especially compared to United States and China, and there's a way for us to go.
I think I totally agree with you because in terms of that, it is a good platform and one could have perhaps maybe utilize it better. But it at least lets India take a reality check of where we stand. And but on a more global look, I wanted to talk to you. First of all, I believe you were on a panel discussion over there. What was the discussion about?
So I've been on a panel discussion every day. So today
All right.
morning, so today morning it was on intellectual property and how IP frameworks need to evolve with AI. And yesterday I was on a conversation around future skills and again in AI age, what does it mean for skills going forward?
Let's talk about your book. In fact, that is also part of what you just talked about. How do we let, to in a nutshell, to be empowered by AI and not overpowered by it? You talk about how we retain our human edge, and very interestingly, you talk about, the transition on the digital age from computers to AI. But how do we remain relevant and, keep control on the machines that we've created?
See, it's not an easy one, Priya. So I think anybody who says that this is all glory and beautiful, or anybody who says it's doomsday, see, none of those scenarios, I don't believe in either of those scenarios. I think, the reality is somewhere in between. So how do I see AI? AI is a huge force. It's not just another technology wave. We should not mistake that it's just like computer age or internet. There were some losses, but generally everything grew. It's not as simple. If you have to compare it has to be compared with fire or wheel or electricity. It is that order of magnitude. Why do I say that? See, with AI, what's happening is that AI, in a sense, is becoming more human than humans. And it is able to do many things which we thought were innately human, like creativity, or empathy. We thought this is only human, but that's not the case. AI is making, great strides in that. Now, while AI is becoming more human than humans, the issue is that as humans, we are becoming narrower, we are maybe becoming more machine-like. And that is
well said.
That is where I think we have the issue, Priya. So I think how AI is progressing, I don't think we can halt that. Yeah. The genie is out of the lamp. This is not like nuclear power that 5 countries can come together and control what happens. AI has already become pervasive. So really, my view is that the focus has to be on the other side of the equation, which is humans. Okay. So AI will continue to progress, Priya. It will continue to progress. If we don't do anything, AI has the potential of overwhelming us. For sure, there is going to be impact on jobs, but it's not just that. Now, coming to the human side, my fundamental belief is that as humans, we have tremendous potential, and we are working at only a fraction of that potential. Researchers estimate that as 5 to 20%. Yeah, I think it could even be lower. So we have a lot of capabilities, but we are not bringing them to bear. And I think AI age requires us to bring them out. Let me give you examples. So risk taking. Now, the early man was a risk taker and was also adapting. So the early man went through a lot of struggles and still survived and thrived. Now, it's not to say that with AI we're going to go back to the caves. But the world we have carefully constructed over the last 200 years is going to kind of, change in the next 10, 15 years. Yeah. So it requires a lot of adaptation. It requires a lot of risk taking, and which is going back to the pioneering instincts of the early man, which have got maybe dimmed a bit with industrial revolution. At the same time, to do well in AI, we need a much higher order of creativity, of imagination, because anything which can be executed, AI will execute over a period of time. Yeah, and that creativity and imagination maybe calls for maybe broadening of consciousness. Yeah, which interestingly our thinkers in India have talked about it, like Sri Aurobindo even 100 years back, talked about the growth of consciousness and Superman and all of that. So that's my belief, that combining the pioneering and risk-taking instincts of the early man and the growing, the broader consciousness of the Superman, I think provides us a way forward. But let's make no mistake.
But what happens in the Superman is a super machine.
I think the super machine is a good push for us, Priya. Is a good push for us. So if we just go business as usual, and if we stay in our comfort zone and just keep on crying that AI will take our jobs, what will happen? Then it will certainly, all of that not so good things will happen. But if we use this to push ourselves, push back on our fundamentals, what makes us humans, I think this will push us to a next level. We have gone through many, I talked about fire, wheel, electricity, and so on. These are all very major inflection points in our human history, in our evolution. This is another inflection point, and we have successfully encountered previous inflection points. Why do we need to be so underconfident about our ability to rise to the occasion?
Fair enough. And as you said, in terms of jobs, you have said in your book also that it's the end of the era of jobs, but the beginning of the era of entrepreneurship, which is a positive note. But you saw today at Bharat Mandap all these startups. Isn't there this whole struggle of, in terms of survival, you can say in that sense, because we're still finding our feet in that. And where is the stability? Is there enough space for all these ideas and entrepreneurship?
I think there is tremendous opportunities, Priya. So what will happen with AI is that every industry will get disrupted. Now, it may not happen immediately. And I think the issue, Priya, is that jobs may go sooner than the opportunities get created. Okay, I think that's the real risk which is there. But I am very bullish on the opportunities that will get created, because the power of AI is immense. With that, industries will get disrupted, and it is not necessarily the large companies, who have the opportunity, who will be best placed to lead that, because sometimes incumbents find it very difficult to deal with that order of change. So I think there is a tremendous opportunity for startups. But then it's also a question that the startups need to have quality. They need to have depth. They can't be shallow. Because today, I think what you're seeing and what you're reacting to is that a lot of those startups are just very shallow, Me Too ideas, and then, in a rush and a haste to declare some kind of a victory, okay, which is so obvious that they are not there, okay. But I don't think, we should take that as, where it will stop. It's kind of like, in the Indian mythology, we have the Samudra Manthan. Yeah, the churning of oceans, and first, the poison that comes out, before the nectar comes out, and I do see that. I think we are going to go through a period of pain, Priya. But I think if we navigate that well, it could lead to, I think, tremendous set of opportunities.
So in which sector do you see the new jobs evolving is it the services sector? Like, for instance, what will I tell a kid who's 14-year-old today? What should he take for his studies? What does the future look like for him in this age of AI?
See, I think, so there are two parts to your question. I think first, from a sector perspective, I think clearly services will be hit more than manufacturing to begin with. And in 10 years, when robots become really more competent and kind of their price point reduced, then manufacturing will also get hit again. But I think in the medium term there is a lot to be said about, I think from a national perspective, to double down on manufacturing. We missed the manufacturing wave, and I think that's a vulnerability that we have. So I think there is no doubt. I have done a lot of analysis as part of my book that the white collar jobs, Priya, you'll be shocked with the number that over the next 5 years, the white collar jobs are 10 times more vulnerable than blue collar jobs. Okay, so there is a lot to be said about that whatever incremental capital and growth nationally we can push into manufacturing, we should. Now comes to the second question, that what do you tell a 14-year-old what to study? And
Right.
So what's happening with AI is very clear that technical skills are becoming commodity. So till yesterday, or maybe even today, computer science was the most wanted education. And I would submit that it's going to remain for a few who are really going to be technically very competent, who will create the AI infrastructure. But AI infrastructure is mostly to be used. Okay, that the fastest growing programming language in the world today is not Python, it is English. Okay,
Right.
so the technical skills are going to become less relevant, but what are going to become a lot more relevant? One is domain knowledge. Okay, knowing the business. Okay, so because AI platforms are going to be very, very good at what I call horizontal or technical set of tasks, but they're not very good at decision making, which requires a lot of context. And that context comes from domain knowledge. So that is
Right.
banking or retail or telecom. You need to be understanding that as opposed to just kind of Java or C++. Okay, that's one part of it. The second
good
part
point.
the second part is that the fundamental skills, of problem solving, creativity, they become more important, because we spoke about it earlier as well, that anything which is given over a period of time, AI will be able to execute on it. So what is very important from a human perspective is to envisage, to reimagine something new, which is a business, product, process. So which needs that problem solving and needs creativity. And that's something which the focus moves from the hard technical skills to the softer, the so-called softer. There's nothing soft about them. The so-called softer skills, which are the foundational skills.
Okay, I'm going to take a quick break, but stay with us because we're going to come back and keep this conversation going. So don't go away.
सस्ते वाले दाल मसाले स्वाद हुआ बेकार MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल ये रंग दे ये खुशबू दे ये तीखा ये कम पड़े क्या निराला MDH मसाला
अब आया असली स्वाद।
अब आया स्वाद।
जब स्वाद के पड़े हो लाले तो MDH का चंकी चाट मसाला डालें। MDH का चंकी चाट मसाला।
MDH
कार इंश्योरेंस डन।
पॉलिसी बाजार से कराया?
नहीं।
तो तू ज़ीब्रा नहीं हो सकता।
मतलब?
अगर पॉलिसी बाजार से कार इंश्योरेंस कंपेयर करके लेता तो 12,000 रुपए तक बचा सकता था। इसलिए तू ज़ीब्रा तो नहीं है, तू है
गधा।
काइंड ऑफ।
MDH की देगी मिर्च
देगी मिर्च का तड़का अंग अंग फड़का
MDH की देगी मिर्च
MDH का किचन किंग किचन में हो तो हम सब कुछ बना सकते हैं। बैंगन का भरता, आलू गोभी, भिंडी मसाला और भी बहुत कुछ।
MDH
कार इंश्योरेंस डन।
पॉलिसी बाजार से कराया?
नहीं।
तो तू ज़ीब्रा नहीं हो सकता। कार नई हो या पुरानी, पॉलिसी बाजार पे कंपेयर करके खरीदो और 30,000 तक बचाओ। इसलिए तू ज़ीब्रा तो नहीं है, तू है
गधा।
काइंड ऑफ।
Hello and welcome back to our cover story conversation. I have with me Nitin Seth, the author of The Human Edge in the AI Age. And we were just talking about not just his book, but the AI age, really. And you talked in your book, you talk about how with the help of technology, the digital age, we move from machines doing a physical task to the intellectual intelligent quotient to now the emotional quotient, and that is what makes us distinctly human. So what will happen, when we have machines taking over the EQ also? How do we remain relevant? And what is that scenario really going to be like? Or is it already here?
Yeah, it's just interesting, with computers, they started to do very well on IQ, and with AI, it's now EQ. But Priya, it's not that simple. AI, IQ, and EQ have got many dimensions to it. Yeah. So machines, the way they operate is they go like it's almost like a checklist, like the point one, point two, point three, point four. They attack the specifics. As humans, we are very good with the macro, with the broad, or what I call integrative intelligence. Yeah. So that I think is going to become more important, which is your ability to integrate different aspects of IQ, different aspects of EQ, and bring them together. So you can't say I'm only left brain, I'm only right brain. That integrative intelligence I think is going to become more important. Being able to see the big pictures, being able to see the interlinkages, because the specific aspects, AI will likely do better. The other dimension that I want to propose, that if you look at the kind of flow, it has been maybe 1,000 years, a couple of thousand years back, it was about the physical quotient. It became the intellectual quotient. And then over the last 50 years, it has been a lot about the emotional quotient. I think there is another aspect to us, which we don't talk much about, which is the spiritual quotient.
Spiritual. Yes, I saw that from your book.
And that's my belief, that, and I think that's also very linked with the expanded consciousness and creativity point that I talked about, that I think where we are going with AI, I think we need to rediscover and relive, that, our kind of spiritual self, which is really saying that it's a process of going inside yourself, and that allows you to see the big picture. I think that big picture, Priya, is going to become very important.
But what happens when the machines are already outthinking the creator? We still, they're outperforming us. They're even outthinking us. They're beating us at chess games. They're coming up with moves which we hadn't programmed them to come up with. What happens then? It's happening already. Is it going out of hand?
It is scary, Priya. It is scary, but there is no point fretting about it, because you and I can't do anything about it. It's no government, no power can stop the experimentation that's happening with AI models, because it's not one
And
company.
idea whose time has come. You quoted Victor Hugo, I saw.
So like the definition of intelligence is to know what can be changed and what can't be changed, isn't it? So I think the progress of AI we can't change. Okay, we can put some guardrails around it in terms of data privacy and how do you address biases and ethical use of AI. So those guardrails are very important, but they will still not curtail AI, Priya. Okay, so AI will progress. So no point, obsessing about it, fretting too much about it. What we can change, what we should put our energy on is our response, our human response, which is why that's what I focus on in my book. It's a book on like to do with AI, but I don't obsess about the implications of AI beyond a point. I have devoted most of my thinking to what we should do as humans, because
the response. Yeah.
That's what is in our hands, Priya.
Fair enough. And as you say very evocatively, the future is not to be feared, but to be created. And
Yes.
so, which are before I let you go, which are the fields where you see the AI doing a lot of good? Is it healthcare? Is it education? What are the fields where you feel that it's really being deployed well?
You said it. Those are, I think, the three fields that I feel most passionate, where I think AI is going to be for good is education, healthcare, and agriculture. So I think these are three fields I feel very passionately about. See, the very positive uh, nature of AI is that it's a democratizing force, Priya. So it kind of makes, it is kind of democratizing, knowledge, it's making it universal. So think about it that, the best knowledge in the world is no more, preserve of a student in Silicon Valley at Stanford or Berkeley or at Harvard or Yale, whether you are sitting in Guntur in Andhra Pradesh or Navsari in Gujarat or Bhatinda in Punjab, you have access to the same knowledge. Isn't that amazing? So, so I think knowledge, so education is going to change in very fundamental ways, and also personalization. Now, historic with industrial revolution, we have been stuck in the scale paradigm, and scale has meant standardization. Yeah. So think about it, like you have a class of students. Each student's learning orientation and pace is different, but it is one method. Now, with AI, you can have personalization, and you can do personalization at scale. That will change things tremendously. And you look at healthcare, all of these kind of forces are also true for healthcare. But just another thing, the key issue in healthcare is the time and cost of drug development. It can take billions of dollars and many years. And with AI and use of synthetic data, now there are possibility of crunching those many years by an order of magnitude. So, these are some of the fields which I feel that AI, if used well, is not just about like a economic discontinuity. It can truly be a force for social good.
On that note, thank you so much, Nitin Seth, for this conversation and for that wonderful book. And we hope to catch you more for more such conversations, because as you said, AI is really here to stay. So we're going to keep looking to you for helping us understand it. Thank you.
Pleasure talking to you, Priya.
लाल रंग इसका अपार, तीखा कम है फिर भी स्वाद, बेमिसाल बेमिसाल MDH कश्मीरी,
MDH कश्मीरी,
MDH।
कार इंश्योरेंस डन।
पॉलिसी बाजार से कराया?
नहीं।
तो तू ज़ीब्रा नहीं हो सकता।
मतलब?
अगर पॉलिसी बाजार से कार इंश्योरेंस कंपेयर करके लेता तो 12,000 रुपए तक बचा सकता था। इसलिए तू ज़ीब्रा तो नहीं है, तू है
गधा।
काइंड ऑफ।
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
MDH कार इंश्योरेंस डन।
पॉलिसी बाजार से कराया?
नहीं।
तो तू ज़ीब्रा नहीं हो सकता। कार नई हो या पुरानी, पॉलिसी बाजार पे कंपेयर करके खरीदो और 30,000 तक बचाओ। इसलिए तू ज़ीब्रा तो नहीं है, तू है
गधा।
काइंड ऑफ।
अगर आप बनना चाहते हैं एंकर, या फिर आप में है जुनून एक तेज तर्रार न्यूज रिपोर्टर बनने का, तो आप ज्वाइन करें ITV और इंडिया न्यूज़x का मीडिया स्कूल। ITV नेक्स्ट मीडिया इंटरनेशनल स्कूल का कोर्स आपको मौका देता है देश के दिग्गज एंकर्स के साथ काम करने का। ITV नेक्स्ट मीडिया इंटरनेशनल स्कूल में आप बेहद नजदीकी से देख पाएंगे किस तरह से ITV नेटवर्क के दिग्गज पत्रकारों की टीम दिन रात खबरों पर काम करती है। इस कोर्स के दौरान आप सीखेंगे एंकरिंग की एक एक बारीकी उन एंकर्स के साथ जो देश को रखते हैं हर खबर से बाखबर। ITV नेक्स्ट मीडिया इंटरनेशनल स्कूल का ये कोर्स आपके एंकरिंग स्किल्स को करेगा इतना सशक्त, मजबूत, जिससे आप बनेंगे पत्रकारिता की दुनिया का वो चमकता चेहरा जो दुनिया देखेगी और पसंद करेगी। आप बनना चाहते हैं एंकर या फिर आप में है जुनून एक तेज तर्रार न्यूज रिपोर्टर बनने का, तो आप ज्वाइन करें ITV और इंडिया न्यूज़ का मीडिया स्कूल। ITV नेक्स्ट मीडिया इंटरनेशनल स्कूल का कोर्स आपको मौका देता है देश के दिग्गज एंकर्स के साथ काम करने का। ITV नेक्स्ट मीडिया इंटरनेशनल स्कूल में आप बेहद नजदीकी से देख पाएंगे किस तरह से ITV नेटवर्क के दिग्गज पत्रकारों की टीम दिन रात खबरों पर काम करती है। इस कोर्स के दौरान आप सीखेंगे एंकरिंग की एक एक बारीकी उन एंकर्स के साथ जो देश को रखते हैं हर खबर से बाखबर। ITV नेक्स्ट मीडिया इंटरनेशनल स्कूल का ये कोर्स आपके एंकरिंग स्किल्स को करेगा इतना सशक्त, मजबूत, जिससे आप बनेंगे पत्रकारिता की दुनिया का वो चमकता चेहरा जो दुनिया देखेगी और पसंद करेगी। अगर आप बनना चाहते हैं एंकर या फिर आप में है जुनून एक तेज तर्रार न्यूज रिपोर्टर बनने का, तो आप ज्वाइन करें ITV और इंडिया न्यूज़ का मीडिया स्कूल। ITV नेक्स्ट मीडिया इंटरनेशनल स्कूल का कोर्स आपको मौका देता है देश के दिग्गज एंकर्स के साथ काम करने का। ITV नेक्स्ट मीडिया इंटरनेशनल स्कूल में आप बेहद नजदीकी से देख पाएंगे किस तरह से ITV नेटवर्क के दिग्गज पत्रकारों की टीम दिन रात खबरों पर काम करती है। इस कोर्स के दौरान आप सीखेंगे एंकरिंग की एक एक बारीकी उन एंकर्स के साथ जो देश को रखते हैं हर खबर से बाखबर। ITV नेक्स्ट मीडिया इंटरनेशनल स्कूल का ये कोर्स आपके एंकरिंग स्किल्स को करेगा इतना सशक्त, मजबूत, जिससे आप बनेंगे पत्रकारिता की दुनिया का वो चमकता चेहरा जो दुनिया देखेगी और पसंद करेगी।
Hello and welcome to Legally Speaking with me, Tarun Nagia. Today we do a very interesting discussion, and why do I say so? This is about the tiebreaker test for sort of ascertaining the residency of a person, and this is for tax purposes. And many times we see a lot of businessmen who are Indians, but many times they live abroad, and then there are taxation issues arising out of what is their primary residence. And in this case, we discuss the Binni Bansal case. As you all know, Binni Bansal has been the co-founder of a very popular shopping website called Flipkart, and that's the case that we're going to discuss today, that when he sort of sold his shares and shifted to Singapore, what happened. And stay tuned as we speak to our guest today, who is going to explain to us. So we go to the expert here. Good to see you, Advocate Aditya Ajgaonkar, and thank you for your time.
Hi Tarun, thanks for having me on the show today.
In fact, I remember doing 2 earlier shows with you on tax issues, and pretty interesting. And now I thought this time, let's do something even more interesting, which a lot of businessmen face, that many times most of these people, they're living in Singapore or UAE or many other countries, and they have active businesses in India or shareholdings in India, and they end up in the tax cases. And this time we discuss, as I said, the Binni Bansal case. So could you in about 2-3 minutes explain right from 2018, when Binni Bansal showed his shares in Flipkart, what all happened?
So see, as per the order, but the facts that are coming are quite interesting. As you already know, Mr. Bansal was a co-founder of Flipkart. In around 2018, he resigned from being an employee of the company. And he shifted to Singapore. He shifted his employment to Singapore. He shifted to Singapore himself. I believe his family also seems to have shifted to Singapore along with him. And he was operating from Singapore. So for the purposes of the financial year 2019-20, that is from 1st April to 31st March 1920, he was, according to him, he claimed that he is a tax resident of Singapore and not of India, a non-resident in India for tax purposes. During this time, he sold off certain shares of Flipkart Singapore. And because these shares are of a foreign entity, and because he was a non-resident at that point of time, in fact, a tax resident of Singapore, the very place where the sale of shares happened, he said that these shares should not, the sale of these shares should not be liable for capital gains in India. The government of India took objection to that. According to them, he was a tax resident of India and the sale of shares should have been taxed in India. And a litigation ensued, and I'm quite sure that the litigation will possibly go to a higher level also. The order that we're discussing is of the Bangalore bench of the Income Tax Appellate Tribunal. And it is very factual because the ITAT is the last fact-finding authority in the tax appeal hierarchy. From here, the question goes to High Court only with respect to a substantial question of law.
See, I want to know from here, and we make it simple for the business community to understand. Binny Bansal, when Walmart bought 77% stake in Flipkart, that's a controlling stake. That time he exited the company, but he had held some shares as a normal shareholder, like any shareholder. Then he took employment of a different company in Singapore, which means he now works for a different company, and Flipkart is his company in which he just has some shares.
Sure.
But he is a tax resident of Singapore because he works there, he has employment there. Then he sells his shares in Flipkart here. And whatever gain accrues, the Indian tax authority is saying pay us.
So, just to put things in perspective, he resigns from Flipkart
2018.
In 2019, he goes to Singapore and he takes up employment there. He sells shares of Flipkart Singapore, not India. Not here, there.
So he's selling Flipkart Singapore shares, not
shares.
Flipkart
No,
India.
No, the holding entity, which is in Singapore, they're not Flipkart India shares.
So how are we taxing that?
Yes. So the question out here, see, people keep talking about Tiger Global, which is also a, something to do with Flipkart only, the Supreme Court order. But when it comes here, the question actually revolved around whether Mr. Bansal was a tax resident of India or not for that year. Because if you are a tax resident of India for a year, then your global income is taxed in India. If you are a non-resident, then only your Indian income is taxed in India. And if you are something which is referred to as resident but not ordinary resident, then also your Indian income is taxed in India. So the question is, because this is a sale of shares in Singapore, of a Singapore company by a tax resident of Singapore, that is what was contended from the assessee's side. The government says no, he is a tax resident of India. And even if it is presumed that he is a tax resident of both the states, Singapore and India, then we come to something called the tiebreaker test that is prescribed in the double taxation avoidance agreement that is in place between Singapore and India. So, usually there is domestic tax law and then there are treaties that various countries enter into amongst themselves to decide how to avoid double taxation. Now, taxation itself is a function of a sovereign. So, sovereign nations can, of course, enter into different treaties with different countries with different covenants based on their understanding to decide how to avoid a double effect of taxation. It shouldn't be very fair if a person sells, gets some income in India, and if he is a tax resident of, say, both India and US or India and Singapore, that he should be taxed doubly on the same amount. So usually the treaty provides for a mechanism to avoid this double taxation. Now the treaty has a tiebreaker test, that is, if an individual is a resident of both contracting states, then in cases of A, B, C, D, this is how you determine where his income will be taxable for that year. So for the purposes of India-Singapore DTAA, Article 4, which defines residence, has clause 2, which says where by reason of provisions of paragraph 1 an individual a resident of both contracting states, his status shall be determined as follows. And I'm going to read because it is fairly technical. He shall be deemed to be a resident of the state in which he has a permanent home available. This is very important to him. If he has a permanent home available to him in both states, he shall be deemed to be a resident of the state with which his personal and economic relations are closer. Into bracket, center of vital interest. Now, this is very subjective. And this is what is discussed. And this is what we will also discuss.
Because we'll have house in, rich people will have house in both places. Well-to-do people will have permanent house in Singapore, permanent house in India. Then how do you deduce?
Correct. Because you don't go only on houses. You will also have to look at what is the center of vital interest, which takes us to clause B. It says, if the state in which he has a center of vital interest cannot be determined, or if he has not a permanent home available to him in either state, he shall be deemed to be a resident of the state in which he has an habitual abode.
Which is what?
In this case, or in general, see, these are all very subjective.
See, I'll tell you what is a habitual abode. If he's in Singapore,
yes,
and he is employed as a CEO in a company in Singapore, doesn't it automatically become a habitual abode?
It depends, because habitual abode comes into play only if he doesn't have permanent house in both the states.
So in this case, what happened
in this case, he was staying in Singapore on rented accommodation. But he had shifted with his full family. See, he was employed in Singapore. His wife was employed in Singapore. Believe his family, even his children were in Singapore for their education. So he had moved lock, stock and barrel. What had in fact happened was that in this year, he had spent a certain number of days in India, I believe around 141 days, close to 141 days, out of which certain days were during the COVID pandemic also. And in fact, in this ITT order, even the fact that during certain days of COVID pandemic he was here seems to have factored into figuring out which is the center of vital interest and where his personal and economic relations. See, it is not only economic relations, it is personal and economic relations are closer. So they have gone into where his parents stay, what sort of properties he has in India, what sort of properties would you have anywhere else, and this would apply to every assessee. See, the wordings are extremely subjective, so you would have to satisfy the assessing officer. Let's move away from Mr. Bansal for a bit, because now I think the floor is open for a general discussion. Where do I stay? Where does my wife stay? Where am I employed? Where are my children studying, or where are they employed? How many days did I spend in India? How many days did I spend, say, in Singapore? Because the question out here is in Singapore. Where all did I travel? Where are my investments? What sort of salary I am drawing from this country? What sort of salary am I drawing from this country? Where is my passive income? Where did I go in order to ensure during, say, COVID, like because COVID was taken as an example, 30 days of COVID lockdown, if I'm in India, the ITAT seems to say that if you were in India during COVID, such a difficult time, you'll be closer to people whom you care for most, and you were in India.
But tell me one thing, and I would want to know this. COVID is an extraordinary circumstance.
Correct.
I know people who went to America and they had to stay there because COVID struck. The flights couldn't come to India.
Correct.
Airspace, I mean, of course, because of the spread of COVID, nobody was flying.
Yes.
And the governments were not permitting.
Correct.
That doesn't mean they become an American resident for tax purposes, because, COVID is an extraordinary circumstance. Or somebody for that matter who's stuck in India and can't go to America because no flights are flying, then he doesn't become an Indian tax resident. Is that also taken in consideration by Indian tax authorities, that people can get stuck during a pandemic? They can't go.
Yes, and there was a CBDT notification, in fact, that had come out. During the pandemic, if you were supposed to leave India before lockdown, but if you didn't end up at 31st March, those days would be excluded. But, it did not provide long-lasting relief, because, there are, the CBDT circular, in fact, considered the fact that there was different countries were treating the pandemic differently. Some were giving extension, some were not. See, everyone wants to expand the tax base. At the end of the day, when your residential status for the purpose of taxation depends upon your stay in India, then stay becomes the most important thing. See, this entire thing would have been avoided had he not ended up staying in India for those many days. Because
Aditya, is there a day threshold? Like if
Yes.
I'm 180 days or 150 days in a year, I have to be in a sort of a country to be taxed by that country, be it India, be it Singapore.
See, every country has its own tax law, but in India, Section 6 of the Income Tax Act says an individual is said to be a resident in India in any previous year if A, he is in India in that year for a period or periods amounting in all to 182 days or more. So first is 182 days in that year, which was in this case not fulfilled, which is why I said was a non-resident. And C, having within 4 preceding years that year being in India for a period or periods amounting in all to 365 days or more is in India for a period of periods amounting in all to 60 days or more in that year. So then if you have 365 days over the 4 previous years, then you shouldn't be in India for more than 60 days in a year. But there is an explanation also, right, which says that if he is a citizen or a person of Indian origin, then if he is outside India and he comes to India on a visit to India, then 182 days will substitute the 60 days. It's a fairly technical, complex thing, and very honestly, you have to show when your passport was stamped in, out, etc. for the purpose of residential status. But it is because these days, these issues came up. The fact that he stayed 141 days in India due to COVID, due to n number of things. It was, I believe, claimed that it should have been considered as 182 days.
Because of COVID, he was stuck, basically. That's what you're
But
saying.
it is still below 182 days.
Okay.
His stay did not extend beyond 182 days. Stay was 141 days.
So tell me one thing, if India taxes him, at least in this case, then Singapore will not tax him.
So now there is, for that you have Article 13 of India-Singapore DTAA, right? So DTAAs are very interesting. What they seem to try to do is to avoid double taxation.
Agreed.
Now they work very simply. Either India or the other country will get to tax. If both the countries tax, Tarun, then the credit for tax paid in one country will usually be given in the other.
Okay.
So you don't end up getting doubly taxed. Another interesting thing is that there is different treatment for shares that were acquired before April 1st, 2017. And these were from before 2017. So Article 13 of India-Singapore DTAA that is relevant for this case said that gains from alienation of shares acquired before 1st April 2017 in a company which is a resident of a contracting state shall be taxable only in the contracting state in which the alienator is a resident. That means only the state in which he was a resident had the right to tax the shares.
Tell me one thing now, in this case of Binny Bansal, what did the Income Tax Appellate Tribunal do? It sort of allowed him to pay tax in Singapore and not in India?
No. It says he is an Indian tax resident. He will have to pay tax in India.
So you think he appealed to the Income Tax Appellate Tribunal and it ruled against him?
Yes.
And what did it rule?
So, see, there were a number of factors in which there were a number of grounds that were raised before the ITT also. And I'm sure those will go to the High Court also. A number of
Are
grounds
they noted
raised.
in the order, all the grounds?
They are.
All
The order is fairly long. It's 189 pages
in
long.
which all the basically pleas of
even written submissions of both the sides are recorded. And interestingly, for the revenue, the Additional Solicitor General of India has appeared in ITT.
For this?
For this matter.
A matter of a few crores.
It's not a few crores. It's quite a few crores.
Okay. It's how much?
I'm sorry. So the point is, it's not just Flipkart.
Just because people
because it is not only Flipkart Singapore shares. He sold
so let's say it's a lot of money.
It's a lot of money.
Okay.
Also, it's...
So you mean the revenue side gets interested?
Revenue side gets interested.
Okay. I'll not push you on the figures. I just want to know one fact from you. So Binny Bansal didn't win the case and this is clearly going to High Court now. I want to know this from you and a lot of businessmen would want to know this. Why is this case important?
See, for me, this case underscores a sort of understanding in what would go to you proving factually the tiebreaker test. If you want
so it will lay down grounds of the tiebreaker test if this were to go to Supreme Court?
At some point of time, even forget, the Supreme Court for now, because this is at the ITT level. ITT goes into facts. Appeal from here to the High Court or Supreme Court goes into substantial questions of law. At that point of time, unless there is a perversity in facts, the High Court and the Supreme Court do not go into facts. The ITAT is the final fact-finding authority.
Do you see this going to Supreme Court here?
It probably could. That would depend upon the assessment.
Because I don't see somebody like Bindi Bansal yielding or even the tax department yielding.
Because I believe that both the parties have a strong case. There is a question of interpretation at the end of the day.
But there is only one catch, Aditya, which you shared with us, that this was during COVID. And if anything happens during COVID, then this is an extraordinary event.
Correct.
A person could obviously take a plea to the Supreme Court saying that I was stuck to India, I had to go to Singapore, but there was no way I could fly out. Is this true?
See, Tarun, now the difficulty happens is that you cannot look at COVID in isolation for this judgment.
Why is that so?
That is because there are other factors also. So, because the judgment is so big, right? Of course, if you remove the COVID part, then the assessee's case becomes even stronger, right? Because I may not have wanted to stay for those extra days during COVID. I might have made plans to go out, but because of COVID, I was stuck. But there are other questions that have been considered for the tiebreaker test, and they are very interesting, and I want to point them out to you.
Yeah, 1 or 2 years.
Yes. It is very interesting because the ITT has actually considered what are his investment and assets in India and what are his investments and assets outside India. Passive source of income also.
Can I hold you to it here? I made a lot of money in India, for example. But then in 2020, I decided to move to Singapore. Which means now I'm earning money in Singapore. Suppose I used to make 1 crore rupees in India, now I make 30 lakhs in Singapore. But I took that decision in 2020 that I'm going to Singapore. Which means that now I start a new life in Singapore.
Correct.
What I earned in India was my past life. Why would the tax department tax me on my past life earned income? See, because obviously, if I've lived in India all these years, my accumulated assets and income in India will be more. But now I've moved to Singapore.
100%. But tax is fairly technical, and so is the treaty, right? Now, again, for the purpose of the treaty, let us remember that this case is very factual. Mr. Bansal did not own a house in Singapore. He was renting.
Achha, I want to know this for the businessman's perspective.
Yes.
Given how expensive property is and given how globally people are renting more than buying assets,
Right.
renting has become a lifestyle and people pay obscene amounts of money as rent to rent and live in good houses. Do you think this argument in today's time in 2026 may not hold that much of ground?
See, I have been through the order. Okay, I have facts that are there in the order. Now, there were various contentions that were put forward also, saying that the house, firstly, that my house in Bangalore, etc., that I was looking, it was land, it was not complete. That very honestly, my permanent home is in Singapore because it doesn't say, look at it this way. There is a difference between permanent house and permanent home, no? If I have to interpret as a lawyer, wouldn't there be a difference between a house and a home? If I'm staying with my family, if my kids are learning there, if my wife is employed there, if I am employed there, would that be my home? Or would,
You speaking beautifully, tell me one thing.
It matters.
See, I'll tell you why. Let's take inter-country migration. Say a family from Bihar, Jharkhand or Uttar Pradesh lives in Ahmedabad. They have a large house in UP and Bihar, big house, farm. For 30 years they have not lived there. They live in a rented accommodation in Ahmedabad. Isn't Ahmedabad the a place where they are residing for tax purposes?
See, I'll tell you, tax is very funny. The reason why I'm telling you is because there's a section, in income tax 54 and 54S.
Yes.
Capital gains get exemption if you purchase a residential house. This is how the language of the statute was. one person actually argued that it says a residential house, not one residential house. He bought two adjoining flats,
Okay.
joined them together,
Yes.
and the order came in his favor.
Okay.
He
So
bought
this is technical, yeah.
It is technical. It is always technical.
I want to ask you something, that if I has a house worth 5 crore in Mumbai and I pay a rent of 30 lakhs a month in Singapore,
Yeah.
in 1 year I have paid almost the cost of my house in Mumbai.
Correct.
Because maybe I'm earning I want to rent now. There is evidence that my kids go to school in Singapore. There is evidence my wife works in Singapore. Don't I naturally become a sort of, for tax purposes, a resident of Singapore? Or because I have that house in Mumbai of 5 crore, I'm still a resident for India for tax purposes?
No, so now that's what I'm saying. The interesting part about this is that it presupposes that you are a resident of both contracting states for tax purposes. The tiebreaker test only kicks in if you are a tax resident of both the countries. Then the tiebreaker test will determine who can tax you and how much.
Point well taken.
So it doesn't...
So tiebreaker is discretion?
Yes. A tiebreaker is subjective.
Subjective.
Because the words are so wide, like there is the word used is home instead of house. I think it is important. You may believe it's me waxing eloquently, which I hope is like a good thing, right, as a lawyer. But it does make a difference, right? Why is the word house not used? Why is it home? Now, what exactly is the meaning of personal and economic relations? Because in this case, it was actually argued, it is on record, that he was living independently of his parents, that his parents were living independently in another state in India, not in Bangalore where he was. I mean, the amount of information that had to be put out to satisfy the tiebreaker test, the amount of details in which they've gone into.
And still Binny has not won this case as of now.
No, he has not.
Achha, that brings me to my last question. This is going to High Court clearly now that he's lost, because even he's not going to give up.
According to me, it should, yes.
Yes. So, is this something to watch out for all of us who watch the tax very closely and the larger business community?
I think with respect to the tiebreaker test, this will lay down a very, very important footprint.
And you mean High Court, being a constitutional court, can lay down law in this case?
The High Court in this case will have a statutory appeal that lies to it.
Yes.
Right. So the statutory appeal will be on a substantial question of law. So it will lay down the law.
Interesting. You've introduced us today, Aditya, to a very interesting issue of residency and for tax purposes through a very interesting person, that is Binny Bansal. And of course, he's famous because of Flipkart fame. And of course, a lot of other businessmen's cases will be impacted due to this judgment. Because if we see the outflow of businessmen out of India in the past 4-5 years, it's about 8-9 lakhs every year. If 9 lakh businessmen are going out, these are not the one who are going out for jobs in Gulf and Singapore, but businessmen who are migrating, much like Binny Bansal. I think there could be a lot of tax cases, because all these businessmen who are leaving India have not shut everything in India. They still continue to operate businesses, big or small. They're just living abroad.
Right.
They would have started something there. They all will have tax disputes. Correct. So I think we have a lot of tax disputes in the coming 3, 4, 5 years. It was interesting to talk to you, as always. And I think I hope to follow up on this issue with you maybe in the next 2-3 months, because I think we'll generate a lot of interest on this topic.
I'm sure.
Thank you for your time and appreciate that you could join us.
Thank you so much, Tarun. This has been fascinating as always.
Thank you. So here was Advocate Aditya Asgaonkar, who practices on the tax side extensively, and he shared with us the Binny Bansal case, where the tiebreaker test has been sort of used to determine in which country he will be taxed for tax purposes. It was very interesting because there is an exception in this case, that when Binny Bansal was in India, the lockdown happened and COVID, and he says, and as we all presume, he got stuck in India. And because Binny Bansal got stuck in India, there is that kind of an extraordinary situation which now the tax department has to go into and then find out. Of course, he locks the case in the Income Tax Appellate Tribunal. Of course, given the amounts are large, he will contest it in High Court, and that's where we'll continue to track this case, because this case is important to a lot of businessmen, and we had Advocate Aditya Asgaonkar to chat on this with us. Thank you us for joining in, and look forward to see you in future on this topic, which we'll take up soon. Thank you very much.
अगर आप बनना चाहते हैं एंकर या फिर आप में है जुनून एक तेज तर्रार न्यूज रिपोर्टर बनने का, तो आप ज्वाइन करें ITV और इंडिया न्यूज़ का मीडिया स्कूल। ITV नेक्स्ट मीडिया इंटरनेशनल स्कूल का कोर्स आपको मौका देता है देश के दिग्गज एंकर्स के साथ काम करने का। ITV नेक्स्ट मीडिया इंटरनेशनल स्कूल में आप बेहद नजदीकी से देख पाएंगे किस तरह से ITV नेटवर्क के दिग्गज पत्रकारों की टीम दिन रात खबरों पर काम करती है। इस कोर्स के दौरान आप सीखेंगे एंकरिंग की एक एक बारीकी उन एंकर्स के साथ जो देश को रखते हैं हर खबर से बाखबर। ITV नेक्स्ट मीडिया इंटरनेशनल स्कूल का ये कोर्स आपके एंकरिंग स्किल्स को करेगा इतना सशक्त मजबूत, जिससे आप बनेंगे पत्रकारिता की दुनिया का वो चमकता चेहरा जो दुनिया देखेगी और पसंद करेगी। अगर आप बनना चाहते हैं एंकर या फिर आप में है जुनून एक तेज तर्रार न्यूज रिपोर्टर बनने का, तो आप ज्वाइन करें ITV और इंडिया न्यूज़ का मीडिया स्कूल। ITV नेक्स्ट मीडिया इंटरनेशनल स्कूल का कोर्स आपको मौका देता है देश के दिग्गज एंकर्स के साथ काम करने का। ITV नेक्स्ट मीडिया इंटरनेशनल स्कूल में आप बेहद नजदीकी से देख पाएंगे किस तरह से ITV नेटवर्क के दिग्गज पत्रकारों की टीम दिन रात खबरों पर काम करती है। इस कोर्स के दौरान आप सीखेंगे एंकरिंग की एक एक बारीकी उन एंकर्स के साथ जो देश को रखते हैं हर खबर से बाखबर। ITV नेक्स्ट मीडिया इंटरनेशनल स्कूल का ये कोर्स आपके एंकरिंग स्किल्स को करेगा इतना सशक्त मजबूत, जिससे आप बनेंगे पत्रकारिता की दुनिया का वो चमकता चेहरा जो दुनिया देखेगी और पसंद करेगी। अगर आप बनना चाहते हैं एंकर या फिर आप में है जुनून एक तेज तर्रार न्यूज रिपोर्टर बनने का, तो आप ज्वाइन करें ITV और इंडिया न्यूज़ का मीडिया स्कूल। ITV नेक्स्ट मीडिया इंटरनेशनल स्कूल का कोर्स आपको मौका देता है देश के दिग्गज एंकर्स के साथ काम करने का। ITV नेक्स्ट मीडिया इंटरनेशनल स्कूल में आप बेहद नजदीकी से देख पाएंगे किस तरह से ITV नेटवर्क के दिग्गज पत्रकारों की टीम दिन रात खबरों पर काम करती है। इस कोर्स के दौरान आप सीखेंगे एंकरिंग की एक एक बारीकी उन एंकर्स के साथ जो देश को रखते हैं हर खबर से बाखबर। ITV नेक्स्ट मीडिया इंटरनेशनल स्कूल का ये कोर्स आपके एंकरिंग स्किल्स को करेगा इतना सशक्त मजबूत, जिससे आप बनेंगे पत्रकारिता की दुनिया का वो चमकता चेहरा जो दुनिया देखेगी और पसंद करेगी।
Welcome back. I'm Uday Pratap Singh. You're joining us on Newsx. During his 79th Independence Day speech, Prime Minister Modi had declared obesity a major health crisis for India. Prime Minister Modi had highlighted the sedentary lifestyles and poor diet that have led to a massive increase in diseases like diabetes and heart disease. For years, the Prime Minister has championed the cause of living a healthy lifestyle to build Bharat. Here's what the PM had said during a speech in 2019.
डायबिटीज, हाइपरटेंशन जैसी अनेक लाइफस्टाइल डिसीज बढ़ती जा रही है। कभी कभी तो सुनते हैं परिवार में 12-15 साल का बच्चा डायबिटिक पेशेंट हो गया। अपने आसपास देखिए तो आपको अनेक लोग इनसे पीड़ित मिल जाएंगे। पहले हम सुनते थे कि 50-60 की उम्र के बाद हार्ट अटैक का खतरा बढ़ जाता है, लेकिन आज कभी कभी खबर आती है 30 साल, 35 साल, 40 साल का नौजवान बेटा बेटी चले गए, हार्ट अटैक आ रहा है। यह स्थिति वाकई बहुत चिंताजनक है, लेकिन इन सारी स्थितियों में भी उम्मीद की एक किरण भी है। अब आप सोचेंगे कि इन बीमारियों के बीच भी उम्मीद की किरण की बात कैसे कह रहा हूं। मैं स्वभाव से बहुत ही पॉजिटिव थिंकिंग करने वाला इंसान हूं, इसलिए मुझे उसमें से भी कुछ अच्छी चीजें मैं ढूंढ के निकालता हूं। साथियों, लाइफस्टाइल डिसीज हो रही है लाइफस्टाइल डिसऑर्डर की वजह से, और लाइफस्टाइल डिसऑर्डर को हम लाइफस्टाइल बदल के उसमें बदलाव करके उसको ठीक भी।
In line with the Prime Minister's vision, a story began in 2025. Luke Coutinho is an Indian entrepreneur and lifestyle guru who specializes in nutritional science and alternative medicine. At the end of February 2025, Luke received a call from the office of Prime Minister Narendra Modi's team. Luke was asked to create a Bharat-inspired dish and lifestyle framework aligned with his vision of a healthier Bharat. Then came the NXT Conclave 2025, where Luke unveiled the Bharat dish and lifestyle, tips anchored by a familiar, nourishing pairing, a millet khichdi with sattu curry. Alongside it came 100+ wholesome recipes, simple nutrition guidance and lifestyle tips built around practical wellness habits. On 1st of March 2025, Luke met with Prime Minister Modi, whose message to Luke was clear. If we are to build a healthier Bharat, then we must begin with children and start at the very grassroots, because they are our future. The PM's message propelled Luke and his team to then launch the Bharat School Menu and Lifestyle Plan, a free monthly initiative offering balanced, child-friendly menus and simple lifestyle guidance in English and Hindi. Now comes the digital version of this plan, which translates it into education. Luke has made learning interactive for kids. On Republic Day 2026, a special edition of the Bharat Nutrition and Lifestyle Classroom was created as a free hour-long online session designed as a conversation where children learn the 5 modules of living a healthy lifestyle. Luke Coutinho and his team are transforming the lives clearly of thousands of children and encouraging them to live a healthy lifestyle based on food available in Indian homes. In fact, he joins us on the broadcast. Luke Coutinho, Indian entrepreneur and author, is live with us. Also to discuss this is Padma Shri Sanjeev Bagai, Chairman, Nephron Clinic. Khushbu Abbott, member, senior leadership team, RD School, is also with us live on the broadcast to give a perspective from the educationists as well. Well, Luke Coutinho, let me firstly congratulate you on this plan, which of course now has come to actuality. It started out as a conversation and now it's actually being implemented across schools. How does that make you feel? And take us to how the idea began and where it's reached.
Great, thanks so much. I mean, this would be impossible without our Honorable Prime Minister's vision. And of course, we had Shri Kartikeya Sharma and his wife Aishwarya, who are the champions of this project and have helped us reach the state of completion. I think the Prime Minister's conversation was very straight up to the point that lifestyle diseases rules the country right now. While we focus on treating patients, how can we focus on prevention? And he took it straight down to grassroots level, where he said children need to be educated, and not just on nutrition, but on lifestyle, exercise, yoga, sleep, emotional wellness, and even social media issues that we are now knowing how it's negatively affecting children and their eating habits. So over the last couple of months, we worked very, very closely, and with experts, we've put together a digital classroom because our Prime Minister was very, very keen that we use Digital India as a way to reach even the remotest villages through the classroom. So we already have thousands of children, parents, and schools that have embraced the program. We also made sure that this doesn't have to take away from syllabus time in school, so teachers can play this at any given point. But what's actually really fascinating is parents have taken this on as a responsibility to play it for their children at home. So it doesn't have to be just done in school. So we're hoping that children see lifestyle and nutrition as part of their curriculum in a very, very holistic way. And that's exactly what our Prime Minister's vision is, to have it in a very holistic way. And we will keep upgrading the curriculum with any new changes in nutrition. We will have a board of advisory doctors as well, who is constantly adding to the curriculum and what they think children need to know at this particular level.
Okay. Luke, of course, how do you believe this is going to change the fundamentals of health in our country? Obviously, you need to start young. You need to start with kids at an early age. They are our future. How do you believe this is going to change and alter the fundamentals of the health of our country?
I think awareness and education is the crux of every healthy economy in all ways. And the generations before didn't have as much of information that we have today. And we have mediums to share that information. Before, it was just through newspapers or doctor's appointments and nutritionist appointments. Today, we have so much more science, so much more information, so much of work that the Ministry of Health is also putting together. And we're able to put all of this together and teach children at an age where it becomes impressionable in their minds. And we're hoping that schools will also follow up with the right action. So if children are learning about healthy food, we're hoping that schools can serve healthy food as well, which is one of the Prime Minister's visions as well. We're hoping parents can also continue to serve healthy food at home. So we build a continuity of culture. There's education and action that have to go hand in hand.
Absolutely. Let me take that to you, Dr. Sanjeev Bagai, on, of course, where you see this now leading to, and how important is the right nutrition to combat obesity, to combat lifestyle diseases, to erase this menace of increase in diseases like diabetes and heart disease that we are seeing in India of today.
Good evening. I think the core point, the spinal cord of India going forward to 2047 to be Viksit Bharat will be nutrition and will be wellness. We have to move from illness to wellness. And needless to say, while chasing lifestyle, we've forgotten life itself. Lifestyle diseases, which we call as non-communicable diseases, is contributing almost 67 to 68% of non-communicable diseases burden in India. And this begins right from childhood. In fact, I will go one step earlier. It begins in the maternal age of the antenatal period. In pregnancy. A bad pregnancy in terms of health gives a very, very compromised newborn, and that gives a huge amount of burden of diseases as the child grows older. A weaker small infant is sick adolescent and teenagers, and then that translates into a host of diseases later on in young life. You're talking in terms of diabetes. I think everyone, it's a cliche now, everyone knows diabetes is, India is becoming the capital globally of diabetic or pre-diabetic burden. And unfortunately, a lot of people don't even know that they are pre-diabetic or diabetic. Hypertension is being seen almost 5 to 7% in children. Obesity is almost 25 to 26% in children under the age group of 10 in urban population. So I think it's a mix of wrong messaging, social media impact, which has been terrible as far as I'm concerned. Electronic media impact has been terrible. I've always said this, it's a dichotomy, it's a dumbbell shape, whereas we still are combating 36% undernutrition, malnutrition, and almost 57% of women in India are anemic. But this is also a reflection of an imbalanced diet. So I'll just take a minute more to explain to the viewers. Mandatory should be nutrition and dietary classes as an exam in school. It has to be ingrained in school. Sports must become a mandatory component as one of the subjects in which children are graded upon. More children run after marks and grades. Further away, they are running away from a healthy life. I think we need to break this taboo in which grades and marks define a child's personality. Health defines a child's personality. An imbalanced child is a mentally imbalanced child. Let me explain why. All the big S's, extra salt in imbalanced food, extra sugar, later on spirits, sedentary lifestyle, these are all contributory factors to
Yes.
what we call cognitive dysfunction. These are
Absolutely.
oxidative stress for the brain.
Absolutely.
If we want India to be healthy, young children must be taught with their parents. It's
How do you
unit.
then react to this plan? This plan that Luke Coutinho and his team have introduced,
Phenomenal.
into
I
classrooms?
think it's phenomenal. It's phenomenal. I think we should take this to every doorstep. If we want a change, it's going to take many years. We need to break this McDonaldization and fast food hoax which is being played on the Indian subcontinent.
Yes.
Blinkit brings it home. Zomato brings it home. It's an old cliche, easy on the lips and forever on your hips. We are destroying the next generation. We need to look after them, build a healthy India by a good balanced diet, nutrition diet, not following the Western culture.
Absolutely. And the fact, of course, Luke, is that, we have to acknowledge the NXT connect to all of this as well. At the NXT conference 2025, which you attended, and of course, Prime Minister Narendra Modi was the chief guest. This plan was first talked about, and of course, the idea somewhere began to germinate there. Take us to the conversation that you had with the PM at the NXT. The healthy diet plan that you also unveiled a bit of there. In fact, I remember at that point there was a lot of emphasis by you also on millets during the meals served at that conference as well. So how did NXT 2025 play a role in all of this as well?
I think it's amazing that we can have platforms like this in India. NXT brought together some of the country's best doctors, some of the best health professionals, global leaders, and we were able to all have sensible conversations about addressing root causes and problems. It wasn't a platform where just things are spoken about and nothing happens. The Prime Minister, in his conversation with me, Sri Kartikeya and Aishwarya, was very clear about one thing. The problem has to be solved. Everyone talks, no one delivers. What are we doing? India is sitting in a healthcare crisis right now. We have different forms of medicine which are all fragmented. And the point is, it's becoming war against one another. Who's right, who's wrong? But like Doctor on this panel just rightly spoke about, we have to first look at what is spoiling our country, what is spoiling our children. We have such a beautiful tradition in our own country. We have such a strong medical system, such sought after medical doctors and health teams in our country. So our Prime Minister is very clear about how do we work together? How do we start working together and solve a problem at root cause? And that was our conversation. He explained his vision, and we've been able to, with the help of, NXT and Mr. Kartikeya and Aishwarya, to actually put it into execution. Something's actually been rolled out, and it was launched on Republic Day on the 26th.
Yes, absolutely. And this really shows how dialogue, conversations that happen at a meaningful platform like NXT 2025 can actually translate into change on ground. Words followed up by action, as we've seen with Luke, are very, very important and actually show the kind of impact that platforms like NXT can have. And I want to get you in here, Khushbu Abbott, on, of course, your perspective on how important it is to teach this to kids at a young age. You deal with children at an early age. You're primarily an early years educator. How important is it to impart these lessons at the early age, and how much do the children imbibe?
So yes, I'm myself a fitness enthusiast, and I am a big follower of Luke. I would thank him because most of his motivation and all the inspiring things that he has been making us aware of and apprising the younger generation has really made a difference. And to add to Dr. Bagai with all the facts that he said, and the fact that UNICEF says that the consumption of sugar is almost double of WHO limit is alarming. And it all comes back to awareness and apprising the students. And I am very pleased to inform that the Bharat menu is being referred to as a guiding point. You know, we often open it when we're making the menu for the schools, when the nutritionists are actually sitting down. We do face problems when we do add maybe say a millet cutlet, we're adding the vegetable dalia. We do get sometimes responses from children and they're not taken too well because taste is a variable, right? And sometimes there is no acceptance. But I would say schools do understand that it's the need of the hour for the mental well-being, the emotional well-being, and like Dr. Bagai rightly said, there can be no intellectual development or holistic development without all these parameters in place. So, for instance, I would say making the children the process, a part of the process of making the food. It starts from the very beginning of flameless cooking, making them understand what goes into it. And then also having workshops where we have micro courses and people from food industry come in and actually are making the children aware about how to read a label when they're eating packaged food. We do understand that from a decade back to now, when we have these 5-minute deliveries, when so much of westernization has happened, the world itself is a smaller place, and 93% of the students are actually consuming superfoods and packaged foods daily. And with these kind of statistics, it's important to make them apprised of what they're eating. So reading labels is an important activity that we do in schools.
Yes.
We make them aware of the FSSAI accreditations, what comes into being. We make them aware, which is why they can make the right decisions.
Yeah.
It's not about introducing them only in their menus. Talking about menus, also I feel there's a big change from how the millennial takes it to a Gen Z. And personally speaking, I feel when we were growing up in the 80s and the 90s, the millennials, we were like the guinea pigs. And many times the people in 50s say that we've just grown out to be fine. There's nothing wrong in me, and I've eaten the Maggie every day, and I've been chewing those lollipops and having the sugar rush, and I would just pick up that packet of Hakka noodles in my canteens, and we're doing okay, so what's the need? But the Gen Z is very well aware, and even the menus, from how we read our food pyramids,
Yes.
where it was all
No,
carbohydrates.
so clearly the menus have changed is what you're saying, and the Bharat plan is being referred to for all of this. But also now this new online lesson as well that has been launched with key modules, 5 modules of living a healthy lifestyle for children. How important is it to teach children about that as well, Khushbu, according to you? How much do they imbibe? Are these lessons taught at a young age, which is going to alter the grassroots of our country, hopefully, as far as the health is concerned?
So to actually make a difference for the child, we have to bring it down to their level. And at the RD school, we did make an initiative this time that what do we do with the sedentary lifestyle? How do we kickstart our day with movement? And we introduced something called as the mobility drill. And reading all the 5 facets that Luke had spoken about, where he spoke about sleep and he spoke about emotional well-being and mental well-being, nutrition, health, lifestyle, because I'm an ardent reader of whatever comes on his posts. So we have looked into each of those assets and facets, and every morning the drill is the mobility drill that we start with. We do have workshops where we speak about circle time emotional well-being, wherein the children are talking about baggages that they're carrying in their lifestyles today.
Luke,
So it is very,
yes.
they're taking it very well.
Yes. Okay. Dr. Bagai also wants to come in, but Luke, how react to that? How does that make you feel? Hearing, from an educationist on the broadcast today, how they are referring to your plan, your modules. This is actually showing the kind of impact that is happening on ground already.
No, I think it's amazing. And, no plan can work without Indian citizens and professionals uniting together, aligned to a vision. Our Prime Minister may have a vision, but it's the people below who will distort that vision by not uniting and putting it into action. So I'm really, really happy. I've heard so much about RD as well. And I just think it's amazing that when principals, when educators are involved passionately, because like Doctor rightly said, it's not about marks alone. How can we raise children beyond just marks? So it's very humbling to know that education is looking at this in such a beautiful way. And we hope that more and more schools and educators and the medical community unites together to bring this education down to a root cause level. Children.
Dr. Bagai, you want to come in?
Yeah, very quickly. I think all this being discussed today is absolutely aligned and music to my ears. And having said that, beginning this March, that is a month away, I'm launching from Delhi, going pan India, a wellness chain called as Zenray. Zen is the next generation, and RE as ray, ray of light. And in French, it means universal light. This is focusing on mental wellness of teenagers, adolescents, young women, pregnancies, and attaching nutrition as a very major arm. Unless and until you are not feeding children, adolescents, young women, pregnancies well, you will never have a mentally fit nation. I want India to be the best and the brightest nation much before 2047. That can be achieved by action on the ground. That can be achieved by identifying the origin of the problem. The origin is identify in school, identify the parents. There must be public awareness campaigns. There must be people as social movers, influencers to say this is wrong and this is right. People follow intellect, people follow faces. I want these faces to come out in the open and say, I'm a very strong proponent of saying sports makes a nation, good nutrition makes a nation, marks is secondary.
Okay. Yes, and finally we have a Prime Minister. I think Khushbu also wants to come back in, but Luke Coutinho, finally we have a Prime Minister as well who is speaking about, obesity and these issues which are often treated as the elephant in the room. These are often issues which are skirted by politicians and political leaders. They'll talk about other issues which will, possibly translate into votes or can sway elections. But here you have Prime Minister Narendra Modi talk about Fit India, then talk about, obesity-free Bharat, then talk about, of course, how to, combat lifestyle diseases, encourage innovative ideas and support them too.
Yes, that's absolutely right. And, I will be upfront about this. There are just a handful of maybe politicians who will actually, follow this vision through the right way. We've been involved in so many projects. If the Prime Minister says something, everyone wants to do something to impress him, and it all falls through. And that's why I keep saying our champions of this program